to me." Stone pulled up a chair and sat down at about the time Caleb wandered in with a vase of flowers. "What the hell are those?" snapped Reuben. Caleb frowned at the man's ungrateful attitude. "They're peonies. Very hard to get this time of year." Reuben looked mortified. "Are you saying you brought me flowers?" "Yes, to brighten up this very depressing room. Look, it's all gray and blah. You'll never get well, because you'll be too depressed."
"I think they're beautiful,"
said Annabelle, as she took the flowers from Caleb and smelled them. "You would think that. You're a girl," said Reuben. "But guys don't bring guys flowers." He suddenly leveled a ferocious gaze at Caleb. "Did anyone see you bring those in?" "What? Well, I suppose. A few. The people at the nurse's station were admiring them." Reuben, who had been sitting up in bed, collapsed back. "Oh, great. They probably think we're dating." Caleb exclaimed, "I'm not gay." "Yeah, but you look like you are," shot back Reuben. Caleb scowled. "I look like I am? How exactly do gay people look, Mr. Stereotyping Neanderthal?" Reuben moaned and put a pillow over his face. From under it they heard him grumble, "Next time bring me a beer, for Christ's sakes, or better yet, a Playboy." While Annabelle went in search for a vase for the flowers, Stone turned to Caleb. "I received your list of events coming up at Lafayette Park. I was coming to see you about it." Reuben took the pillow off his face and said, "Where are you going with that?" Stone quickly explained things to him and added, "But there are a lot of events." "There are," agreed Caleb, "but I've been doing some digging, and I've been able to narrow it down." He pulled some slips of paper from his pocket and laid them out on the end of the bed as Stone leaned over to see them. Caleb explained, "I started with the assumption that this must be really big. Otherwise, why go to all the trouble at Lafayette Park?" "Agreed," said Stone. Annabelle came back into the room with the flowers in a vase, set it down on a counter, and joined them. "There are 5 events that I think fall into that category," continued Caleb. "They all occur within the next month. First, there's a climate change rally, then an anti-tax protest. Lots of people and lots of potential casualties at each one of those. Next, the president is giving a speech to honor the soldiers killed in the wars in the Middle East, along with the French president." Reuben piped up, "That gets my vote. 2 leaders with 1 pop, and all that stuff happened at the park when the prime minister was there." Stone said, "Go on, Caleb, and finish the list." Caleb continued, "Fourth, there's a world hunger protest, and last, a demonstration against nuclear weapons." "I'm telling you terrorists will go with quality over quantity," said Reuben. "You take out a couple of heads of state over killing lots of ordinary citizens." Annabelle shook her head.
"Not necessarily. It depends on who's behind the plot. If it's some anti-war group or people who think climate change is a crock, those events could have been the targets."
Stone said, "I doubt the Russians are all that interested in our tax policies." "The Russians?" exclaimed Caleb. "They're behind this?" Stone ignored his friend's query and said thoughtfully, "I wonder how far away one would have to be to remotely detonate a bomb buried in the earth. And second, how would the bombers know where the podium would be situated with the heads of state? I know they place the stages in different spots, sometimes even on the sidewalk. This bomb would have done no damage to them in that event." Reuben said, "I'd ask Alex. If it turns out the stage was going to be set up near the Jackson statue, then I think that confirms there's a spy." Stone replied, "I think you're right."
"I'll call him. We're getting together later anyway."
Caleb added, "And I have to get back to work." "So do I," said Stone. "And what about me?" complained Reuben. "You guys go off having fun while I'm stuck in here." At that moment, an attendant came in with Reuben's lunch. She put the tray in front of him and took off the top to reveal a dark, spongy mass that was apparently a piece of meat, some stringy vegetables, a doughy roll, and a sippy cup with what looked like pee in it. Reuben whimpered. Please, get me the hell out of here. As soon as possible, Reuben. I promise, said Stone as he hurried out. Enjoy your flowers, snapped Caleb. And next time, I'll be sure to bring my village people's greatest hits collection for all to hear, and I might just wear my very flamboyant scarf and my skinny jeans. He stalked out. Annabelle leaned over and kissed Reuben on the cheek and brushed back his matted hair.
Hang in there, big guy. And just remember, we almost lost you. What would I do without my Reuben?
He smiled at this comment and watched her leave. He waited for a few moments to make sure they were gone, and then he picked up the vase. He took a deep sniff of the peonies and sat back with a contented look. Chapter 54. Mary Chapman let the water wash over her, the steam in the shower rising like morning mist over a lake. She slapped the wall of the shower in frustration, ducked her head under the shower head, and took a deep, controlling breath. She turned off the water, stepped out of the shower, toweled off, and sat on the bed. The meeting with Director Weaver and Sir James had been efficient and hit on all relevant points. This was part of the job. She should have no problem with any of it. It was the reason she'd been brought over here. But she did have a problem with it, and she didn't know what to do about it. She dried her hair, took her time choosing what to wear, slipped on her heels and jewelry, grabbed her bag and gun, and walked down to the front of the hotel after calling for her car. She drove into D.C. fighting the rush-hour traffic. He was already there waiting for her. She smiled at Stone, who changed clothes and was dressed in a pair of slacks and a white, long-sleeved shirt that matched the color of his close-cropped hair and offset nicely the deep tan on his face. He'd roll the shirt sleeves up to reveal ropey forearms. At 6'2", he looked even taller because of his leanness. Yet when he'd grabbed her arm outside John Kravitz's trailer, she had felt the immense strength in his grip. Even at his age, the man was still made of iron. She presumed he would be until the day he died, which might be sooner than anyone expected. When she thought this, Chapman stopped smiling.
I never thanked you for saving my life back at your cottage. The flashbang got me, but not you.
Well, we'd both be dead except for you. I don't think I've ever seen anyone move that fast.
High praise coming from you.
He momentarily put a hand on the small of her back as they were escorted back to a table overlooking 14th Street. He was more than 20 years older than her, but still, there was something about him, unlike any man she'd ever met. How he had survived so long doing what he did. And he had the most intense pair of eyes she'd ever seen. His light touch made Chapman feel protected and comforted. But when he removed his hand, her depression set in once more. She ordered a mojito, and he a beer. They scanned their menus. "Productive afternoon?" he asked, eyeing her over the menu. She felt her face growing warm as she looked over at him.
A little boring, actually. Reports and briefings are not my strong suits. How about you?
Stone's cell phone buzzed. He looked at the number and answered it. He mouthed the name. Agent Ashburn. He listened. His eyes twitched. He shot a glance at Chapman. "Right. Thanks for the heads up."
What's up?
Chapman asked after he put his phone away. "They just found the Latinos from the tree farm in Pennsylvania."
What do you mean they found them?
"Dead. Execution style. Bodies dumped in a ravine." Chapman sat back, her face pale.
But why kill them?
"The guy saw someone taking down a basketball hoop. He didn't tell the cops. He told Annabelle. And now they're all dead." Chapman nodded.
They're cleaning up loose ends.
"Looks to be. Probably the only reason they didn't kill everyone at the tree farm along with Gross and the supervisor is because they knew we were coming."
How?
"Sniper who killed Kravitz called and told them we'd gone off in a hurry. Where else would we have been going?"
Right.
Chapman looked chagrined at missing such an obvious point.
But again, he saw someone take down a basketball hoop. So what? It's not like he could identify him in a lineup, right?
Maybe he could.
What do you mean? He didn't tell Annabelle that?
He didn't know Annabelle from Adam, and we know someone was at that bar listening in. Chapman sipped her drink.
That's right. They came after them later.
So maybe he was holding that back from someone. Blackmail?
He got a bunch of bullet wounds instead of cash. So who do you think he might have seen?
Well, it wasn't Agent Gross, and the secretary was a woman. Chapman's jaw fell open.
Lloyd Wilder?
Possible. Kill him and the others, 2 birds with 1 stone.
So he was part of the bombing too?
I'm not sure what part he played, actually. And the fact that they took him out as soon as we showed up tells me he was expendable from day one.
So we need to check into Wilder's background?
She shook her head, looking frustrated.
This thing just keeps on growing.
We'll let Ashburn and the Bureau dig into Wilder's background. They'll probably find some money in an offshore account somewhere.
And I thought conspiracies were confined to Hollywood films.
Actually, you'll come to see that D.C. is just one big conspiracy.
That's comforting.
I also spoke with Harry about Turkical. Stone paused as the waiter came over and took their orders. After he was gone, Stone resumed. Nothing out of the ordinary.
I guess that's good.
Maybe. Or maybe not.
I'm not following.
The man has been tasked to take out the #1 terrorist in the world, and he's teaching a course at Georgetown?
It's background cover for him.
Stone didn't look convinced.
But Sir James is aware of this. You trust him, right?
She said, even as she felt her stomach tighten and her skin grow cold. I trust you, he said.
Why?
I just do. Let's leave it at that. Chapter 55. As they ate, Chapman kept shooting glances at Stone. If he noticed, Stone made no reaction. She downed 2 more mojitos and a glass of port after the meal was done. You have a car? He asked after the bill was paid.
Yes, but why don't we walk for a bit? It's a nice evening.
That's a good idea.
Really?
She said, smiling. Yes, you've had a lot to drink. A walk will help clear your head. He added in a strange voice. They strolled along, passing by restaurants teeming with hungry, boisterous patrons. Car horns honked and people walked past. Troubled? Stone said. She glanced at him sharply.
Just thinking about things. Why?
No reason. Just a lot to think about.
So Director Weaver never got back to you?
I have to assume he never will. That's why I had Caleb research for me.
And after reviewing his research, what are your conclusions?
I don't have any. I just have more questions. He paused. Weaver did say one interesting thing before he cut me off.
What?
She said, perhaps a tad too quickly. He said, things might not be as they seem. I think he meant that we were all looking at this the wrong way, that if we could find the right way to look at things, we might make sense out of everything.
Do you believe that?
I don't disbelieve it, at least not yet. She stopped at a street vendor and bought a ball cap with FBI on it. When Stone looked at her puzzled, she explained,
Got a nephew back in London who's keen on them.
Does he know you work for MI6?
No, he thinks I'm in the computer business. I'd be much cooler to him if he knew the truth.
As they continued to walk along, she said,
Okay, let's go back through what we know. Gunfire and bombing may be unrelated. The Hay Adams Hotel was a distraction, and the gunfire actually came from a U.S. government building undergoing renovation. Padilla runs for his life and triggers the bomb that was probably in a basketball in the tree's root ball. That leads us to the tree, and from there to the tree farm.
Stone picked it up from there. The tree farm leads to John Kravitz, who had bomb-making elements under his trailer. He's killed to prevent him from talking to us. Agent Gross and the other 2 were killed for reasons yet unknown, but Wilder might have been involved. The bomb had some unusual elements that tentatively have been identified as nanobots. Why they were in the bomb is unknown. Agent Garchik has been relieved of his field duties pending further developments. We have several pieces of evidence that shows either Russian government or Russian drug cartels, or perhaps both, may be behind this.
And the Latinos were killed because they might have seen something, or else they might have been part of the plot.
Yes, and the actual target of the bomb is still unknown. We have a number of possibilities, but no definitive answer. Chapman stopped walking and looked at him.
Okay, there's the list. We've checked it twice.
We left out one thing. Faoud Turkakul.
But his presence has been explained.
Has it?
Sir James explained it, and I know you trust him, despite what you said earlier.
No. I said I trusted you. Chapman's cheeks reddened slightly. Stone gazed at her for a moment, and then looked away. He checked his watch.
You have another date?
She added with an attempt at a smile. No, I was just wondering how long it would take before you told me.
Told you what?
Whatever it is you're keeping from me. Chapter 56. Chapman turned and took a few hesitant steps away from Stone. When she turned back, he hadn't moved. He was just looking at her. She came back to him.
What do you want from me?
The truth.
I thought you said you trusted me.
All trust has limits, and it has to be constantly earned.
You didn't tell me that part.
I didn't think I had to.
You're putting me in a very awkward position.
I know.
I need a drink.
Stone raised his eyebrows at this. Okay, but it would be nice if you remained sober.
You should have seen me doing pub crawls whilst at university. I can hold my bloody liquor.
She turned and headed off. Agent Chapman. She turned back to him.
What?
He pointed behind him. There's a bar right there. She looked where he was pointing.
Right. Well done.
She pushed past him and into the bar. 5 minutes later, she downed 2 vodka tonics, while Stone sipped on a bottle of ginger ale and eyed her steadily. You sure you'll be able to drive home okay?
It's a bloody breeze driving here after London.
Not if you're drunk. A British agent arrested for DUI?
I'm not drunk.
Okay, then let's move on. He stared at her, waiting.
I can't tell you everything. I hope you understand that.
I don't.
Well, too bad. That's just the way it has to be.
Stone rose. Take care of yourself. She gazed up at him in amazement.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Stone!
He turned and left. He walked block after block, his long legs eating up the pavement in great chunks as adrenaline roared through his body. He thought she was different. He was wrong. Same old shit, he thought. Same old shit. He passed the Capitol building and kept going until he recognized the area he was in. Whether he had meant to come here or not, he wasn't sure, but he was a man who almost always followed his instincts. He passed throngs of young men on the street. When several seemed uncomfortably interested in him, he stuck his federal badge on his belt and let them see his gun. They immediately backed off. It's cool, one said. Another said with a grin, Hey, Grams, ever kill anybody with that gun? No, lied Stone. He held up a finger. But I have with this. The young man looked skeptical. One said, You kill somebody with just your pinky? Right. He showed them the finger again. Not the pinky. This is the index finger. It gives far more leverage against the carotid, so it's easier to crush. The men shuffled off. Stone walked on. He reached the door, knocked. He heard the clunks as she came to answer it. The door opened, and Carmen Escalante looked up at him with wide, sad eyes.
Yes?
I was here before, he said, showing her his badge.
Yes, I remember. What is it you want?
To see how you're doing.
That's right,
said the voice. Stone turned and saw Chapman standing a few feet behind him. She came forward. She looked a bit out of breath, tottering.
We wanted to make sure you were okay,
she said, getting her breathing under control. May we come in? Asked Stone, still staring at Chapman.
Yes, okay.
Chapter 57. They followed Carmen down the hall. They immediately noticed that the home had been cleaned and the stench of rotting food was gone. When they entered the small living room, they saw furniture and a large flat-screen television that had not been there previously.
What happened?
Asked Chapman, looking around. Carmen smiled sadly.
When people saw on the TV what happened to Uncle Freddy, they come and they help me, clean my house, buy me things. They are very kind.
What people? Asked Stone.
People from the TV station.
The TV station? Asked Stone.
Well, they say people donate money, people on the street, and they give me many things.
She pointed to the TV.
Like that. Uncle Freddy would have liked that TV very much. He liked to watch football. Not your kind. Not mine either. You mean soccer?
Said Chapman.
Yes, that is what I mean. And they clean my house, and now someone come every day to check on me.
She tapped her braces on the floor.
They say they will also help with my medical bills and buy me a new pair of these. That's terrific, Carmen. Would you like something to drink?
She asked.
I have many things now to drink.
They declined, and Stone said, Will you stay here then? Carmen sat down, and they did too.
I do not know. I have to think. They have a service for Uncle Freddy. I must go to that. Your president, he will be there. And my president too, from Mexico. Though I don't like him very much, but I will still go. Then I will decide what to do.
She looked around at her new possessions.
I like this place very much, and my new things very much.
So maybe you'll stay? Said Stone.
It is possible, yes.
She fell silent for a moment.
I can go back to school. In Mexico, I worked in a doctor's office. I know computers. My English is good. I can type and file things. I can get a job. I can have friends.
You can do all those things, said Stone encouragingly.
My family thinks I should come home. They say I do not live in a nice area. But you have to think about what you want. It's your life to lead.
Said Chapman.
And you can always move from here to another place.
She looked uncertain.
And I can take my new things?
Absolutely, said Stone. I'll even come and help you.
You will do this for me?
She said, looking at him in wonder. Yes.
You are strange government people.
Chapman glanced at Stone.
Yes, I guess we are.
Promising to return to check on her, they left. Where did you come from? Stone asked as they walked down the street.
I followed you. Bloody difficult in heels, let me tell you. You walk very fast.
Why did you follow me?
Because you were right, and I wanted to tell you so.
So the truth this time? She stuffed her hands in her pockets.
Riley Weaver and Sir James are working together.
She took a breath and said,
God, I can't believe I'm telling you this. I've broken just about every professional rule MI6 has.
That's all right. Most agencies have too many rules.
Bloody easy for you to say.
Why are they working together? To what purpose?
It wasn't Sir James's idea, that I know.
So he was persuaded?
As Sir James said, your president and our prime minister get along rather well, and America is the superpower. Everyone else just follows its lead.
So why keep it from me?
Weaver is afraid of you. That's quite clear from what I've seen and heard.
Stone thought, if he knows what I did to his predecessor, I would be afraid of me too. What exactly is your role in all of this?
I've been tasked to investigate and solve this crime.
Even though your prime minister was clearly not the target? Does MI6 have that much free time on its hands to allow one of their best agents to stay over here and assist us in our criminal investigations? She said nothing, just studied the pavement. Stone turned away. Don't bother following me this time. She grabbed his arm.
All right.
He turned back, looked at her expectantly.
I've also been tasked to watch you.
MI6 tasked by the American government to watch me? He said skeptically.
The world has gotten a lot more complicated, Oliver. Assets are not what they used to be, even for you Americans. Global cooperation, that's the ticket these days. We do favors for the Yanks and they reciprocate. It's not well known, of course, all hush-hush, but it does happen.
He cocked his head. Watch me why? Do they think I'm involved in what happened?
No, but Weaver has some other agenda in mind.
Has he shared it with McElroy?
I don't believe so, at least not completely. But Sir James's hands are tied.
She stared at him pensively.
What's in your background that could have prompted this level of attention?
I have 3 decades worth of answers, and not nearly enough time to explain them, even if I were so inclined, which I'm not.
If you tell me what's going on, maybe I can help.
You? The person who's been tasked to spy on me?
I thought we were partners on this thing.
We are, but only on this thing. Nothing else.
So who's withholding information now?
You were withholding things related to the here and now. I've never asked about your past missions, and I expect the same courtesy from you.
So where does that leave us?
Said Chapman quietly. Back where we started, Stone said sharply. And let's leave it that way. Chapter 58. They took a taxi back to Chapman's car at the parking garage. She said,
I can drop you off at your cottage.
I feel like walking some more, he replied.
Look, I'm sorry about not telling you earlier about Weaver, but I have my orders too.
Stone drew close to her. If that's how you want to operate, so be it.
Well, how exactly do you operate in that regard?
I don't keep things from the people I'm working with in the trenches. That's where my loyalties lie. That's why I told you about Faout Turkakul, even though your boss didn't want me to. Her face flushed.
Okay, I get it. And I am sorry.
I'll see you tomorrow. He paused. Are you sure you're okay to drive?
I'm fine now, all wide-eyed. A firm verbal spanking does it every time.
After a very long walk, Stone reached the Georgetown campus, which was quiet at this hour. He found the community message board, pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, wrote a note, and posted it on the board using a few extra pushpins stuck into the cork. On the way to his cottage, he used his cell phone to call Harry Finn. Glad Reuben's okay, were the first words out of the man's mouth. Me too, said Stone. He wants to leave the hospital, but I think he'll be safer in there. You think the folks might try again? Even though he told us what he knew, as did Annabelle, there's no reason not to be careful. Now tell me about Faout. Stone stopped and leaned against a tree as he listened. Finn said, if he is going after bin Laden, he's taking his own sweet time. He gets up, eats, teaches class, has lunch, teaches some more, has office hours, goes for a walk, has dinner, goes to his apartment, reads, and goes to sleep. No secret communications, no clandestine meetings? Not that I've seen, and I would have. I know you would, Harry. They may have him lying low because they know we're watching. I thought that too, but it's difficult to know what to do about it. Look, go home and rest. And Turkakul? I'm going to try a different angle. I'll keep you posted. Stone continued the walk to his cottage. On the next block over, his internal senses started tingling. 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock. He could feel them there before he even saw them. A man behind, a woman to his left. They looked innocuous, uninterested in him. That is, they did to the casual eye. Stone hadn't possessed a casual eye in over 40 years. His hand drifted to his holster. He picked up his pace just a bit because he wanted to get to the next intersection a few seconds faster. A plan had formed based on knowing this area as well as he did. As soon as he reached the intersection, he suddenly veered to his right. A construction dumpster was up on the sidewalk because the house located there was being renovated. He took up a defensive position behind it, drew his pistol, and placed a bead on the woman.
Agent Stone?
The woman called out. Stone kept her in his gun sight and said nothing.
Director Weaver would like to talk to you.
I'm sure he would.
We were assigned to bring you to him.
I prefer he come to me. The man appeared next to the woman. He said, Sir, The director is a very busy person." "So am I." A car drove past, and the old woman inside peered out at the man and woman before driving on. A few other people were walking up the street, not yet in earshot, but they soon would be.
"He just wants to talk,"
said the woman, desperation creeping into her voice. "I'd be glad to entertain him." "Okay, where?" the man asked. "The outdoor parking lot down by the river. 1 hour."
"Sir, the director—"
began the woman, as she nervously looked over her shoulder at the approaching people. Stone cut in. "The director will be very pleased to meet with me there at that time. Now keep walking, so I can put my gun away."
"This is highly irregular."
"Yes, it is. We're federal agents, too," added the man. "On the same side as you. I'll buy the first part, but not the second. Go." They walked off. Stone slipped the gun back in its holster and set out for the river. He wanted to get there first. He had things to get ready. He picked up his pace even as a knot grew in his stomach. It was one thing to risk life and limb trying to solve a complex case. It was quite another to have to do so while watching your rear flank. But apparently that was just how things were now. And why am I surprised? Chapter 59. The 3 vehicles pulled up to the empty parking lot and stopped. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and being a weekday, working Washingtonians had long since finished their collective entertainment for the evening and gone home to sleep. The security team piled out first, checking out obvious attack points and sending personnel scurrying into these hidden crevices before signaling that it was safe for Riley Weaver to exit his ride. He was dressed in a suit and striped tie, looking more ready to step in front of a camera and play the pundit's role or host a global conference on terrorism than skirmish with an ex-assassin in an empty parking lot at the edge of the Potomac. The bulge at his chest indicated the body armor he wore. He looked around a bit uncertainly before taking a few steps toward the water's edge. "Stone?" he called out. A phone rang. Everyone grabbed cells. "Sir," said one of the guards as he picked up the ringing phone from the top of a pier piling, right where Stone had placed it earlier. He handed it to Weaver. "Hello?" "Hello, Director," said Stone. "What can I do for you?" His voice was on speakerphone. When Weaver tried to disable it, he couldn't. "What the hell are you doing?" he exclaimed. "It won't let me off the speakerphone." "I want everyone to hear this. So again, what can I do for you?" "You can start by showing yourself." Weaver looked nervously around at the darkness. "And why is that necessary? I thought you wanted to talk. All we need are voices to do that." "I wanted to meet you at NIC, snapped Weaver. "And I picked this place instead." "Why?" "Frankly, your place gives me the creeps. Never quite sure if I'm going to walk out or not." "What is wrong with you? You are a federal employee." "Of an agency unaffiliated with yours." "What are you afraid of?" "You brought the SWAT team with you again, and you're wearing Kevlar. What are you afraid of?" Weaver performed a 360-degree spin, trying to see where Stone might be lurking. "I've got long-range eyes, Director, so don't even bother. I don't like it that you can see me, but I can't see you. I like it just fine. And as your messenger said, we're all on the same team." "Which begs the question of why we have to meet in such a damn fool way," barked Weaver into the phone. "Depends on what you want." "Did you speak to Agent Chapman tonight?" "You know I did, or else you wouldn't be here." "What did she tell you?" "She told me lots of things. You'll have to be more specific." "About our arrangement." "Meaning you and her?" "Come on, Stone. Don't play stupid." "You were a Marine, Weaver." "Still am. Never leave the Corps no matter what other uniform you put on." "I was hoping that would be your answer. And in combat, Who do you rely on? Marine next to you. That's right. And did you ever keep secrets about the fight in front of you from the Marine next to you? Weaver didn't answer right away. He glanced around at his security detail. Several of them were eyeing him closely. This isn't exactly combat, Stone. You know that as well as anyone. You carried a rifle for your country. It's looking an awful lot like a battlefield to me. So you're saying Chapman told you? I'm saying partners don't keep secrets. If you have a problem with that, then the problem is with me, not her. She could get in a lot of trouble for this. But she won't. How the hell do you know that? Hit the speakerphone button twice, Weaver. What? Just do it. Weaver did so, and the speakerphone function was disabled. Weaver held the phone up to his ear. What the hell are you playing at? Nanobots. Weaver noticeably stiffened. And since you never got back to me with a list of events at Lafayette Park, I had someone do it for me. There's a bunch of stuff on there that could have been the target for the bomb, but something tells me the answer isn't anywhere on that list. Where then? You know about the Pennsylvania adventure my friends had? And the executions of the Latinos? Of course. I am the director of NIC. A lot of trouble for a cover-up, coupled with the fact that those shots into the park were fired from a government office building behind the Hay Adams, that one needed a pretty high security clearance to get into spells traitor with a capital T. Nothing new there. We're looking into that angle. Right. Just go ahead and tell me that the database shows the access was from a card that was stolen or cloned while the holder was halfway around the world. Weaver pursed his lips. Cloned. Actual holder was in Tokyo. And he was on assignment with the State Department? Jesus, Stone, what are you, a freaking mind reader? No. The folks at State have always been lax about security. 30 years ago, half my missions were because they'd screwed up somehow, and I can see they haven't changed. Any thoughts on who the inside person might be? Not yet. I need to keep digging. But Weaver, if I have to spend all my time looking over my shoulder for your boys, that will be very distracting. I can see why your superiors had such a hell of a time with you in the Army. You don't play well with others. I play fine with others. My problem was when my superiors said one thing and did another, and I can see that hasn't changed. And when that happens, what do? Eliminate the offender? Stone, who was sitting at the window of a building across from the parking lot that he'd accessed through a never-locked rear door, stared down at the NIC director. Okay, next question answered. He knows I killed Gray and Simpson, Stone thought. The past is the past. I don't think so. Then you're a fool, and more than that, you're doing a disservice to the country you were sworn to protect. What the hell are you talking about? Barked an enraged Weaver. I've fought, bled, and killed for my country. So have I, retorted Stone. What exactly do you want? I want you to stop screwing with me. If you want to help, I welcome it. If not, just stay the hell out of my way. I am the head of the nation's intelligence service. Yes, you are. So start acting like it, Marine. Weaver flinched, but before he could respond, Stone said, and the next time we meet, it might be over a beer talking about old times, because the traitor who was trying to pull something really catastrophic is either dead or awaiting trial. I can't believe you'd have a problem with that. Weaver nodded slowly, as he visibly calmed. Okay, Stone, we'll play it your way. For now. I guess I understand how you survived all those years. I guess so. Stone. Yeah? What do you think is going on? Stone stood there in the darkness, deciding how to respond. You were wrong. The guns and the bomb were done by the same party. How the hell do you know that? There's no way I believe in a coincidence that big. Okay, why? Something big, Weaver. On your watch. You were right to be concerned. How big? Asked Weaver nervously. Big enough to make us forget the bullets and the bomb. We have to stop it, Stone. Yes, we do. A minute later, Weaver and his security detail were gone. Stone came down from his hiding place. He heard the sound and whirled around in time to see Chapman emerge from behind another building. She holstered her gun and joined him. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked.
"I saw what went down on the street with the 2 agents and followed you here."
"Why?"
"You're my partner. I needed to make sure you were okay."
After a long gaze passed between them, Stone said, "I appreciate that."
"And I heard the essentials. I appreciate you covering for me with Weaver."
"It's what partners do."
"Come on, I'll give you a lift home."
This time, Stone accepted the offer. When they got there, he said, "You take the cot. I'll sleep in the chair."
"What?"
"Cot, and me in the chair."
"I'm okay to drive."
"No, you're not. You almost hit 2 pedestrians and 3 parked cars on the way here."
"I'll be fine."
"The last thing I need is for my partner to be taken from me because she got busted for drunk driving."
"Well, then let me take the chair."
He pointed to his cot located in a small alcove and given privacy by a blanket stretched across the opening. "Go." He gave her a shove in the back. Looking bemused, Chapman slipped off her heels and padded off. Chapter 60. The next morning, Chapman slowly woke, turned to the side, fell off the cot, and hit the floor hard.
"Bloody hell."
She rubbed her head. She glanced up to see Stone standing in front of her holding 2 cups of coffee. "Good morning," he said pleasantly. She sat on the cot and took the offered coffee. She winced and rubbed her head as she drank some.
"My head feels quite ready to burst."
He said, 4 mojitos, 2 vodka tonics, and a glass of port. And that's just what I saw. I'm stunned you still have a head left.
"I told you I could hold my liquor."
Why don't you shower and then we can grab some breakfast?
"Wonderful, I'm famished. I know a nice restaurant."
I know a better one.
"I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
40 minutes later, they were in downtown D.C., and in line with a group of construction workers ordering breakfast at a food truck a few blocks from the Capitol. They carried their egg sandwiches and hash browns over to Chapman's car and sat on the hood hungrily eating their meal. Her mouth full of scrambled eggs, Chapman moaned,
"God, this is good."
"It's the lard, I think," said Stone, munching on a hash brown. "And the fact that they never washed their frying pan." Finished, they climbed in Chapman's ride and drove off.
"Where to?"
"The park."
"Hell's Corner. It's living up to its name."
"I wonder how NIC is doing this morning."
"Based on what happened last night, probably not great."
She skimmed her fingers across the steering wheel.
"Look, I know what you did last night. You effectively blocked Weaver from taking action against me for telling you about my other mission. It was neatly done."
"I've been in this business long enough to know how it really operates. I needed him to back off, but he has lots of assets, so I also need his help and focus."
"How much do you intend on telling him? I mean, about what you've figured out."
"A lot. Again, he has resources we don't, and the primary objective is the same for us both, to prevent whatever is coming."
"You think it really is in the planning stages?"
"It's past the planning stage. Now it's in the execution stage."
"And the Russians, pretty formidable foes."
"Yes."
"I've had a few run-ins with them. They can get pretty nasty."
Stone said nothing.
"You spent time in Russia, at least that's what your file says."
"I did."
"Cold War era?"
"Yes."
"How was it?"
"It was what it was."
"Was your mission successful?"
"I came back alive, so I'd say yes, it was." She drove on. 20 minutes later, Stone and she were standing in the office building from where they deduced the guns had been fired. He opened one of the windows.
"What are we looking for? This building has the height to give it a direct sightline to the park, but we've already established that."
"I know, but I think there's something else."
"Like what?"
"If I knew that, I wouldn't be here looking out the window." He continued to gaze down at the park and then onward, south to the White House. There was something in the depths of his mind that he knew was important, but he couldn't recall it. He had seen it, he was sure of that. In fact, He had seen it in the park, but it wouldn't come. He'd racked his brain all morning, but that focus had only served to bury the potential answer even more deeply. Chapman leaned against the window and stared at him.
It's hurting my brain watching your brain burn itself out.
Let's go. I need to check the message board at Georgetown University.
You into social networking with college students?
Not college students, no. My target is a little older. Chapter 61.
Anything interesting?
Chapman asked as she watched Stone gazing over the message board. His eyes focused on one piece of paper set about 2 inches from where he'd put his message the night before. He read over it, quickly translating the coded response. Yes, let's go. The trip was short, and they soon arrived at the apartment located over a dry cleaner's. Adelphia answered their knock and motioned them in. They sat down. Stone slowly looked around. I didn't know you had moved back in here,
I haven't,
said Adelphia. She had on a long skirt, white tunic, and a string of green beads. Her black and silver hair was pulled together at the nape of her neck.
This is just temporary.
She paused.
I was surprised to see your notes.
I'm glad to see that the little code we came up with is still effective.
What can I do for you?
How is Faout Turkakul?
Is that why you came here? To get information about him?
Is that a problem?
I know you are having him followed. That could be very dangerous for Faout.
The shots in the park came from a government office building. How dangerous do you think that is? Adelphia sat back, her features inscrutable to a stranger like Chapman. But Stone could tell she was both intrigued and concerned.
You have confirmed this?
To my satisfaction, yes.
And why tell me? I am not part of the investigation. My mission has to do with Faout, nothing more.
What if one is connected to the other?
I do not think that likely.
Chapman, who had been sitting there silently, blurted out,
But can you just dismiss it like that? You have to account for the possibility, otherwise you're not doing your bloody job.
Adelphia didn't bother to look at her.
I didn't expect you to partner with such a nervous person, Oliver.
Do you discount the possibility? To such a degree that you won't prepare for it? Adelphia hunched forward.
Faout is prepared for anything.
He eats, teaches classes, he reads. I suppose somewhere in there he works on finding bin Laden, even if he is 7,000 miles away.
As you were told, the plans are in the preliminary stages.
Very preliminary. Ever since my colleague has been following him, he's done very little prepping.
It is not always obvious.
It is somewhat obvious, Adelphia, to the trained eye.
What exactly are you saying?
That what I was told about Faout may not be true.
In what way?
That he's not actually going after Osama bin Laden. Adelphia sat back. Stone noted that the fingers of her left hand twitched a bit. He continued, It's logical, isn't it? To throw me off stride, you tell me Faout is going after the most sought-after terrorist since Hitler. You probably counted on the fact that the name alone would preclude the need for further explanation. Chapman said,
You mean he's not going after bin Laden?
Stone kept his gaze on Adelphia. Well? She rose and strode over to the window and looked out. There's no one out there, he said. At least no one connected to me. But maybe that's not what you're concerned with. She turned back to him.
This is not something you want to become involved in, Oliver. It really isn't. I say this to you as an old friend.
I'm already involved. He rose. And I have one more question for you.
I promise no answer.
Turkakul wasn't at the park to meet with you that night. So who was he there to see? Chapter 62. They left Adelphia's apartment without the question being answered. Chapman said,
How did you figure they weren't going after bin Laden? And that Faout Turkakul was meeting with someone else that night?
I suspected each was true. Adelphia confirmed both for me just now.
But she didn't say anything.
That's what confirmed it.
But why were you suspicious in the first place?
You don't task a man to chase Osama bin Laden and then plunk him in a teaching position in a university in the West unless you believe bin Laden is hiding out on the East Coast somewhere. It makes no sense. That's why I had Harry tail him. Not really for protection, but to see what he was doing. Or rather, not doing.
And the fact that Adelphia wasn't at the park to meet with him?
You don't arrange a meeting like that and then just not show up. They had a message board arrangement. The meeting was late at night. It's a 5-minute cab ride from Georgetown to the park. Turkogul could have checked the board right before he left. If she couldn't make the meeting, Adelphia could have posted that message up until a few minutes before he would leave for the rendezvous. She answered my post promptly, which tells me she checks it often. There was no need for him to stand around in the park waiting for her. That is inefficient and stupid and potentially lethal.
But if not her, who? And did he meet with anyone?
Not that I saw, no.
What does that tell you?
That the meeting might have been off schedule. Not something his superiors knew about.
If that's the case, why cover for him?
If Turkogul is a valuable asset, he would be protected after the fact. And even if the meeting was off schedule, that doesn't mean it was off mission, and thus could have been important to his superiors.
Could he have been set up then?
They didn't kill him. They could easily have done it by firing a few minutes earlier. No, he wasn't the target. Chapman touched her temples.
My poor head is literally swimming with possibilities, and none of them, unfortunately, make any sense.
They returned to the park. Stone walked it from north to south and east to west, while Chapman dutifully followed, looking alternatively curious and bored. She finally said,
Are you thinking if you walk the scene of the crime, inspiration will strike?
I'm not looking for inspiration, just answers. He gazed back at the building where the shots had presumably come from. Shots fired, everyone runs, Padilla jumps into the tree hole. The bomb detonates.
The bomb was detonated prematurely, and we need to find out who the actual target was. It keeps coming back to that. That bomb was really supposed to go off when this park was filled with VIPs. If we can determine the target, we can reverse engineer it back to the people behind the plot. At least hopefully we can.
Stone shook his head. We're still missing something. The picture is still off, way off. He paused. Okay, let's change direction for a minute and do a simple process of elimination.
How?
She asked. If Turkogul wasn't meeting with Adelphia, who was he going to meet with? Stone looked around the park. Not your security man. Not Alfredo Padilla, obviously. Not me. Chapman gasped.
Wait a minute. You mean the woman?
Marissa Friedman. Stone nodded. Chapter 63.
Why Friedman?
Asked Chapman as they walked along 8th Street. She was at the park. As I said, simple process of elimination.
But she explained what she was doing here. She voluntarily came forward, in fact.
I would too, if I were guilty of something. Her face was caught on the video feed. If she didn't come forward, it would look very suspicious. This way she diffused that suspicion and appeared to be an upright, law-abiding citizen.
An adulterous upright citizen, but she has an office right over there.
Chapman pointed to the line of townhouses on Jackson Place.
It would make perfect sense for her to be in the park.
Please put your hand down, just in case she's watching. They've allowed the business owners back in now. Chapman dropped her hand and looked chagrined at her indiscreet action.
Sorry.
She said she's a lobbyist, and maybe she is. But maybe she's more than that.
So she could have been Turkogul's unscheduled meeting?
Stone said, if he had such a meeting planned, she was the only one in the park he would be meeting with.
But if so, he might have told Sir James and the others about it.
Perhaps they're covering for her, too.
Because she's part of his mission? Whatever that is?
Stone nodded.
So her being in the park was because of Turkogul being there?
If my theory is right, yes, replied Stone.
But did they meet?
They left at the same time. I saw no interaction between them while they were in the park. She was on her phone and he wasn't.
And maybe They were going to meet, but...
But when the guns and the bomb went off...
What do you think they were meeting about?
I have no idea, but I doubt it was about finding bin Laden.
So what do we do with this fresh angle?
If we try to go after her and she is being covered by higher-ups, we might get our butts handed to us.
So we can't touch her?
Officially, no. But there might be another way.
How?
Stone took out his phone and made a call. Annabelle, I have another assignment for you. If you're willing. The next day, Annabelle and Caleb walked into the office of Marissa Friedman. They had made an appointment, and Friedman was waiting for them. Annabelle had changed her appearance greatly. The hair was short and blonde, her face made up, her clothes European, her accent an authentic mix of German and Dutch. Caleb was dressed all in black and had his thinning hair slicked back. He had on square-cut spectacles and a bit of stubble on his face. He carried an unlit cigarette and explained it by telling Friedman it was the only thing that worked for him in trying to quit. She lifted up her sleeve and showed him the Nicorette patch on her arm.
I'm kind of in the same boat.
Friedman led them back to her large office on the top floor, with windows overlooking Lafayette Park. The space was decorated in a manner that suggested Friedman had traveled widely, had good taste, and the money to exercise those heightened sensibilities.
We're just now back in our space,
she said.
Why is that?
Asked Annabelle.
There was a bombing in the park, and gunshots.
My God! Exclaimed Caleb.
You didn't hear?
Said Friedman with a surprised look.
As you might have deduced from my accent, I am not from this country,
said Annabelle. And I'm an expatriate myself, added Caleb jauntily.
But the Americans like their bombs and guns. At least that is what we are told.
She shrugged.
So it is normal, then? No, it's not normal, thank God.
Friedman leaned forward.
I have to say that your phone call has intrigued me. You want to bring green jobs from Europe here. Can I ask why, since green has already taken off where you are?
Annabelle made a face.
It's the bureaucracy, what you call red tape. It is killing us. Our business cuts across many different geographic boundaries. The EU makes all businesses jump through hoops that are often impossible and usually totally ridiculous. Our business model is good, our technology sound, but if we cannot implement it...
She shrugged again. Caleb added, Now, I have some experience over here, though I've been gone a long time. My friends tell me that America is the place to be, that you want green jobs, that the red tape is not so bad, that things can be done quickly, and that there are also government incentives to do so.
That's true. What country did you settle in?
She asked suddenly. France. She asked a long question in French. Caleb answered her promptly, throwing in a joke at the end that made her laugh. Annabelle said something in German, and Caleb answered her in German.
I'm afraid my German is very poor,
said Friedman.
Excuse us. That was very rude. You Europeans speak so many languages, makes us Americans feel quite inept. Your country is big, ours are small, said Annabelle. Language skills are a necessity, but your French is very, nice. How can I help you? We are in need of a presence, a footprint, I think you call it here in Washington. We want to build a factory producing our goods in the United States. We also have IP patent and licensing issues that need political addressing. Is that the proper term, political addressing?
Lobbying, I think, commented Caleb. And friends in high places.
I can certainly handle these matters for you,
said Friedman.
I have relations with many government people, and energy is one of my specialties. Can I ask how it was you came to me?
Caleb looked embarrassed. I'm very much afraid it had nothing to do with your reputation. Stellar, though I'm sure it is. Annabelle added,
We based it on proximity.
She pointed out the window. Friedman followed her motion.
The White House.
She smiled.
Interesting due diligence. But I guess that's one reason I settled on this space. But then we also checked the records for your client list. It was very impressive. and very much in our area of necessity.
Caleb leaned forward and tapped his cigarette on the carved wood of Friedman's desk. But it would be helpful if you could tell us a bit of your background. We want to get this right. Our business model shows a clear path to a multi-billion euro, or dollar rather, revenue point. We must start on a firm foundation. It is imperative.
Of course.
Friedman gave them an account of her background, education, and work experience, and things with which she could help them. As the meeting ended, she said,
For the sort of work you require, I would imagine a $10,000 a month fee for now. Understand this is applied to work done under our normal fee structure. For work outside that scope, more monies will be due. It's all explained in our standard fee agreement. Of course. That seems logical. Where in Germany are you from? Berlin, but I grew up elsewhere. Oh, really? Where was that? Many places,
said Annabel abruptly. Caleb added, Quite cosmopolitan, and secretive she is.
Nothing wrong with that in today's world where everyone is watching everyone else.
Friedman said in a light tone.
We'll be in touch,
said Annabel.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Ciao, added Caleb. Chapter 64. Just in case they were followed, Annabel and Caleb drove to a hotel in Northern Virginia. They rode the elevator up, and Annabel opened the door to her room. Stone and Chapman were sitting there, waiting for them. They gave the pair a detailed briefing of their meeting with Friedman.
Do you think she suspects anything?
Asked Chapman.
If she's really that good, she suspects everything,
answered Annabel, as Stone nodded in agreement.
She obviously has a functioning lobbying business,
said Annabel. We knew from her client list in checking out her history that she had that set up, said Stone, but that does not preclude her having a sideline. Chapman added,
Or from the lobbying being her cover and spying being her main occupation.
Annabel ran a hand through her dyed hair.
Any idea what her angle might be?
As I told you, we suspect she might be involved with some plan being headed up by American intelligence. And that's why she was at the park that night? Asked Caleb. Stone nodded. Exactly. The man I've had Harry following was potentially her contact. It's just my theory. None of it is confirmed yet. And the man Harry is following, what's going on with him? It's up to us to find out. Through Friedman. But without her knowledge. I certainly don't trust her. But how does this tie into the bombing? Asked Caleb. I don't know if it does, admitted Stone. It could be that it was a coincidence they were both there that night. How did you leave it with her?
That we'd be in touch,
said Annabel.
So, what has this really accomplished?
Asked Chapman.
I mean, I know you blokes are good at this, but this leaves us nowhere to go with her. Actually, it does,
said Annabel. She opened her bag, slipped open a hard-shell plastic case, and they saw the impression of a key set in a blob of mold.
Got her office key out of her purse when Caleb asked her to show him the painting in the foyer while I excused myself to use the ladies' room. I can have an actual key made in no time.
Caleb said, She has a security system. Annabel added,
But the keypad is by the front door. We watched The Office last night. Friedman was the last to leave at 7, and she keyed in the number. I got it on my camera from where I was in the park pretending to take pictures of the statues.
Chapman looked at Stone.
So we're breaking into her place?
Not you. I am.
Why not me?
You're too official.
You've got a badge, too.
I've always seen that status as temporary. You, on the other hand, are a lifer.
When are you going to do it?
Why?
So I can tell the cops to be waiting for you.
Annabel scowled at her.
Whose side are you on, lady? But if you let me go, I won't call anyone,
offered Chapman. Stone said, I don't like it.
You keep preaching about partners and loyalty.
Okay, Stone finally said. You and me. Annabel started to protest.
But...
Stone put a hand on her shoulder. Please, Annabel, just let it go. Caleb said, But we did all the hard work and you two get to have the fun of burglarizing the place. This made Annabel smile.
You've come a long way, Mr. Librarian, and by the way, I really dug your metrosexual look when we paid Friedman a visit.
Caleb brightened. "Thank you. I've always thought that—" He started and looked at her. "Metro what?"
Good luck.
Annabelle told Stone. She turned to Chapman.
Watch his back, and I mean it. I will.
Promised Chapman. Stone and Chapman walked briskly down the street. Stone was in a suit and carried a briefcase. Chapman was in a skirt and heels with a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. She carried a large bag. They walked through the park and over to Jackson Place, and Stone inserted the key in the door of Marissa Friedman's office. They went inside, and Chapman punched in the code on the security keypad, and the beeping stopped. Stone closed the door behind them and moved forward into the office space. There was enough ambient light from outside to allow them to see their way around, though Chapman did bump her leg against the desk.
According to Annabelle, Friedman's office is up the stairs and at the rear,
she said, as she rubbed her thigh. An hour later they stood facing each other, the failure evident on their features. Stone perched on the edge of Friedman's desk and looked around. They had gone through all the paper files, but Stone figured many things would be kept on the computers. But the system was password protected, and while they had tried a few, nothing worked.
Any brilliant ideas?
Asked Chapman. No. We should have had Harry come with us. He probably could have gotten into the computer.
We should probably get out of here.
They moved back down the stairs. Stone saw it first out the window. He rushed to the keypad and armed the system, and then pulled Chapman into the interior office of the first floor of the suite. A few moments later the door opened, and the security system's beep went off. Marissa Friedman hit the appropriate keys, and the beeping stopped. She shut the door behind her and climbed the stairs. Stone edged open the door and peered out, Chapman at his shoulder.
Do we leave now while she's occupied?
Said Chapman. No, we wait. 20 minutes passed, then he and Chapman heard steps coming back down, and Stone eased the door shut. They listened to the security system being set, and a few seconds later the door shut. Stone counted to 5, and then looked out. It's clear. Let's go. They managed to open and close the door during the delay of the security system arming.
There,
said Chapman, pointing to the north where Friedman was just about to turn the corner at the Decatur house. Oliver? Agent Chapman? They turned to see Alex Ford standing there watching them. What are you two doing here?
What are you doing here?
Blurted out Chapman. I'm on perimeter security duty, if it's any of your business, retorted Alex. He looked at Stone. Oliver? I'm sorry, Alex. No time. I'll explain later. Stone grabbed Chapman's arm, and they hurried off, leaving Alex to gape after them.
She's getting in a cab,
said Chapman, a minute or so later. Not a problem. Stone hailed another cab that passed by a few moments later. They climbed in, and Stone showed his badge and instructed the driver to follow the other vehicle. The cab turned down one street and then another, steadily making its way west. This is looking familiar, said Stone.
What?
Asked Chapman. George Washington University. She could have walked. It's a nice evening.
Do you know where she's going?
I believe so, yes.
So spill it.
The cab pulled to the curb. They watched as Friedman got out. She's going to see Faoud Turkakul, said Stone.
How do you know that?
Because that's the same building where I met with him.
Well, let's go see what they're up to.
At that instant, an SUV screeched in front of their cab, and 2 more behind. Before they could react, they were surrounded by armed men. Stone and Chapman were pulled from the vehicle and pushed into one of the SUVs, and it started moving before they could even catch their breath. As Stone looked back, he saw Marissa Friedman staring after them. She'd obviously played her part to perfection in setting him up, and yet her features didn't speak of triumph. She actually looked a little sad, Stone thought. 20 minutes later, they were hurried into a building that looked abandoned, up dimly lit steps to a door, through the doorway, and then another. They were pushed into seats, and the men with guns left, shutting the door behind them. The lights came on, and someone moved at the front of the room. Adelphia sat there, her hands in her lap. Riley Weaver looked extremely upset. Sir James McElroy simply seemed intrigued. Chapter 65. Weaver said, "What the hell are we going to do with you guys? You keep popping up like a really shitty penny." McElroy put his elbows on the table and made a steeple with his hands. "How did you get onto Marissa Friedman?" Stone said, "She was really the only one left." "And you deduced where she was going?" "To see Turkical." McElroy glanced at Weaver, and then at Adelphia. Stone said to McElroy, "So this is why you wouldn't answer my earlier question, after I found out about your connection with him." "You mean whether I was withholding anything else from you?" "Yes, that is why. I came to this a bit late in the game, and the more we delved into it, the more tangled it became. I have to say that this is the most intense chess match of my career, Oliver. It really is. I hope I'm up to the challenge." Stone turned to Weaver. "And are you up to the challenge?" Weaver flushed. "We're doing the best we can under very difficult circumstances. One little misstep and we blow everything out of the water. That's what you almost did tonight."
"How did you get on to us?"
asked Chapman. "Easy. We followed Friedman and saw you following her." "Why follow your own agent?" asked Stone. "Because she's extremely valuable, and we take care of our people. I saw her looking at us when you snatched us. She didn't seem surprised. When we spotted you, we phoned her, filled her in." "So she didn't know until then?" asked Stone. "What's it to you?" barked Weaver.
"So what is the real deal with Faut Turkical? He's not going after Bin Laden, is he?"
"How long have you suspected him of being a traitor?" said Stone. Weaver looked surprised, but McElroy nodded thoughtfully. "I thought you might work it out." "It took me long enough," noted Stone. "Too long, in fact." "He came to us with much promise," said McElroy. "So much promise, in fact, that Adelphia here, one of our best, was assigned to work with him before we transitioned him principally to Friedman's handling." Adelphia nodded.
"That was one of the reasons I had to go away, Oliver. To work with Faut." "On what, exactly?"
asked Chapman. Weaver laughed ruefully. "He came and sold us a real bill of goods. First he could take us to Bin Laden. Then we had a mole in our midst, and he would help us track it down." "But it turned out he was the mole?" said Stone. "A Trojan horse, more like it," noted McElroy. "He came to us in disguise, as it were, and now he has unleashed a virus amongst us."
"A virus? How?"
"We let him in the door," lamented Weaver, "and he brought other elements with him, unknown elements." McElroy added, "Our only recourse now is to let him think we trust him, are working with him, and then follow it up to his other connections. Not the preferred way to go about it, but we have few options." "That's why he wasn't doing much," said Stone. Weaver nodded. "That's right. Faut takes everything very slowly. Wanted to move to D.C., a lot of prep time. Build his network, and the next thing we know, things are going to hell."
"The incident in the park? That's him?"
"Undoubtedly," said Weaver. "We think it was just a prelude to something much bigger." "And Friedman? What's her role?" asked Stone. "She's one of our deep cover agents. A lobbyist by day with a plethora of international clients, many of them fronts by our government and our allies. That allows her to travel widely. She sees and reports back. Her Middle Eastern language skills are spot on. She spent many years there for the CIA, and later in joint assignment with NIC. She has solid contacts in the region. She was a logical choice for the assignment with Faut to supplement what Adelphia was doing." "How do you explain that connection? Lobbyist and academic?" "Easily enough. Friedman represents several organizations in the Middle East that have relationships with Turkical. Officially, they are working on a number of initiatives to strengthen trade relations between Pakistan and the U.S. And the phone call she made while in the park? To another agent who provided her cover when the FBI made inquiries, answered Weaver.
When did you begin to suspect Turkle?
Asked Chapman. McElroy fidgeted with his tie. Far too late, of course. He was quite good. Friedman suspected something first, and we followed up on those suspicions and we confirmed them. And she did so at great personal risk to herself, I might add. But you're saying he doesn't know you suspect him, said Stone. He is too wily an operative not to suspect, but we have given him no reason to really suspect, if you understand me. We have given him rope. We have covered for him on several occasions, as you are well aware. What do you think his plan is? Nanobot residue in a bomb? Said Weaver. Scares the hell out of me, and it should you too. I know you talked with the president about something at Camp David. It was about that, wasn't it? Stone nodded. Among other things. The president explained to me about the biological and chemical potential, but he didn't really get into details. Can it also make the bomb more powerful, for example? McElroy said, No, it's still a traditional explosive. We believe it is simply a way to deliver biological and chemical weapons on a far more prodigious scale than ever possible before.
How can these nanobot things do that?
Asked Chapman.
And keep in mind, I basically failed science at university.
McElroy nodded at Weaver. I will leave the essentials to my colleague here. Weaver cleared his throat. Nanobots are the next generation of nanorobotics. They occur at the molecular level and have a lot of potential uses, beneficial ones, including the delivery of drugs into the body. It's thought that one day soon nanobots can be released into cancer patients and be programmed to attack and destroy cancer cells, leaving healthy cells unharmed. The possibilities are endless, really. And the biological weapon delivery systems? Asked Stone. A terrorist can put anthrax in a bomb right now, so why does this nanotechnology angle make it more dangerous? At the molecular level, anything is possible, Stone, said Weaver, with a trace of irritation. You can basically build something one atom at a time, outside the normal configurations. Meaning the normal configurations that we have systems set up to detect, said Stone. Point well taken, Oliver, said McElroy. That really is the entire heart of the matter. Detection. If they can change it so we can't ferret it out, that gives the other side an enormous advantage over us. In fact, an insurmountable one. The other side? Meaning the Russians? Said Stone.
How about the Chinese? They have more money than anyone, and their science is not too shabby.
The Kashtan machine gun. And talking a weird language, Stone reminded her. Points right at Moscow. And we have very good reason to believe that the Chinese are not involved in this, said McElroy, principally because they don't have to resort to such tactics to be a superpower. Economically, they already are. These days it's not necessarily how large your military is, but how big your bank account is. And the Chinese wallet is fatter than anyone's. The Russians, on the other hand, are not in the same position.
And the incident in the park was a way of testing the delivery system.
We believe so, yes, said Weaver. The nanobots were scattered everywhere. There were no bio or chemical weapons grafted or grown onto them. We confirm that. At least the ones we know about. But if there had been, catastrophic.
So the nanobots are a way to actually grow or build bio or chemical weapons at a microscopic level and in an undetectable configuration? Load them onto a bomb and set them off?
That's right, said McElroy. And if done properly, conventional security forces would be powerless to stop them. So we're hoping that Faout makes a mistake and leads us to whomever he's working with. And soon. It is not enough to arrest him. We need the others. And he's the only source we have to get there. We're trying to get Friedman to put some pressure on him. Hence her meeting with him tonight. A meeting you guys almost blew to hell, Weaver pointed out. Ignoring this, Stone said, "How did Turkogul get hooked up with the Russians?" "In your meeting with him, he told you that he lived for a time in Afghanistan?" said McElroy. "That's right. The timing of him being there was interesting. Let me guess. Late 70s, early 80s, when the Russians were trying to destroy the Afghan freedom fighters?" "That's right. Faout, I'm sure, on the surface, pretended to be on the side of the Afghan freedom fighters. But he was in the Russians' back pocket," said Stone. "Of course we think that now," said Weaver. "When he first approached us, we thought he was shooting straight. If we knew his loyalties were with Moscow, he'd be in jail right now. But we didn't know. So our discovery of the Russian gun in Pennsylvania didn't come as a surprise," said Stone. "No, it was simply more confirmation of what we already knew," replied Weaver.
But why have a practice run in the park, of all places? It allowed us to analyze the debris and discover these nano things.
"I believe it shows they have great confidence in their technology," answered Weaver. "Arrogant bastards. The Cold War never really ended." "That may be their undoing, of course. At least we can hope that is the case," noted McElroy. "At least it provided us with an opportunity to turn the tables." "So you think Turkogul was there to detonate the bomb remotely?" asked Stone. "After he left the park?" "He was scheduled to meet with Friedman, that's why they left together," said McElroy. "Which would have been nice to know before," said Stone. "Need to know, Stone," growled Weaver. "Right," Stone snapped back. "I'm getting really tired of hearing that justification for keeping us in the dark." McElroy said, "To answer your question, Oliver, yes, we do think he remotely detonated it. The excuse of meeting with Friedman there was the perfect cover. She was very surprised when he didn't initiate contact while she was sitting on the bench." Weaver focused on Stone and Chapman. "And what we don't need are you two screwing all this up. If you had told us about it, we wouldn't have come anywhere near it," Stone said reasonably. "You didn't require reading in until now, and I'm not thrilled about it. So from now on, keep clear. Got it?" McElroy rose, supporting himself at the tabletop. "I think they do indeed get it, Director." "One more question," said Stone. The two men looked at him expectantly. "The President knows about the nanobot angle, but does he know that you suspect Turkogul is a traitor?" McElroy and Weaver exchanged a quick glance. "Are you keeping it from the President because you let a spy this deeply in the game before realizing it?" Stone was gazing directly at Weaver. "Because if so, that could really come back to bite you in the ass." The NIC director flushed. "If I were you, I'd just keep that absurd opinion to yourself. I've never understood why you were brought into this in the first place. You've been out of the field for over 30 years, and quite frankly, it shows. To repeat, you are ordered to keep the hell away from Faout Turkogul, understood?" McElroy responded. "As I noted before, Director, I'm sure that Agent Stone understands the situation perfectly." McElroy looked directly at Stone and gave him a quick wink. They were dropped off at Chapman's car. As she drove Stone home, she said,
"Well, at least things are explained now. The Russians are on the prowl once more. Oh, goody."
"Why the gunfire?" Stone said abruptly.
"What?"
Stone closed his eyes, and it finally came to him. The very thing that he had not been able to see. It was so clear, so obvious. "Tense," he said.
"Tense? What the bloody hell are you talking about? Are you planning on going camping?"
"White tents. All on one side. But why?" he thought. Chapter 66. The next morning, after receiving a phone call, Stone and Chapman met with Agent Ashburn at the FBI's Mobile Command Unit. The woman looked excited as she ushered them in.
"We think we know how the tree was poisoned,"
she announced, as she pointed them to the coffee pot and cups set up on one table near the door. They sat with their coffees and watched as the screen came on. "What are we looking at?" asked Stone. Ashburn paused the video.
This is from the DHS video taken of Lafayette Park. The timestamp shows it's from 3 weeks before the bombing. What made you look at the DHS tape? We look at everything at the FBI,
she replied smugly. But then she added in a more humble tone,
and we were getting zip everywhere else. So we looked at this, and it has an angle that is really interesting.
She hit the play button, and the screen once more came to life. As Stone watched, it was as though he were only feet away from the park. The images were so clear, so close, every pixel vivid and stark. He leaned in as the woman hobbled into view. She was dressed in layers of filthy, ragged clothes, her face and hands blackened with the grime from living on the streets. Her hair was a mess of curls and jagged lumps that hung down past her neck.
A vagrant,
observed Chapman.
Homeless, yes,
said Ashburn.
At least in appearance, but watch what she does.
The woman slowly made her way across the park, even as Stone saw the uniformed Secret Service officers converging on her. The park was a public space, and technically open to everyone. But it was also across from the White House, and visited by many tourists, and steps were employed to keep it safe and presentable. Stone had seen the Secret Service remove other homeless people from the park who were either too disturbing in appearance or too aggressive in their manner. The agents were unfailingly respectful and discreet. He'd even seen some of them buy the less fortunate folks food and coffee after escorting them away. This woman on the screen, though, didn't seem to want the attention. She picked up her pace, stumbling along, her left foot dragging behind. It was only now that Stone could see a plastic bottle clutched in her hand. She reached the maple and fell down on the ground, moaning and twisting. Ashburn froze the screen.
See that?
She used a laser pointer to indicate the bottle of water. It was tipped upside down, and its cap was off. In the halted video, a stream of liquid was captured pouring out of the bottle and onto the base of the tree. Ashburn played the rest of the video, and Stone and Chapman watched as the entire contents of the bottle emptied out and were quickly absorbed into the mulch top around the tree. The next moment, the uniformed officers were helping the woman up and escorting her away. Stone said, "Did the cops notice a strange odor coming from the bottle?" Ashburn shook her head.
Asked and answered. We rounded up those uniforms yesterday. They remember the woman, but let's just say her personal aroma was strong enough to cover anything that was in that bottle. And they just figured she poured her water out on the ground. It was no big deal. And when the tree died, sometime later, nobody connected the dots. But we did soil samples from around the original tree and actually found pieces of its bark the Park Service had kept. Tests run on them confirm a poison was applied that effectively prevented the tree from absorbing water and nutrients. Death was inevitable.
Stone looked over at her. "Good work, Agent Ashburn. I think you hit on exactly how the tree was sabotaged."
Still a long way from figuring out the rest of it, though,
she said resignedly. They left her and walked to the park. Chapman pointed up ahead.
They're prepping to plant another tree. The National Park Service personnel were out in force working around the crater.
"Let's just hope they use a different supplier this time," said Stone, "and check it for bombs." The grounds team was roughly the same one they had interviewed. George Sykes was directing his uniformed troops as they cleared debris and reshaped the crater, filling it with fresh soil.
Guess the ATF is finished doing their investigation here,
noted Chapman. Guess so.
So what was your eureka moment last night? You just said something about white tents and left it at that.
I would have come down here today even if Ashburn hadn't called. He pointed to the north, toward the office building where the shots had come from. Gauge the sightline.
I already did that, thank you.
You remember what the colored markers in the park represented?
Orange for debris and white for slugs.
Do you recall the distribution of each? Chapman gazed around the grass.
Orange was everywhere, which is to be expected with a bomb. An explosive is indiscriminate in its distribution of wreckage.
And the white markers? Chapman hesitated.
As I remember it, they were uniformly on the western side of the park.
Uniformly. That's the key term. Chapman looked back at the office building and then at the park.
But you told me the bullet distribution was the reason you had me look at the building in the first place.
Chicken and egg. I was looking at the wrong end of the equation.
What?
I thought they used that building, at least partially, because it was taller than the hotel's garden, and they could see over the trees. That way, they wouldn't be firing blindly. I was thinking like a sniper. That was an incorrect approach. Chapman looked confused, but only for a moment.
You mean, since there was no actual target in the park, the PM, for example, why would they care about firing blindly?
Right. They could fire machine gun rounds right through that tree canopy. Who cares? But the office building allows them to see over the trees. And in the dark, that was a necessity, because things look different in the dark, and spatial skills deteriorate. They might have been using night optics, but there's a lot of ambient light around here at night. And night optics can be seen by other people using night optics. And there's a lot of that around here with the security forces in place.
Okay,
said Chapman slowly.
That means...
So the shooters contained their fields of fire to the west side.
You were on the west side of the park, along with our man.
And bullets did hit uncomfortably close to us. I believe that occurred more by accident than intent. If they'd hit us, I don't think they would have cared.
So why did they confine it to the west side?
Stone was about to answer when Chapman stopped him.
Don't look now, but one of the groundspeople is staring at us with a very strange expression.
Which one?
The younger woman. Hang on, I'm going to try something.
What?
Just hang on.
Stone pretended to examine a spot in the grass with investigative interest. 2 minutes later, Chapman returned to him.
Okay, we wait 5 minutes and then we walk north and go into the church over there.
Why?
To meet with the lady.
How did you manage that?
Let's just say it was a bit of girl-to-girl signaling that is impervious to male capture and translation.
Chapter 67. 5 minutes later, they were in St. John's Church, admiring the embroidered kneelers in the presidential pew of the House of Worship.
James Madison, John Quincy Adams,
read Chapman, as she glanced down at the kneelers.
Impressive list of blokes.
Stone replied, Your country certainly didn't think that back then. Revolutionaries and even terrorists, they were called.
Well, after a couple 100 years, even the thorniest differences can be overcome.
The woman, dressed in her green and khaki uniform, entered the church and slipped off her hat. She spotted them and hurried over. Chapman said,
I saw you trying to catch our eye. Thank you for meeting with us. I really don't know if it's anything, and even though it's our break time, I can't be gone too long.
Chapman asked,
What's your name? Judy Donahue.
Okay, Ms. Donahue. What's troubling you? Asked Stone.
Something that was said when you came to interview Mr. Sykes. How do you know we did? He was alone.
Donahue looked embarrassed and uneasy. Sensing this, Stone said, How long have you been with the Park Service?
10 years. Really love it.
Are you from the area? Stone asked. She smiled wryly.
Nope. About as far from it as you can get from a place like this. Where's that?
Asked Chapman.
Grew up in the middle of nowhere, Montana. God's country. I've been an outdoor girl all my life.
She held up her hand. On the back of it was a tattoo of a bird.
That's the Sternella neglecta, otherwise known as the western meadowlark. It's Montana's state bird. Got that when I was 16. My friends were getting hearts in guys' names. I opted for wildlife.
What about what Mr. Sykes said? I guess you were nearby. Donahue dropped her wry look.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just nearby working on a project and you just heard things?
Chapman said pleasantly.
Perfectly understandable.
So what did you hear that raised questions in your mind? Asked Stone.
He said we were waiting on an arborist to check the tree, and that we were putting together special soil and nutrients and such.
That's correct, said Stone. You mean you weren't?
No, we do.
All right. said Stone slowly. Then what's the problem?
I know I'm not explaining this very well. Why I work with my hands and not at a desk, I guess. Just take your time, Judy.
Chapman said helpfully.
Well, you see, the arborist had already checked the tree and given it a clean bill of health. He took another look at it again when it went in the hole, but only to make sure the stress of being craned in hadn't injured it. The soil and nutrient plan was all ready to go.
So you're saying that there was no need to leave the hole unfilled, said Stone.
Not really, no. I remember putting up the poles and tape and thinking it was pretty silly to leave the hole that way. I mean, what if someone fell in it? And someone did,
said Chapman.
Well, anyway, I still thought it was weird.
What explanation did Sykes give you for leaving the hole open? Asked Stone.
He didn't give us an explanation. He's the crew chief.
When Agent Gross came by, were you all present when he asked his questions?
For part of the time, but then he went off with Mr. Sykes.
And I take it the question about the uncovered hole didn't come up while you were all there.
I recall the FBI agent getting to that issue, but then Mr. Sykes said it was time to get back to work and he'd finish the rest of the answers. Did any of the other crew members have the same questions about the hole being uncovered?
Asked Chapman.
They're a good bunch, real dedicated, but they also follow orders and don't think too much about it. I guess I'm a little more independent, and after overhearing what Mr. Sykes told you, I just thought you ought to know. You did the right thing, Judy,
said Chapman.
I have to get back.
Right, said Stone. This was very helpful, but don't mention it to anyone. Donahue nodded, a nervous expression on her face.
Do you think Mr. Sykes did something wrong?
We're sure going to find out, said Stone. Chapter 68. They left the church and walked back to the park.
So now George Sykes is a suspect,
said Chapman.
Is there anyone who's not involved in this thing?
A conspiracy does require more than one person, observed Stone. Oliver. They turned to see Alex Ford striding toward them. Let me do the talking, said Stone quickly to Chapman. Hello, Alex, he said, turning to his friend. So are you going to tell me anything remotely close to the truth about what's going on? Alex asked, his voice strident. I'm sorry, Alex. I know I'm being secretive and cryptic, but the fact is I'm not sure it's a good idea you knowing about any of this. So that's how it stands? A member of the Camel Club in name only? No, that's not what I meant. But I have a commission and a shield now, and that didn't stop you from involving Annabelle, Harry, and Reuben, did it? They don't have a badge or a commission, but I do. I know none of this is simple. Oh, it's completely simple. You've cut me completely out of the loop. I thought we were friends, and I thought our friendship would rise above everything else. Stone started to say something, but then stopped. He glanced at Chapman, and then back at Alex. You're right, Alex. This frank admission seemed to drain the anger from the Secret Service agent. Okay. We've made some progress, said Stone, but not enough. And my sense is that we're running out of time. And if I've been less than candid with you, it's partly due to your being in a very delicate position. Partly? Yes. The rest is due entirely to my clumsy handling of our friendship. I'm sorry. Can you tell me this? Should I be worried? I mean, for the president. I know of no specific threats against him, if that's what you mean. And if I did, you and the president would know too, that I swear. I heard you met with him at Camp David. I did. I needed to speak with him frankly. And did he respond in kind? He did. To a surprising degree, in fact. I understand Reuben is still in the hospital. Yes, that was close, Alex. Too close. We pushed you to let us help, Oliver. We're all big boys and girls. There is still responsibility at my level. I won't be making that mistake again. You can't protect your friends from everything. I can at least stop putting them in dangerous situations. You said you're making progress. Are you close to finding out what's going on? We are, actually. And is it bad? Stone glanced at Chapman before answering. I think it's very bad, yes. Be careful then. And if there's anything I can do to help, I'm here." Alex turned and walked off.
"He's a fine bloke,"
said Chapman. "Yes, he is. Every time I talk with Alex, I'm reminded both how lucky I am to have friends like him and how unworthy I am to have friends like him."
"Well, they probably feel the same way about you."
"You think so? I don't."
"So what do we do about Mr. Sykes? Direct approach or something more subtle?"
"Subtle and direct at the same time."
"How do we manage that?"
"I'm thinking of a way right now. And something else just occurred to me. You know the Latinos that were killed?
"Yeah?
Lloyd Wilder wasn't involved. The Latinos all were.
What?"
The man who told Annabelle he saw the men taking down the hoop was lying."
"But you thought Lloyd Wilder was involved too. What changed your mind?"
"I suspected he was involved. I wasn't convinced. But after thinking about it, I'm convinced my suspicions were wrong."
"Why?"
"Annabelle and Reuben were strangers in a bar looking for the tree farm. And these men just happened to volunteer that one of them had seen someone, not John Kravitz, take down that hoop."
"Well?"
"It was all staged. As we saw when we were there, the building with the hoop was over 50 feet from the next closest structure. And on a ladder and in the dark, it's nearly impossible to tell someone's size and age. So how did he know he was smaller and older than John Kravitz?"
"That's right. And the guy did say he left before the man even came down the ladder."
"And right after they get this critical piece of info, Annabelle and Reuben are attacked."
"So you think it was a setup?"
"I think they knew who Annabelle and Reuben were before they walked in that bar."
"And they tried to kill them?"
Operative word, tried. I know Reuben got shot twice, but they were both non-fatal wounds. Deliberately non-fatal, I believe. He's as brave as they come, but there's no way you're overrunning a position fortified with machine guns by charging at them with a pistol, and they would not have retreated. By all combat logic, Reuben should be dead."
"So they let him live, you mean?"
"So they could come back and tell us what they heard. Another red herring, another dead end to run down, wasting time. And then the Latinos end up shot soon thereafter. More smoke and mirrors, more clues to hunt down that will take us farther from the truth."
"And someone is also cleaning house, by killing them."
"That too."
"If you're right, your country is really letting Turkakul have a lot of rope. He might kill everyone before he hangs himself."
"Maybe."
"So now, Sykes."
"Yes. Now Sykes." Chapter 69. Only they couldn't find Sykes. He had not returned from the break, and none of his crew knew where he was. They searched the park and the adjacent areas. Stone got on his cell phone and reported this to Ashburn, along with what they had found out from Judy Donahue. Ashburn said,
"I'll get a bolo out on him ASAP. He couldn't have gotten far."
Stone put his phone away and looked at Chapman. "I don't like how this is shaking out."
"Meaning they always seem to be one step ahead?"
"Meaning I'm feeling manipulated again."
"He might have seen Donahue slip away to come and talk to us and panicked. Why don't we get in the car and start doing a grid search? Maybe he's somewhere hoofing it on foot."
They drove out and turned onto Pennsylvania Avenue on the east side of the White House. They had gone 2 blocks when it happened. The sound of the shot wasn't muffled. It could be heard clearly above the ordinary sounds of the city. People in the streets started running for cover and screaming. The traffic stopped, and horns started blaring. Stone and Chapman jumped from the car and raced forward. They heard a siren drawing near. They ran from car to car, peering inside. The siren grew louder. Then another one joined it. Chapman looked behind her. 2 cop cars were cutting through the traffic heading their way. Stone saw this too and picked up his pace. He reached in his jacket for his gun. Chapman accelerated on the other side of the line of stalled traffic and mimicked his movements. They finally reached the obstacle in the road. 2 cars and a fender bender that Stone sensed was much more. An older man was leaning against the car in front, looking very shaken and scared. As Stone looked down, he could see the man had vomited on the street. As he approached, Stone held up his badge and called out, "Sir, what's wrong?" The older man pointed at the car behind his, where the two bumpers were locked together. Stone checked the license plate of this car. Government issue. His spirit sank. He peered inside the car. Damn. Chapman was looking in from the passenger window.
Good God.
The two cop cars screeched to a stop, and men in blue jumped out. They saw Stone and Chapman holding their weapons and pulled their own. "Police!" they cried out, their guns aimed at the pair. Stone and Chapman held up their badges high so the cops could see them. Stone barked, "Federal agents. Got a homicide here. FBI just put a bolo out on this guy, but somebody got to him first." The cops crept forward, checked Stone's creds, and looked in the car. Sykes was lying back against the driver's seat. The windshield was cracked. There was a hole burned into his forehead from the shot. Blood and brain matter was splattered around the car's interior from the exit wound. It was no wonder the other driver had thrown up after seeing this, thought Stone. Chapman saw the cell phone on the front seat. Using a handkerchief, she scooped it up and checked the call log.
He got a call 10 minutes ago from a blocked phone. Maybe the text can dig it out.
Stone nodded, looking around. Right. Okay, he got the call, made a run for it.
They set him up. Knew somehow he'd have to take this route. Lined the shot up.
Stone was now looking straight ahead, searching for where the shot had probably come from. One of the cops said, "What do you need us to do?" Stone kept looking while he talked. "Call in backup and secure the crime scene." He pulled his phone and called Ashburn, filling her in. A string of expletives exploded over the phone. Having sufficiently vented, Ashburn said,
"I'm sending reinforcements right now. We'll coordinate with DC Metro."
Stone clicked off. "Cavalry's coming."
"How do you want to break down the search?"
A woman who'd been standing on the sidewalk came running up to them. She was about 20, with kneeless jeans and an iPhone clutched in her right hand and a shopping bag in her left.
"Sir, ma'am?"
They turned to her. She pointed to a building farther down the street.
"I was looking up at that building as I was walking, and I saw a flash of light. Then I heard the car crash. I think that's where it came from."
Stone said quickly, "Could you tell which floor?" The woman looked at the building, silently counting.
6th, at least I think."
They could hear other sirens coming as the backup flew toward them. Stone yelled to the two cops first on the scene to follow him and Chapman. As they ran toward the building, he pulled out his phone and let Ashburn know about this development, giving her the address. Stone put his gun away and ran as fast as he could, his gaze darting up to the 6th floor, waiting for another flash of light to appear. Chapter 70.
"You don't think the shooter is still in the building, do you?"
said Chapman, as they reached the entrance and ripped the doors open. Stone had ordered one cop to guard the front of the building and the other the rear. Stone didn't answer. He held up his badge to the security guard who approached them. "You have a possible sniper in this building. Did you see anyone come in today who looked suspicious or who was carrying an unusually shaped bag?" The guard shook his head. "No one like that, but I just finished making my rounds, so someone might have slipped in then." Stone said, "The FBI is on the way. What other exits do you have here besides the lobby?" "This way." He led them to a door off the lobby. "Down that hall and to the right. Takes you to the loading dock in the rear." As they started off, the man said, "You want me to go with you?" "No. Stay here. There's a police officer posted out front. Anything happens, you get to him." "Okay. Good luck." Stone and Chapman darted through the door and down the hall. They had only gone about 20 feet when she grabbed his arm. "What?" he said.
"That security guard.
"What about him?"
Do they normally wear gloves?"
Stone flinched, wheeled around and sprinted back the way they had come. The door was locked now. Chapman shot the handle off and kicked it open. They rushed back into the lobby. There was no sign of the guard. Outside, the cop told them that the man had come out and headed into the alley. "He said you told him to help secure the rear of the building," and Chapman and Stone ran off before he finished. They found the security guard's uniform next to a dumpster. Stone and Chapman peered around.
He can't be more than a few seconds ahead of us,
she whispered. Thanks to you, said Stone. If you hadn't figured out... She hit him hard, knocking him down an instant before the round slammed into the side of the dumpster at the spot where Stone's head had just been. Chapman rolled, took aim, and fired. Her shots chipped concrete off the side of the building, but the shooter was already gone. Stone had rolled over on his belly and had his gun aimed at the same spot. See anything? He hissed. She shook her head.
He's gone.
The cop from the front, obviously having heard the shots, came running.
Stay down,
exclaimed Chapman, and the cop went to his knees and then scuttled forward until he was behind the dumpster too. Backup's here, he said. You guys okay? Stone sat up and looked at Chapman. Thanks to her, I am. Chapman shrugged.
More luck than skill, really.
I'll take it. That slug was going right for my head. The three of them made their way cautiously down the alley. They picked up their pace when they heard the car race off. By the time they got to the next intersection, there was no sign of a vehicle or the shooter. Stone and Chapman ran down the alley and then slowly jogged back. They both stopped when they reached the cop. He was squatting over his partner, who was lying behind some trash cans with his throat slit, his eyes staring blankly up. As they knelt over the body, Chapman said,
There must have been more than one guy. He wouldn't have time to shoot at us and then do this.
He had backup of his own, said Stone quietly. As the cop sat on his haunches, wiping tears from his eyes over the death of his partner.
These guys are unbelievably organized. I mean, who the hell are they?
Stone put a hand on the shoulder of the cop. I'm sorry. The officer glanced up and nodded, and then returned to staring at his dead colleague. Stone straightened, turned, and walked back down the alley as the wail of sirens reached fever pitch. George Sykes, a D.C. police officer and a security guard, were dead. They'd found the real security guard in a storage room off the lobby, with a single gunshot wound burned into his forehead. The sniper had disappeared. Stone had given descriptions of him to Ashburn, and a bolo had gone out, but none of them were holding out much hope. The consensus was that the killer was either laying low or already on private wings, heading out of the country. Stone and Chapman were now in a car sitting outside the modest residence of George Sykes, located in Silver Springs, Maryland. It was in the middle of an ordinary neighborhood, with kids on bikes, moms talking in front yards, and dads cutting the grass. Or it would have been, if the street hadn't been evacuated and then shut down by the FBI. Agent Ashburn was in the front passenger seat, while another agent was at the wheel. What do we know about him? Stone asked.
Wife died 3 years ago. Kids all grown and gone. Been with the National Park Service his entire career, no problems.
And 6 grandchildren, said Stone. He glanced down at the man's file. He's not much older than me. He must have started early.
Money problems?
Chapman asked. Ashburn nodded.
That was one of the first things we looked at. Didn't find anything there. But we dug a little deeper and shook out an account that was tied to Sykes. Recent deposit of $100,000. So someone paid him off to play along.
Stone said, What exactly did they pay him for? Ashburn answered,
Bomb in the root ball. What if someone started to poke around there? He would steer them clear. Make sure wherever the bomb was in the dirt that no one got close to it.
So he betrayed his country for $100,000, said Stone. A grandfather of 6? Ashburn shrugged.
I've seen people do it for a lot less, and 6 grandchildren eat a lot.
Chapman added,
And that might have only been the first payment. Right. And they made sure the only payment. MO is consistent. They're eliminating their team, closing up the tunnel, so no leads for us.
The sniper took a risk by impersonating a guard, noted Stone. We saw his face.
But like we concluded, the guy is long gone, and 6 months from now, he'll have a new face. Lot of money behind this, that's clear.
Ashburn hiked her eyebrows.
Like a country's treasury at work? Russia,
said Chapman.
I've heard that theory floated around. Cartel and government may be working hand in hand. Tough competition.
Stone nodded at Sykes's house. So what are we waiting for? We don't need a warrant. The guy was shot. We can go to his house to investigate. He was a federal employee. Ashburn said,
That's true, but considering that these folks employ bombs, I've sent for a bomb detection dog to go in before we do. That's also why we've evacuated the neighborhood.
The canine unit came, and Stone watched as the dog methodically swept the yard and then entered the house through a back door opened by an FBI agent. 10 minutes later, the search was complete, and the all-clear was given. It didn't take long to go through the house, but they found very little of help. As they walked back to their car, Ashburn said,
We'll send in a forensics team to give it a scrub down, but I doubt it will yield much.
Still have to do it, said Stone.
Still have to,
agreed Ashburn.
Has his family been notified?
Asked Chapman.
In the process, that's another place that might get us somewhere. He might have let something slip to a family member, you mean?
Said Chapman.
If we're real lucky.
I'm not feeling that lucky, said Stone. Ashburn dropped them back at their car, and they drove off. Chapman was at the wheel, while Stone gazed off, lost in thought.
What do you think?
I'm thinking how much more carnage before they yank Faout Turkakul and make him talk.
So you think he's really guilty?
I don't have enough information to make that determination, but the status quo is not working for us.
What's the alternative?
I haven't thought of one yet.
So who might be the next targets in the chain?
If Turkakul is involved? Stone glanced at her.
That's what I was thinking too. And I know she's your friend, but what about...
Adelphia is not part of this.
Are you really sure? By your admission, she's been out of your life for a while.
Stone gazed at her, and then put a hand on her shoulder. How do you feel about breaking a few rules?
Until I met you, not too keen. But now I think I'm really getting good at it. So, we're going after Turkakul?
No, said Stone.
Who then?
The other side is leading us around again. They expect us to go left. Instead, this time, we're going to the right. Chapter 71. Stone made one stop to get information he needed, while Chapman waited in the car. When he climbed back in, he gave the directions to her. On the drive over, he said, They talked to one of Sykes' co-workers. They said when Sykes took the call, he got very pale and ran to his car.
What do you think happened?
I don't know exactly, but I have a pretty good idea. They reached the address, a townhouse community in Chantilly, Virginia. Chapman parked where Stone told her to, but he didn't get out of the car. We wait, he said. A half hour later, a truck pulled up to the front of a small townhouse 30 feet from where they were parked, and a woman got out. Chapman recognized her immediately.
That's...
Yes, it is, said Stone, as he opened the car door. They reached her front door an instant before she closed it. Stone stuck his foot in the gap. The woman turned around, startled. Stone had his badge out. Remember us? Judy Donahue, who was still dressed in her National Park Service uniform, looked from him to Chapman.
Yes, I do. Are you here about poor Mr. Sykes? I heard about it. It was awful.
Can we come in?
Why?
Just to ask a few more questions.
But I told you all I know.
In light of recent developments, other questions have come to mind. Stone pushed the door all the way open, and Donahue was forced to step back as Stone crossed the threshold.
Hey, you can't do that.
I just did, said Stone. Chapman closed the door behind her, and Stone moved farther into the house.
This is illegal, isn't it?
Stone glanced at Chapman, and then stared at Donahue. I don't think so. But then again, I'm not a lawyer.
I'd like you to leave right now.
Why? Do you have something to hide? Donahue looked nervous and said,
Of course not.
I found out you're leaving the Park Service. Why is that? I thought being a girl from the big outdoors that it would be the perfect career for you.
Not that it's any of your business, but I've been thinking about it for a few months now. And after everything that happened and Mr. Sykes being shot, it was just time.
Stone inched closer to her. So, where's your plane ticket to? A place that doesn't have extradition with this country?
What?
Let's just cut to the end game. Where are you running to? And how much did they pay you? They plunked 100,000 in Sykes' account. Did they match that amount for you?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
So you won't mind us taking a look around for it?
Yes, I do mind. Now get out.
Stone ignored this and moved closer to her. The call that Sykes got. What did they tell him to make him drive off like that? That they had one of his 6 grandchildren captive? That he was to contact no one or the child would be killed? That he was to drive to a certain place along a certain route? A route that would take him right in the sniper's path. And then bang. No more George Sykes.
Get out or I'm calling the cops.
Sykes had nothing to do with any of this, said Stone. The money in a secret account? Set up and planted. Easy to do. The conversation you told us you overheard between Sykes and Agent Gross never happened. But with Gross and Sykes dead, there's no one left to question it. But you did miss one thing. An obvious one. He looked at Donahue up and down. Would you like to hear what it is? Donahue's lips started to tremble, but she didn't say anything. I'll just go ahead and tell you. You see, we can verify things. About the arborist and the reasons for the hole being left unfilled. Why do I think we'll find out that everything Sykes told the FBI was true, that the hole couldn't be filled in yet for the reasons he stated? And why do I think if we dig as deep as the hole for the tree, that we're going to find even bigger holes in your story? Donahue now looked wobbly on her feet. Stone moved closer. They blew a hole right through his head with a long-range rifle round. He poked her forehead with his finger. Right there.
Please stop.
And with Sykes dead, the investigation had to swing back to you. The arborist would be contacted too, and your lie would come out. But you expected to be long gone by then, didn't you? Is that why you're home early? Pack your life up and use forged docs they provided you? Gone before we know it?
All right, this is your last chance. Get out.
Donahue held up her phone like a weapon.
Or I'm calling the cops.
Chapman took a step forward.
Keep in mind, Judy, that the people you're working with have killed everyone who helped them. Why do you think you'll be any different?
Chapman glanced at the door.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they were waiting outside for us to leave before they come in here and tidy up this loose end.
Donahue looked like she might start sobbing. Regaining her composure, she snapped,
Last time, get out.
Stone and Chapman left.
What now?
Asked Chapman. Part of me says we just flushed the quail. So let's see where it takes us.
And your other part?
Worried that she'll be dead before we can get her to tell the truth. Go ahead and pull out. Let her think we're leaving. I know she's watching us from the window. Chapman started the car and drove off. Stone had her stop at a spot far enough away, but that still allowed them to see Donahue's house. He pulled out his phone and called Ashburn. It took a couple of minutes of explanation, and Stone nodded his head. Make it as fast as you can. He clicked off and put the phone away.
Well?
Asked Chapman. She's getting the paperwork together to bring the lady in, if nothing else for her own protection.
What if she leaves the house?
We're to stop her and hold her until the bureau shows up. Chapman eased back in her seat, but almost immediately jolted up. Stone had seen it too. Donahue had come out of her house. She was carrying a bag, and she was in a hurry. Stone said, Quick, let's get her before someone else does. By the time Chapman put the car in gear, Donahue had opened her truck door. Block her in, ordered Stone.
Got it.
Chapman punched the gas. Their car was 25 feet from Donahue's when she started her truck. The explosion lifted her vehicle off the asphalt, and the concussive wave emanating out from the blast knocked Chapman's car on its side. Both their heads bloodied from impacting with metal and glass from the car. Stone and Chapman lay unconscious, still strapped in their seatbelts. Chapter 72. Stone woke. His mind was fuzzy, but his reason was slowly returning. He tried to sit up, but a hand held him back. He saw Agent Ashburn staring down at him. "What?" he began.
"It's okay, just take it easy,"
she said in a soothing voice. Stone looked around. He was in a hospital room again. He started to close his eyes when they snapped open as he remembered. "Chapman?"
"She's going to be okay, a few bumps and bruises, just like you."
"Donahue's dead."
"Yes, you saw the bomb detonate?"
Stone nodded. "She was in the truck."
"Any idea where the bomb came from?"
He touched his head and grimaced. "It was either already on her vehicle when she got home, or else someone put it on there while we were in the house with her."
"You saw no one?"
Stone shook his head slowly. Ashburn eased down into a chair next to the bed.
"I was surprised to get your phone call about Donahue. What pointed you in her direction?"
"A hunch."
"About her?"
"Not necessarily. About refusing to be led around by the nose this time."
"Meaning that's what you think is happening?"
Stone sat up in the bed. "Meaning, I think we're being manipulated, yeah.
"Any idea by whom?"
Maybe closer to home than we'd like. Remember what Agent Gross said? Someone was watching him."
"I remember. So what was Donahue's angle? Was she the one involved with the tree and the bomb and not George Sykes?"
"I believe so. She tried to throw suspicion his way. Did you find anything at her place?"
"No, but if she had travel docs with her in preparation for making a run, they're in the wreckage, and we're still sifting through it. But paper is not something that's likely to survive something like that."
"But she had a bag. We certainly spooked her. I think she was making a run for it."
"Not disagreeing with you."
Ashburn rose.
"You've had a busy day. Almost shot by an imposter security guard sniper and now nearly blown up."
"Does anyone know I'm here?"
"You mean your friends?" "No, we thought it best to keep it on the QT."
"So Chapman is okay, no BS?"
"No BS."
"Can I see her?"
"I'll check. Be back in a minute."
Less than a minute later, the door opened. It wasn't Ashburn. It was Chapman, propelling herself into the room via a wheelchair. There was a strip of bandage across her right cheek and one on her forehead. Stone started and sat up more. His gaze darted to the wheelchair and then back at her.
"Not to worry.
Chapman grinned.
I can walk. Just hospital rules for patients having gotten themselves blown up. You Americans have so many bloody regulations."
Stone sat back, relief on his features. She stopped next to the bed.
"How about you? Everything working okay?"
Stone stretched his arms and neck. "Far as I know, sore, but functional."
"We almost caught them."
"Almost doesn't count in our business."
"What did Ashburn tell you?"
"Basic stuff, no leads." He added with a smile, "The most important thing she told me was that you were okay." Chapman smiled back.
"I'm glad to see you have your priorities right."
"You saved my life."
"That only means we're even."
"I guess that's true."
But Donahue was the last straw. No one left to talk to."
"You're wrong. There's Faoud Turkakul.
"But he's off limits."
After being blown up twice, nothing is off limits as far as I'm concerned." Later, when she walked in, Stone tried to hide his surprise, but really couldn't. Marissa Friedman was dressed in a white skirt that showed off her tan, a blue silk blouse and flats. Her hair was glossy and fell loosely to her shoulders. She carried a purse in one hand and a pair of sunglasses in the other. She placed a pair of penetrating eyes on Stone and sat down in the room's one chair.
"I can tell you're stunned to see me,"
she said. "I am. The last time I got near you, I was told in no uncertain terms to back the hell off."
"How much do you really know? About me, I mean."
Weaver was blunt, but informative.
"In our line of work, that's good sometimes and not so good other times."
He sat up in the bed. "So why are you here?"
"I heard about what happened to you. I wanted to see that you were okay."
"You didn't have to come here to find that out. A phone call would have done it." She glanced at him and then quickly looked away. She rose and walked to the window.
"It's a pretty day."
"I guess it is. I hadn't really thought about it." She continued to gaze out.
"When I was a kid, I was fascinated with the weather. I thought I'd grow up to be a meteorologist."
"What happened?" She turned to look at him.
"I'm not sure, actually. I did all the right things, went to all the right schools, Then I detoured to Harvard Law. After graduating, I had the intention of taking a year off, traveling in Europe, and then settling down to a desk job at a firm in New York City. But on a whim, I attended a seminar about the CIA, and the next thing I know, all these years have gone by.
She turned to look out the window again.
I've seen a lot of weather.
She glanced back at him.
But not nearly as much as you, apparently.
You've talked to Weaver about me? She walked to the side of the bed.
John Carr, quite impressive.
Stone shrugged resignedly. I hadn't heard that name in over 30 years, and now it seems like I hear it all the time. She scooted the chair closer to the bed and sat down.
I was surprised that you had gotten on to me. I had no idea you were tailing me the night I was visiting Food, until I got the message from Weaver's people. How did you do it?
So that's why you're really here, to make sure there are no permanent holes in your cover.
Wouldn't you do the same thing?
Yes, I would, actually, he admitted.
Well?
Process of elimination. You were at the park that night. Adelphia's story didn't hold up to scrutiny. Turkical was there to meet someone. He pointed a finger at her. You were the logical choice. It took me longer than it should have, actually, but in my defense, there was a lot of smoke and mirrors thrown at me. Friedman looked nervous. Stone easily discerned why. You're afraid if I figured it out, so could someone else.
That's the story of my life, Agent Stone. Trying to figure it out before they get to me.
How did you figure out Turkical?
A dozen minor things that meant nothing separately, but which meant everything once you put them all together. I really couldn't believe it, though, and neither at first could NIC. But once they started digging, it turned out to be true. Fode's Afghan connection was the nail in the coffin. We traced that back to ties to the former Soviet Union. His principal handler back then is now only 3 seats removed from the top spot in the power hierarchy over there.
And the connection to the Russian drug cartels?
Cartel. There's only one, really, though it has many manifestations, and the Russian government is firmly in partnership with it. Not only is the cash flow enormous, the damage drug trafficking can do to an entire country is far more deadly than actually hitting it with one's military. In a war, soldiers die along with some civilians. Most people remain completely unaffected by it. In a drug war, everyone feels the pain one way or another.
I can see that.
Then the issue became what to do about Turkical.
And the solution was to give him rope to hang himself?
Not just that, no. We need the others, up the chain of command. Faout being a Trojan horse was a serious setback for us, but if we can turn that to our advantage, then we can make it into a serious disadvantage for the other side.
Wish you luck on that. She rose and put a hand on his shoulder.
I know you're working hard to solve this case, and I know that Faout figures into it.
But you don't want me pushing too hard, so hard that it blows up what you're trying to do.
Yes.
I'll keep that in mind. You can go back and tell Weaver your mission was accomplished today.
He doesn't know I'm here.
Right. There was a bite to Stone's words that surprised him.
He doesn't.
So why are you really here? And it's not just to check your cover, or see if I was okay. She looked at him curiously.
A deduction based on what?
Based on the fact that I have you pegged as a multitasker. She sighed.
I just wanted to see you again. Make sure you really were okay, despite what I was told. You were blown up, after all.
And why is that important to you?
It just is.
I'm not getting this. She drew closer to him.
Well, then let me be uncharacteristically frank. We're actually a lot alike, John Carr. There aren't many people who do what we do.
Her features softened, and she seemed to be looking past him.
I've lived the last 20 years of my life as someone I'm really not.
She refocused on him.
I know you've done that for an even longer period of time. I've never really met anyone like me. That is until I met you.
She touched his arm.
So that's why I'm really here. I guess just to convince myself that I'm not alone. That there are others like me out there. I know that probably seems illogical to you.
No, it actually doesn't. It makes a lot of sense, in fact. She drew closer to him.
It's a lonely life.
It can be, yes.
I can tell you've been alone a long time.
How? She slowly lifted her hand and touched it against his cheek.
It's in the face. The face doesn't lie if you know how to look.
She paused.
And we both do know how to look, don't we?
She removed her hand, and Stone looked away.
I'm sorry if I've embarrassed you. I just wish
What?
that we had met a long time ago.
It wouldn't have worked a long time ago.
Does that mean it could work now?
Stone looked away again. Nothing will work with me.
You're choosy.
It's not that. Even if I were choosy, you would be... Well, it doesn't matter now.
It can always matter, even for two old warriors like us.
I'm old. You're not.
In this business, we're all old.
She paused.
If we're still alive.
She stood, slid a hand down his cheek, and then bussed her lips against his face.
Take care of yourself.
A moment later, she was gone. Chapter 73. Stone and Chapman were discharged from the hospital the next day after being held for observation. Stone had to admit that he needed the extra rest. Being knocked unconscious twice within a short period of time would have done a number on a young man, much less someone his age. But he had motivation to get out of his bed and take up the hunt once more. Things were coming to a head. The big event was close to happening. He could feel it in every nerve he had. As Chapman drove off in a new ride provided by the FBI, Stone looked across at her. How many stitches? She touched the bandage across her forehead.
6 here and 2 more on the cheek. Doc said I'd be healed in plenty of time for holiday photos.
She glanced over at him.
How'd you get off without any? I distinctly remember seeing you all bloodied before passing out.
They probably figured what's the use. The major cut was on my scalp. There's a Band-Aid up there, but you can't see it.
I guess we are very lucky.
Luckier than Judy Donahue.
So they roped her into this whole thing. How? Money?
I would assume so, yes. Money they never really intended on paying.
They were going to kill her all along, you mean?
Clearly. The cover they built for her was flimsy at best, only designed to hold us off a day or two. As soon as she talked to us at the church and said all those lies, she was a dead woman.
So presumably the FBI will find a deposit to an offshore account somewhere in Donahue's name that has been rescinded. Funny, she didn't strike me as the type to conspire.
What type? The one that doesn't like money? I've run into very few of those.
But to participate in an attack against your own country?
Don't be naive. And besides, no one got hurt in that attack, except for the unfortunate Alfredo Padilla.
But when other people started dying, she had to notice that.
Of course she did. But by that time, it was too late. If she came to us to confess, she'd be admitting to being an accessory to murder, multiple murders. She probably decided the safer course was to follow through with the plan and run with what she thought was lots of money.
And George Sykes gets a hole in the head for doing nothing wrong at all.
Yes, that's why I don't feel too badly about Judy Donahue.
Your theory on how they got Sykes to drive off in a panic like that was probably close to the truth.
Threaten his family. They might have told him where to meet. A route that would take him right into the kill zone. It was meticulously set up, which is both informative and daunting.
They could probably kill us any time they wanted.
They tried to kill me, and you stopped it.
Score 1 for the good guys.
And it proves they're not infallible.
So does that mean the whole tree farm, root ball, National Park Service angle was another red herring?
I think Kravitz was framed. I think Lloyd Wilder was totally innocent, too.
And the Latinos who were executed?
Counterparts to Judy Donahue. They were partially in on the plot, but only partially. They played their roles, received their payoff, and then were eliminated.
Okay, so we're back to Fahout Turkakul. How do you want to do this? Weaver will be all over our butts if we get caught messing around with the little Turk.
Like I told you before, I got a wink from Sir James.
So what? That is not going to protect you from Riley Weaver, and you know it.
So we'll bypass Turkakul and take the path slightly less traveled.
Which is Adelphia?
No.
Who then?
He said nothing.
Marissa Friedman is the only one left.
Yes, she is.
But the last time we tried to access her, we got nailed.
That was last time. Now we are forewarned. And she came to see me.
What? When?
Yesterday, here in the hospital.
What did she want?
I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth. She's a lonely woman.
Really?
Chapman looked at him inquiringly. I guess we're all lonely in some way.
All right. So how are we going to do it?
In answer, Stone pulled out his phone and punched in a number. Annabelle, I think it's time you and Caleb had your follow-up meeting with Ms. Friedman. Chapter 74.
It's good to see you again,
said Friedman, as she sat down at the restaurant table. Annabelle and Caleb were already seated across from her.
We said we would be in touch,
Annabelle said bluntly. Caleb said, We are very excited to move this forward with your help. Friedman slid her napkin into her lap.
And I'm excited to get to work on this with you. I've made some preliminary inquiries, and the time is definitely ripe for your project model.
They ate and discussed more points of business. As they left the restaurant, a Mercedes limo swung around the corner. We can give you a ride home, said Caleb.
You don't have to do that. I live out in Virginia.
He took her hand, kissed it. It is no trouble. In fact, it would be my pleasure. Annabelle held the door open. Friedman climbed in. Annabelle shut the door behind her, and the limo sped off. Friedman jerked around and tried the door handle. The door was locked. She noticed a presence to her left and whirled in that direction. A man was staring at her.
What the hell is going on?
Demanded Friedman. She stopped, caught her breath as she focused on him.
Stone.
Stone said, That's my partner up there, Mary Chapman. I'm sure you've been briefed on her, too. He motioned to the driver. Chapman gave a small wave before turning onto the next street.
You're kidnapping me?
No, we're meeting with you. She frowned.
People who want to meet with me usually make an appointment.
We need your help, and wanted to ask for it quietly.
I thought you'd been forbidden by Director Weaver to come near me.
That's why we're asking quietly. Friedman sat back, taking all this in. There was no fear in her eyes.
So Weaver knows nothing about this?
Need to know. And right now, he doesn't need to know.
Interesting theory, considering he runs the country's intelligence services.
As you know, we have great interest in Turkical.
You're not alone in that regard.
You told me you figured out he was a traitor. But when exactly did you learn he was a double agent?
You know, you can tell me that Riley Weaver has filled you in, but that doesn't mean I have to believe it.
People are dying at an alarming clip, he pointed out. She shrugged.
It's a dangerous business.
And we believe that Turkical is at the epicenter of that business. Friedman hesitated.
I wouldn't disagree with that assessment, but...
Chapman spoke up.
And yet he just keeps walking along. No troubles.
Friedman glanced at her and then at Stone.
I follow orders. I might not agree with them all the time, but I follow them.
All the time? Asked Stone.
I wouldn't last long in this line of work if I didn't.
Didn't you learn to exercise some independence in order to get the job done? Friedman crossed her legs and folded her arms over her chest.
Any place in particular where we're going?
Just seeing the city? Having a nice chat?
What do you have in mind?
So you are concerned. She snapped.
Who the hell wouldn't be concerned? A dozen people have died, at least by my count. Snipers, bombers, executions, all on American soil.
So you'll help us?
I can't commit to that. Until I know what your plan is. You know that.
We need Turkical to talk to us.
He'll talk to you, all right, about everything you don't want to know about. He's the most tight-lipped, aggravatingly secretive person I've ever met, and that's saying something.
He's just trying to survive, and you do that by not trusting anyone, said Stone.
Well, then pray tell, how do you propose getting him to talk, because I haven't come close.
With your help, I think we can.
I haven't agreed to anything. By all rights, I should report this contact right away, and if Weaver finds out...
But you won't. She looked at him with a superior expression.
And how do you know that?
Because I can tell you want to get this guy.
I've always wanted to get this guy. But it's the people behind him that my superiors want. I explained that to you. Without them, Turkical isn't worth anything. If it were just Turkical, it wouldn't be a problem. He'd be dead.
Chapman said,
And you're sure if you take him out, it wouldn't help matters? Not in the least. The Russians have a dozen faux Turkicals spread around the globe. And if we show our hand, we blow an opportunity that will likely never come along again. That's been the rub with this whole mission. If we can follow Faout right back to Moscow and show a clear connection between the government there and the Russian drug cartel, then I think even the citizens of Russia would sit up and take notice. The UN certainly would, as well as the rest of the free world. And Russia would have no choice but to back the hell off its grandiose plans to dominate the planet again, using cocaine and heroin as opposed to guns and tanks.
I can see his value more clearly now. You expressed the situation very well, said Stone. She glanced up and their gazes locked. Friedman said,
Would you care to guess how old I am?
Stone appraised her. 35.
Add 10 years to that.
He looked surprised. For such a high-risk profession, you've aged remarkably well.
Outside, perhaps. Inside, it's a different matter.
She gazed at him.
Why do I believe you're in the same boat?
I think I look my age.
Most men your age are fat and bowed. You look like you could do the Marine obstacle course at Quantico without breaking a sweat.
Friedman continued to stare at Stone.
Without breaking a sweat,
she said again. In the rearview mirror, Chapman gazed anxiously between the pair.
So, getting back to the matter at hand,
said Chapman quickly as the two continued to stare at each other. Friedman ignored her and said,
Did I mention that I checked out John Carr's military and CIA career? The most unbelievable parts I found the most believable for some reason.
I did my job, just like you are.
Few people did their job like you did. You're more than a legend, John Carr. You're more like a myth.
I'm actually flesh and blood. That's been very apparent to me from the start. He touched the bandage on his head. And never more apparent than right now.
Your missions and methods were actually taught in the classroom at CIA. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Not by name, of course, or else I would have heard of John Carr much earlier. But I did some digging. 666. Always got a kick out of that name. You never failed.
Sure I did.
Modesty.
Truth.
I don't believe you.
Chapman blurted out.
Okay, we really need to get back to the matter at hand, if you two don't mind.
Stone asked, Will you work with us? I need that commitment before I explain my plan.
You're basically asking me to risk my career over this. If it backfires, I'm gone, with nothing left.
But if we don't stop this, there'll be a lot more gone, won't there? Not just people, maybe a city or two. He paused. Nanobots? The Russians back on the global warpath. And if my plan works, then your goal may be realized too. This entire mess laid at the doorstep of Moscow. She said coolly,
I'm fully aware of the situation.
Then you know the stakes. And I do need your help.
Turkakul spent time in Afghanistan. They like to carve their enemies up there, one slice of skin at a time. And then he'll turn me over to the Russians, and I can't believe they're any better.
I'll protect your life with mine. She looked out the window again. Stone watched as the woman's expression changed continually, until he could tell her mind had been made up. She turned back to him.
I'll help you.
Thank you.
But for the record, you could have just come to me directly, and not stooped to a snatch operation. I think I deserve better than that.
You do, said Stone. You actually do. Chapter 75. A day later, Stone sat in a restaurant overlooking 14th Street. He was dressed in a black jacket, white shirt, and jeans. He had his gun, but not his badge. In his mind, right now the former was critical, and the latter was worthless. In a far corner of the restaurant, with a clear view of the front door, sat Harry Finn, sipping on a glass of ginger ale and casually studying the menu. His 9mm rode in a shoulder holster against his chest. Mary Chapman had the other end of the restaurant. Perched on a bar stool, she sipped on a Coke. Her Walther was in her handbag. 3 guns awaiting their quarry. Stone rose when they entered. Faout Turkakul looked somewhat inconsequential next to the glamorous Friedman. The woman wore a dark pantsuit, and her hair fell around her shoulders. She was a beautiful lady, thought Stone, which in her profession was a good thing. It attracted certain men, and also made such men focus on the woman's physical assets as opposed to what could really hurt them, which was her brain. Stone shook hands with Turkical, and they all sat down. The Turk's gaze roamed the room before falling back on Stone. He took a moment to slide the napkin in his lap before speaking. "I was most surprised when Ms. Friedman asked me to meet with you. I did not presume that you would be in the, the loop," suggested Stone. "Yes. I get around," Stone said vaguely. His gaze pinged off all corners of the restaurant, and he came away satisfied. 2 guards in suits had followed Turkical and Friedman in, and were waiting near the coat check. Friedman had told Stone that the security detail had standing orders that when she was with the man, they were to keep a respectful distance. Riley Weaver's men looked alert, but relaxed. Stone kept out of their line of sight, just in case they recognized him. "And what did you wish to meet about?" asked Turkical. "How are things going with Adelphia?" "We work well together. I am getting my feet wet, so to speak. And Ms. Friedman is a good partner as well."
Fode hopes to make some progress in the next several months,
volunteered Friedman. She stared at Stone, perhaps a beat too long, before breaking off and picking up the menu the waiter had just dropped off. Turkical put up a hand. "These things take time. Americans want everything done yesterday," he chuckled. "We have that reputation, yes," agreed Stone. "But recent events are troubling." Turkical broke off a piece of bread from the basket in the center of the table and bit into it. He brushed the crumbs off the cloth and onto the floor. "You speak of the bomb and such. The death of an FBI agent, the second bombing, the murder of the Park Service man. We have to stop it." Yes. But what does that have to do with me?" "A group in Yemen with known ties to Al-Qaeda has claimed responsibility, so I think it has a lot to do with you. You were tasked with finding the head of that organization." Turkical was already shaking his head. "I told you before that the Yemeni group is unreliable. I do not believe that they are behind the bombing or any of the other criminal acts." "Why?" asked Stone evenly. Turkical held up one finger. "First, they are not sophisticated enough. This sort of long-term planning and execution is not their forte. They will put a bomb in a car and blow it up, but that is all." He held up another finger. "And second, they simply do not have the assets required to do such a mission here. You speak of many deaths, but all through separate incidents. No, it is not them." "Okay, then who do you think it is?" Stone paused and glanced at Friedman. "Your old friend Osama? He certainly has the long-term planning skills, and the assets." Turkical smiled and shook his head. "I think not." "And your reasons?" "He has other, fish to fry." "And what are those fish?" "I am not prepared to say at the moment." Stone sat forward. "I wanted to meet with you, to make a deal of sorts." Turkical looked surprised. He glanced at Friedman before staring back at Stone. "I already have a deal with your government." "I didn't say it was with my government." Turkical looked taken aback. "I do not understand." He gazed again at Friedman when he said this.
"We need to step things up a bit, and I think we now have the intel to do it."
She nodded at Stone. Stone picked up this choreographed tag from the woman and said, "We've discovered that there's a mole." Turkical gazed in surprise at him. "A mole?" He shot Friedman a look. "Where exactly?" "Very close," answered Stone. "We don't have the person's exact identity, but we do know that a significant event is being planned." "But how can you do anything about it if you don't know the person's identity?" Turkical said, with deliberate calm. "That status is very near to changing," said Stone. "For the last month we've had a source that we have been in the process of flipping. That's principally why they brought me on, actually. And that's why I was so interested in your presence, Fode. I can call you Faoud, can't I? Of course, but I don't understand why you would be interested in me in connection with this matter. Stone sat forward and dropped his voice. Do you mind if we carry on this conversation elsewhere? Somewhere more private? Turkical again looked at Friedman, who nodded.
You really need to hear this, Faoud. It's directly connected to you.
The Turk glanced behind him, in the direction of his guards. As Marisa knows, I do not travel alone. It can be arranged, said Stone. How? Turkical asked nervously. It can be arranged, Stone said again. He motioned with his eyes in the direction of Chapman and Finn. They each played their role by nodding nearly imperceptibly back. Can't you tell me here? Turkical asked. Stone sat back. You trust Marisa, and Marisa trusts me, or she wouldn't have brought you here. I do trust her. Then what is the problem? You obviously have never lived in the Middle East. On the contrary, I have. When Stone next spoke, it was in Pashto, then he switched to Farsi. The effect on Turkical was immediate. How do you know these languages? My hair is white. I've been in this business a long time. But you're referring to not trusting anyone because your friend is only a friend until he is your enemy. Precisely. Then I will chance being overheard and tell you why we need you to be involved. Yes? A fatwa has been issued. A private one. A fatwa? Against whom? Against you. Turkical looked stricken. Against me? I do not understand. Someone has found out you're assisting the Americans, Faoud. They want to eliminate that assistance. Turkical's gaze swung between Stone and Friedman. A fatwa? But I am an academic. I am no threat to anyone. Someone has found out what you're really doing. That is clear. The mole I spoke of, his target, it seems, was you. They know of your treachery. This is preposterous. No, our information is rock solid. And you know we've vastly improved our intelligence resources in that part of the world. Who issued the fatwa? Stone said a name, and the man's face turned gray. They are... Yes, and the group they have assigned to execute the fatwa have the reputation of never missing. I won't mention their name, but trust me, you would recognize it. Turkical looked shrunken now, as he fidgeted with his hands. Stone studied him. I know your faith does not allow for the imbibing of alcohol, but perhaps an exception in this case? Then we can talk about what we would like for you to do. Yes, I think. Perhaps some wine, he said quickly. Friedman motioned for a waiter. 10 minutes later, Turkical left with Friedman. After he had gone, Stone and Chapman departed by a rear exit and climbed into a black Escalade with bulletproof windows and armor plating. Well done, Oliver, said a booming voice from the back seat. James McElroy was sitting there. The audio feed was loud and clear. I heard everything. Stone sat back against the leather seat. Well, let's see if the man takes the bait. Chapter 76.
He's on the move,
Agent Ashburn said. She was sitting in the front seat of the SUV wearing a headset. She turned to look at Stone and Chapman.
I hope this works.
If it doesn't, we'll know soon enough, said Stone.
How about his security?
Asked Chapman. They were told to give him an out.
He won't get suspicious.
Their job is to protect him from others, not from himself. He said he was going to bed. They're not expecting him to sneak out, which he just did. A voice came over Ashburn's headset.
Okay, he just got in a cab. He must have called for one from his apartment. He's heading west.
West? Said Stone. Out of the city? Ashburn nodded.
He just crossed the Key Bridge. Okay, he's turning right onto the GW Parkway and heading into Virginia.
She tapped the driver.
Let's roll.
The truck sped off and crossed the river and then hung a right onto the parkway.
Keep back a bit.
Ashburn instructed the driver.
We've got assets all around. There's no way we'll lose him.
Stone did not seem convinced of this. He glanced at Chapman with an uneasy expression. Ashburn looked back.
Riley Weaver gets wind of what we're doing. He will throw a hissy. You know that.
It won't be the first time, replied Stone. He was peering out the windows into the darkness. The GW Parkway was one of the most beautiful stretches of road in the D.C. metro area. There were thick woods on both sides of the asphalt, stone walls lining the road, steep terrain heading down to the Potomac River, and the lighted expanse of Georgetown north of the water. Stone wasn't focused on this aspect of the trip, however. He was watching the distant taillights of the cab that had just now come into view.
He's pulling off,
Ashburn said a minute later.
onto the scenic overlook.
Stone had already seen this. The lights of the cab vanished as it made the turn.
Pull past and then slow down.
Ashburn ordered the driver. She gave this same command into her headset. Stone didn't know how many vehicles the FBI had on the scene, but the Bureau typically brought overwhelming force to any task. However, the mission here was not to arrest Turkoglu and anyone he was meeting with, but to follow the person he was meeting with and hope that trail led them up the chain of command, perhaps all the way to the President of Russia himself.
We've got infrared eyes on the entire scene,
said Ashburn.
He's getting out of the cab and walking over to the wall fronting the park off.
Is there another vehicle there? Asked Stone. I didn't see one when we drove past. Ashburn looked confused and spoke into her headset.
Well, how is he meeting with someone then? Are they flying up here?
She flinched.
A light just came on in the woods near the wall.
Stone said, they could have hiked up from the riverbank.
Quite a hike,
said Ashburn. She spoke into her headset.
Everyone stand by. Do not intervene. Repeat, do not intervene. This is a...
The sound of the shot made them all jump. Stone grabbed the driver's shoulder. Go, go! The SUV whipped around, plowed across the median, and sped back toward the pull-off.
Move in.
Ashburn called into her headset.
All positions move in.
SUVs poured into the parking lot. Stone and Chapman were out of the truck before it even stopped. Stone ran toward the still figure, sprawled on the asphalt. He knelt down next to Turkoglu. Chapman stood next to him. He's dead, said Stone. Exit wound from the front. He was facing the river. That means the shot came from the other side of the road. Ashburn was already screaming instructions at her troops. A pack of agents raced toward the woods on the other side of the road, where the shot had originated. 2 other agents were pulling a terrified cab driver from his ride. Chapman slipped over the wall and looked down.
The light was from a battery-operated lantern with a timer switch,
she said. She rejoined Stone and looked down at Turkoglu.
Could there really have been a fatwa on him?
Stone just shook his head. We got played. Again, he said bitterly.
What happens now?
We're screwed, he muttered. That's what's happening now. We're completely and totally screwed. Chapter 77. There was no one left standing after the NIC chief found out about an unauthorized operation that had cost him his sole asset in the biggest counterintelligence investigation of his brief career as the nation's head spy. If Weaver could have issued a hit on Stone, Chapman, and Ashburn and gotten away with it, he would have. Even Sir James McElroy, who immediately owned up to his part in the fiasco, was not spared. When Stone and Chapman met with him later at the British Embassy, McElroy looked older and frailer than before. The spark that was usually in his eye had receded. Chapman looked crushed at having let the man down. Stone's expression was unfathomable. There were few who could discern the smoldering anger within him. "No leads on the shooter?" asked McElroy quietly, as he held his side tightly. Chapman answered,
None, but By the time the FBI got there, the sniper was long gone. There's a road near the location. Takes a minute for a car to disappear into a dozen different directions.
Well, MI6 has been officially taken off the case, said McElroy. He looked at Chapman. I'm on the next flight out. Care to ride with me? Chapman glanced at Stone, who was looking at the wall, obviously lost in thought.
If I could follow you a bit later, sir, just to wrap up a few things here.
McElroy said, Could you excuse us for a minute, Mary? Chapman shot Stone another look and quickly left the room. When the door closed, Stone focused on the Brit. Quite a cock-up, said McElroy. Quite. I still believe it was worth the effort. The status quo was letting people die left and right. Well, we just added another to that list. Now that Turkical is gone, the matter might be closed. Stone sat down across from him. How so? Turkical was their point man. If so, why kill him? You flushed him out. How did they know I did? McElroy spread his hands. How have these chaps known anything? They just do. My commission has been revoked, said Stone. The president's loyalties have their limits. Not that I can blame him. How about our FBI agent? Ashburn? Couple black marks and a desk job for a while. She was smart enough to get some backing higher up before this all went down. Her landing will be relatively soft, but it's still not what she wanted to happen. Of course not. McElroy patted Stone on the shoulder. It's no use sitting around lamenting about things we can't change. Some missions go according to plan and everyone's happy, and some, unfortunately, don't. Well, I'm not convinced this mission is over yet. It is for us, Oliver. I've been known to buck the system on occasion. Last night was one of those occasions, but I also know when to toss in the towel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted this long. He rose, holding onto the table for support. Stone looked up at him. Maybe it's true. Even though I was the one who said it, I'm not sure I really believed it. What? That I'm not what I once was. None of us are, Oliver. None of us are. After McElroy left, Chapman came back in and sat down next to Stone.
I thought it was a good try for what it's worth. I'd do it again. Better than sitting on our hands looking for somebody else to do something.
Thanks. So what do you have to wrap up over here that you're not flying back with your boss?
I'm not sure. I thought you could tell me.
Stone cocked his head. Not following.
You're not going to just leave it like this, are you?
What else am I supposed to do? I'm officially out of the investigation.
Officially just means technically. And from what I've seen of how you operate, technicalities don't matter much.
I screwed up big time. Weaver is trying to figure out a way to put me behind bars.
Forget him. We still have a case to solve, because I don't think Turkical going down means anything.
Stone now looked interested. What do you mean?
Come on. I was eavesdropping at the door. I heard you tell Sir James that you didn't believe the mission was over.
I don't. I just don't see how much good I can do.
Because you're not what you were.
You really were listening at the keyhole.
Yeah, I really was.
Stone hesitated for a moment and then said, I'm done, Mary. Fly back to London. Get the hell away from me. Right now I'm professional poison. You've got a long career ahead of you. He rose to leave. She snagged his arm.
John Carr would never walk away from this.
No, he wouldn't. But I'm not John Carr. Not anymore. The door closed behind him. Chapter 78. I just came by to say I'm sorry. Stone was standing on the threshold of Marisa Friedman's office in Jackson Place. The woman stared back at him. She was dressed in jeans, a t-shirt, and sandals. Her hair was disheveled, and there was a smudge of dirt on her left cheek. Over her shoulder, Stone could see packing boxes.
Okay,
she said.
But that wasn't necessary. Opt went wrong, heads roll. That's the nature of the beast. I anteed in, and the pot went to someone else.
Unauthorized op, Stone corrected her. Because of me. She shrugged.
Doesn't matter now, does it?
You moving?
Going out of business.
Higher orders?
It was never really my business to begin with. Uncle Sam was footing the bill and keeping all the profits. If I'd really been in business for myself, I'd be retired on a cushy income by now.
She fell silent, and the two stared at each other.
I've got some fresh coffee brewing. You up for a cup?
All right. But I'm a little surprised you're not pulling a gun on me instead.
Believe me, I thought about it.
They sat at her desk. As Stone drank his coffee, he said, "What now?"
What now? Good question. My ticket got pulled.
Stone's mouth fell open. Not permanently,
Yes.
she said quietly.
Faout Turkakul was our only link to what my superiors referred to as the second coming of Stalin, and I lost him.
No, I lost him, and I told Weaver that to his face.
Doesn't matter. I let you take him, same difference. And I didn't get the necessary clearance, principally because it would never have been given.
Stone looked around the office. What will you do now?
Well, I'll spend about the next year of my life writing exit briefs and defending my indefensible actions to a top-secret government panel that will be doing its best to find a way to do more than fire me.
What, prison?
Why not?
Stone put his cup down. You have any options in the private sector? She shook her head.
Damaged goods. All the guys that are hiring people like me used to work on the government side. They need to stay in their good graces. I'm persona non grata.
You have something else to worry about, said Stone. She nodded.
I've been outed. They knew what we were trying to do with Faout. If they know that, they know about me. The Russians will try to kill me if for no other reason than professional satisfaction.
And you have no tail coverage?
None. Agency cut all ties to me as soon as our little bay of pigs came to light. All those years of outstanding service didn't provide me with a sliver of support when things went bad.
She smiled resignedly.
Why should I have expected anything less?
Stone said nothing. He sipped his coffee and watched the woman. She gazed around her office.
You know, as crazy as it sounds, I'm going to miss this place.
Doesn't sound crazy.
I was a spy, but I was also a businesswoman, and I was actually a pretty good lobbyist.
I'm sure you were. She looked at him.
What about you?
What about me?
Come on, I could hear Riley Weaver's screams all the way from Virginia.
Stone shrugged. I was out of the business a long time, so I'll be out of it again. For good this time.
Weaver's going to come after you.
I know that.
He will make your life a living hell.
I know that too.
I'm thinking about going to a deserted island where he and the Russians can't find me.
Is there such a place?
Worth finding out.
That takes money.
I've saved well.
I haven't. She eyed him.
So you want to tag along?
I'm definitely baggage you don't need.
You never know. Us against the world.
I'd probably slow you down.
Something tells me that you wouldn't. 2 old spies on the road?
You're not old, Marissa.
Neither are you, John.
Oliver. She rose and slid over next to him.
Right now, just let it be John.
Why? She kissed him. Stone pulled back in surprise. I just caught
through?
Stone hesitated. I'll think about it. She touched his cheek.
That's all I'm asking, John. I've waited a long time for someone like you. I've lost my career, but maybe I've found something else to replace it.
You could have just about anyone you wanted. Why me?
Because you're just like me.
Chapter 79. Stone woke and looked around. He was in his cottage, lying in his old army cot. He checked his watch. 2 a.m. He got up, showered, scrubbed his skin and hair, especially hard for a reason he couldn't really fathom. He dried off and slipped on his pants, shirt, and shoes. After leaving Marissa Friedman's office, and before coming home, he'd walked for hours, until his legs were sore from smacking into the concrete sidewalks. Then he'd come here, falling asleep almost right away, simply because he was exhausted. He popped 3 Advil, sat on the side of his cot, and waited for the dull ache in his head to subside. 2 concussions in a short period of time. At 20, he could shrug that off. Now he could not. It was all taking its toll. The next one might just do him in. Maybe I can blame all the mistakes on being blown up, twice. His thoughts once more turned to Marissa Friedman. A deserted island. 2 old spies. He touched his lips where she'd kissed him. He couldn't say he hadn't felt something. In fact, she had made it clear that she would go much farther than a kiss. And her offer to leave together. A beautiful woman, an intelligent lady. A woman who had worked in the world he had. At first, Stone had thought it ridiculous. He had only told her he would think about it to appease her. Now maybe he really was thinking about it. What was left for him here? He had his friends, but right now anyone close to him would suffer too. Riley Weaver would see to that. It had all disintegrated with surprising speed. The headache finally weakened, and he put on a jacket, left the cottage, and walked around the familiar grounds of Mount Zion. Even in the dark, he knew where each tombstone was, every path, every tree. He stopped in front of a few graves of the long dead. He would sometimes talk to these folks by name. He never got an answer, but it still helped sometimes, allowed him to think through a particularly difficult problem. And I've got a few of those right now. The slight crack of a stick made him turn and stare down the path.
I take it you never sleep.
Chapman walked toward him. Dark slacks, white blouse, leather jacket. The Walther underneath. Can say the same about you, he said.
Been looking for you?
Why?
You hungry?
Stone hadn't realized how hungry he was until she asked. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd eaten. Yeah, I am.
Me too.
He held up his watch. D.C. is not a late-night town. Everything's closed.
I know a place, all-night restaurant, on the Virginia side.
How?
I'm an insomniac, so I always do a recon for late-night eateries in whatever area I'm in.
Let's go. She drove across the river, taking the GW Parkway and turning off onto Route 123, heading toward Tyson's Corner. There was no traffic, and the lights were all green, so very shortly they were pulling into the Amphora restaurant parking lot in the suburb of Vienna. There were over a dozen other cars there. Stone looked around in surprise. Never knew this was here, and it looks popular. Chapman opened her door and got out.
You should get out more.
She smacked the door closed with her hip. They went in and both ordered breakfast. The coffee and food came fast and was delivered by a white-jacketed and black bow-tied waiter who had astonishing enthusiasm for nearly 3 o'clock in the morning.
Came by to see you earlier. You weren't home.
Stone ate some of his scrambled eggs. I was out.
Out where?
Does it matter?
You tell me.
You have something you want to say it. Chapman swallowed a bite of bacon.
So you're really just giving up? Doesn't sound like the John Carr I've heard about.
I'm getting a little tired of people throwing the name John Carr around like I'm supposed to suddenly put on a cape and solve the world's problems. In case you hadn't noticed, that was a long time ago, and I have enough of my own problems to deal with. Chapman stood.
Well, excuse me. I thought you still gave a shit.
Stone clamped a hand around her wrist and pulled her back down into her seat.
I'll give you a fight if that's what you want.
What I want is a little bit of reason and logic. Hey, buddy! Stone turned to see a large, broad-shouldered man standing next to the table. The man said, "If I were you, I'd leave the lady alone." He put a hand on Stone's shoulder. Chapman glanced quickly at Stone and saw the look in his eye, and then watched as his arms tensed to strike.
It's okay.
She opened her jacket to show her gun, and then held up her badge.
We were just arguing over who was going to pay the check, but thanks for coming to a lady's aid, love.
You sure? Said the man. Stone ripped the man's hand off his shoulder. Yeah, she's sure, love. They finished their meal and drove back to Stone's cottage. Stone made no move to get out of the car. Chapman glanced over at him, but kept silent. Thanks for breakfast, he said.
You're welcome.
A chunk of silence passed as the darkest part of the night drifted past them and the edge of the sky began to lighten. I don't like being beaten, Stone said.
I can understand that. Neither do I. That's why when I start something, I want to finish it. I'm sure you feel that way too.
I didn't have much choice about starting this case.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Tell me, Oliver.
It's complicated.
It's always bloody complicated.
Stone glanced out the window as though he expected to see someone watching. It was my penance, I guess.
Penance? I take it other people suffered because of something you did.
I sincerely hope so, Stone said.
And now that the mission went to hell?
I don't know, Mary. I really don't know what that means for me.
So go out on your terms.
He looked at her. How?
Let's finish the bloody case, that's how.
I'm not sure where to start.
Usually at the beginning is a good spot.
We tried that.
So they expect us to go left, we go right.
We did that last time, and look what happened.
So we just go right a little bit harder and farther. Any ideas on that?
Stone thought for a minute or two, while Chapman continued to watch him. Not really, no.
Well, I've got one. Tom Gross.
The dead can't talk.
Not what I mean.
What then?
Remember when we were sitting in that coffee shop and he told us about being watched?
Yes, so?
So he told us something. He said there was only one person he trusted.
It only took Stone a couple seconds to recall this. His wife, he said.
So I wonder if he trusted her enough to tell her something that could help us.
There's only one way to find out.
So you're back on the hunt?
He took a few moments to answer. Unofficially, which is actually right where I belong. Chapter 80. Chapman phoned the bereaved Alice Gross at 9 a.m. that morning and asked to see her. Stone and Chapman arrived at the modest two-story house in Centerville, Virginia, early in the afternoon. Alice Gross certainly looked like a woman who'd just lost her husband. Her skin was naturally pale, but with a gray pallor lurking just below the surface. Her eyes were red, her hair in disarray. She held a crumpled tissue in one hand and a bottle of water in the other as she led them into her small living room. Stone saw a coloring book on the coffee table, a baseball bat and some cleats in one corner. When his gaze lighted on a photo of the Gross family showing the dead agent with his wife and 4 kids ranging in age from 3 to 14, Stone grimaced and quickly looked away. He glanced at Chapman and saw that she had the same reaction. They sat on the couch while Alice Gross took a chair opposite. Stone said, "Your husband was a terrific agent, Mrs. Gross. We all feel his loss."
Thank you. You know they're holding a memorial service for Tom.
Yes, we heard about that. He certainly deserves it.
He'd be embarrassed about it, though. He never liked to draw attention to himself. Just wasn't his way. He just did his job, didn't care who ended up getting the credit.
Stone had been concerned that Alice Gross had been briefed by the FBI on the exact circumstances of her husband's death, and the role Stone had played in it. But apparently they hadn't done that.
We're doing all we can to catch the people responsible,
added Chapman.
I appreciate that,
sniffled Gross.
He really did care about his job. He worked such long hours.
Stone said, he told me that he'd had some concerns about people watching him. Gross nodded.
His own people. They asked me about that. The Bureau, I mean.
And what did you tell them? Asked Stone. Gross looked confused.
Aren't you with the Bureau?
Stone hesitated. We're working with them. Chapman said,
I'm actually with MI6. Your husband might have mentioned that? Oh, yes, that's right. You're the English woman. Tom talked about you. He thought you were very good. I appreciate that.
Gross drew a short breath.
Well, the Bureau was very upset about that. I mean, about Tom believing his own people were spying on him. I don't think they believed it.
Did you believe it? Asked Stone.
Tom believed it, and that was good enough for me.
She said staunchly.
Brilliant,
said Chapman.
I think you're spot on with that.
Stone leaned forward. Tom told us something about you.
About me?
She said in surprise. Yes. He said the only person he trusted was you. Tears crept into Alice Gross's eyes. She lifted the tissue up and wiped them away.
We were always so close. He loved being an FBI agent, but he loved me more. I know he wasn't supposed to really talk to me about his cases, but he did, and I would give him my opinion, and sometimes I'd turn out to be right. I'm sure you were a great asset to him,
said Chapman. Stone said, since we know he trusted you, did he happen to mention anything to you about this case? Something he was concerned about? Anything you can remember? Gross put her hands in her lap and furrowed her brow.
I can't recall anything specific other than thinking someone was watching him. Nothing,
prompted Chapman.
It might have seemed insignificant at the time, but anything you can remember, no matter how seemingly trivial.
Gross shook her head, but then stopped. She looked up.
He did say something one night.
Stone and Chapman leaned forward. Yes? Said Stone.
That ATF agent that was working with him?
Stephen Garchik? Replied Stone.
Right, the unusual last name. What did he say about him?
Asked Chapman.
Well, it was late, and we were getting ready to go to bed. He was brushing his teeth, and he came out of the bathroom and said that he needed to check on something that Garchik had told him.
Did he say what it was? Gross half closed her eyes, obviously struggling to remember.
Just something he had said about the bomb, what it was made of.
Chapman and Stone looked at each other. Gross continued.
And he also wanted to check out something to do with that nano business.
Stone looked surprised. He told you about the nanobots?
Well, he tried to, but I didn't really understand any of it. Did he think there was a connection between what he wanted to talk to Garchik about and the nanobots? Asked
Chapman.
He didn't say. Just that he needed to check those two things out. That it might be important because of something he remembered. Only he didn't tell me what.
Something he remembered? Mused Stone. Do you know if he followed up on it?
I doubt it.
Why? Her eyes filled with tears.
Because he was killed the next day.
Chapter 81.
So how do we get to Garchik?
Asked Chapman, as they drove away from Gross's house.
We're not official anymore. I'm supposed to be on my way to London, and you...
Right, said Stone. Me. He pulled out his phone. Well, I can always try calling him. He hit the numbers. Chapman said,
If they have him stashed somewhere, he might not answer. Especially if they've told him what happened. We could be off limits.
A voice came on Stone's phone. "Hello, Steve. Agent Stone here. Right. I know you disappeared right off the case. We were worried about you until we got the heads up." Stone paused as Garchik said something. "Well, we'd like to meet with you if that's okay." Garchik said something else. "I understand. But if I could just ask you about something Agent Gross was—" Chapman cut the car to the right and nearly slammed into the curb. Stone was jerked sideways in his seat, and his head would have hit the window glass if he hadn't already been down. Stone looked in front and behind at the vehicles that had boxed them in. The men were already out of the SUVs and striding toward them. Not again, Stone thought. One of the men passed a paper through the window and into Stone's hands. "What's this?" Stone asked. "Congressional subpoena, courtesy of Director Weaver, and if you're really smart, you'll never go near Tom Gross's family again." A few seconds later, the men were gone. Stone looked down at the subpoena. He heard chatter. He realized he'd dropped his phone on the car's floor and snatched it up. "Steve? Right. Sorry about that. Little problem on our end. Look, can you— Hello? Hello?" Stone clicked off. Line went dead. Chapman put the car in gear again.
Weaver's people must have gotten to him too.
Must have.
Now we can't find out what Garchik told Gross.
What if what he told Gross is something he told us too? As far as I know, we were with him pretty much every time he spoke to Garchik.
I can't remember anything critical off the top of my head.
She glanced at the paper.
When do you have to appear?
Stone read through the document. "Tomorrow, before the House Subcommittee on Intelligence."
Not a lot of notice. Can they do that?
Stone read over the document some more. "National security apparently trumps even due process."
Lucky you.
"Yeah," Stone said dryly. "Lucky me."
Do you need a solicitor?
"Probably, but I can't afford one."
Want me to see what Sir James can do?
"I think Sir James is pretty much done with me."
I think he's pretty much done with me too, so is there a silver lining here somewhere?
"We have to start from square one. Go over everything."
Well, I've got extensive notes and the video of the park on my laptop still, and before we fell out of favor, Agent Ashburn provided me with electronic files for a lot of the other video feeds.
"Let's go." They drove to her hotel and set up a mini command center. For the next several hours, they pored over the notes of the case and the video feeds from Chapman's laptop. "Well, one thing's figured out," said Stone, as he stared at the screen. Chapman joined him.
What?
"The homeless woman who poured the bottle of water on the tree and killed it?" He pointed at the screen, showing the image.
What about it? That's one of the few things we can be reasonably sure about.
Stone hit some keys and zoomed in on the image of the woman. "I was puzzled that they'd bring someone in for such a minimal task."
It wasn't minimal. It was the catalyst that set everything else in motion.
"I wasn't talking about poisoning the tree. I meant Judy Donahue. Why bring her in just to lie about Sykes and increase our suspicion of him? They could have come at it some other way. Now I know."
I'm not following.
"Look at the back of the woman's hand." Chapman hit some keys and zoomed into the image even more. "Her hand is pretty dirty, but if you look at the bottom right," Chapman gasped.
That's a bird's foot. The tattoo Donahue had on her hand. What was it? The Western Meadowlark? She was the homeless woman in disguise.
"They used her for that, and then got her to try and implicate Sykes. I don't think her bosses cared whether she succeeded or not. Sykes was a dead man, and they always intended to kill her, too." Chapman sat back down and went over some notes.
You know, Garchik said that bombers like to do trial runs to make sure their equipment is working properly.
But usually they'll do it in some place inconspicuous, at least to the extent you can be inconspicuous when you're setting off a bomb.
And Lafayette Park is hardly inconspicuous, which means it wasn't a trial run. It was the mission, albeit part of a larger one.
Stone looked thoughtful. "Right. The bombing at Lafayette had to take place in order for some other event to occur.
We have that list of upcoming events at the park.
I don't think the answer lies there.
I agree. They won't know where the event is going to be, or if they're even going to hold it now. Way too iffy.
Right. She said,
The nanobot thing that has everyone's knickers in a knot. They occur at the molecular level, which means they can get into anything.
and they apparently can be manufactured into just about any bio or chemical contagion. Synthetic plague or anthrax or ricin maybe, in large quantities.
But again, you load all that into a root ball in a tree across from the bloody White House with a bomb attached, and you don't put the plague or another deadly microbe on it. Makes no sense.
It's never made any sense, agreed Stone. At least it doesn't the way we've been looking at it. Chapman perked up.
Maybe we go back to where it all started.
You mean Lafayette Park?
Let's call it for what it is, Hell's Corner. In fact, I can't think of it any other way now. Might have known.
What do you mean?
It's named after a bloody Frenchman.
Chapter 82. They walked over every inch of the park for several hours. Stone and Chapman tried to look at things in a new light, but it always resulted in old conclusions. Old and wrong conclusions. Stone was actually a little surprised that no one came over and asked what they were doing here, or else simply escorted them out of the park. But apparently Riley Weaver could not be burdened with such insignificant details. Stone figured he was probably right now at NIC headquarters, going over with his own legal staff and that of the congressional committee members on how best to crucify him. Stone paced the park again and again, looking at things from every angle he could think of. Chapman was doing the same thing on the other side of the park. They had passed each other several times during this exercise. At first their expressions had been hopeful, but now there was no hope left in either of their faces. Stone looked at the government building where the shots had come from, and then at the Hay Adams Hotel from where they had been meant to believe the shots had come. Then he looked at the places where the 4 people in the park had been that night, and his mind's eye he walked, or in some instances ran them through their paces. Friedman and Turkical sitting and standing respectively, and then walking away. Padilla running for his life. The British security guard shadowing Stone and ending up losing a tooth. The explosion. Stone being blown off his feet. Now Turkical and Padilla were dead. Friedman was disgraced and unemployed. The British agent long since gone home. He had never even known the man's name. He probably should have questioned the fellow directly, but what could he really have added to the account? He stopped a short distance from Marissa Friedman's office, or former office, in Jackson Place. Staring at the front of the old townhouse, Stone recalled his last encounter there with her. It could have gone very differently, if he'd been willing, and right now he was wondering why he hadn't been willing.
Got something?
He turned to see Chapman staring at him. She looked over at the building, and then at him. Friedman's career in the intelligence field is over, he said. Thanks to me.
She's a big girl. Nobody made her agree to go along.
She actually didn't have much of a choice.
Everyone has choices. You make them and then you live with the consequences.
She paused.
Do you plan to see her again?
Stone shot her a glance. What do you mean?
The last time we were together with her, it doesn't take a genius to see.
To see what? She turned away, directing her attention to the hole in the ground where the bomb had gone off, starting their collective nightmare. I don't plan on seeing her again, no, said Stone. He seemed surprised by this sudden decision. Where did that come from, he thought. Instinct? Chapman turned back around.
I think that's wise.
As it started to get dark, Stone and Chapman drove back to his cottage. They sat in the car by the wrought iron gates for a few minutes.
I'll come with you tomorrow, if just for moral support.
No, Stone said decisively. That would not be good for your career.
What career?
He looked at her. What do you mean?
Friedman wasn't the only one who lost her career. I got a notice from the Home Office yesterday. I'm basically being ordered to resign from MI6.
Stone looked anguished. I'm sorry, Mary. She shrugged.
Probably time to try something else. After this cock-up, I figure things can only go up.
Can't McElroy help you?
No, he's taken his lumps too over this. It's out of his hands.
She looked around.
I had to leave the British Embassy, and my credit card has been revoked. I've got passage back on an American military cargo plane leaving for London tomorrow night.
I would advise you to be on it. She looked up at the cottage.
Mind if I crash at your place for tonight?
All right, said Stone.
And shouldn't you prepare for the hearing tomorrow? I can help.
I just plan on telling the truth. If I try and prepare, it'll just make things more complicated.
They're going to come after you with everything they have.
I know.
You think you'll come out okay?
I doubt it. They rose the next morning early and took turns showering. Stone put on his only suit. Then they had breakfast at the same outlet servicing the construction workers. Stone threw away his meal wrapper, finished off his coffee, and checked his watch. It's time, he said.
I'm coming,
replied Chapman. You're not on the subpoena. They won't let you in.
Then I'll wait outside.
You don't have to do this.
Yes, I do, Oliver. I really do.
The hearing was to be conducted in the secure hearing room of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. It was in an underground room beneath the U.S. Capitol Rotunda and accessed by a secret elevator. They grabbed a cab and then got out and made their way toward the main entrance.
Did you get any sleep?
I actually slept remarkably well. I'm getting used to my desk chair.
I didn't.
My cot is an acquired taste, I'm afraid.
Yeah, next time I try it, I'll have to be drunk. Slept like a baby that time. Do you know what you're going to say?
I told you. The truth.
But you need some plan, some strategy, and not just the bloody truth. Lawyers can twist that all around.
What do you suggest?
That you were doing your best. You took a calculated risk based on conditions on the ground. 12 people had died. The investigation was getting nowhere. You had to try something. The FBI and MI6 signed off on it. The only one whose feelings are hurt is Riley Weaver, and he had produced exactly nothing on the case. And they asked you to come back to work for them. You were doing the best you could under difficult circumstances, and before the hearing even starts, I'd pull the government lawyer aside and mention that there are lots of things you can tell the committee that Weaver won't want them to hear.
Such as?
Such as NIC withholding critical evidence from the FBI on an international terrorism case. Remember the video from the park? And it also wouldn't hurt to remind him that your president was, or maybe still is, on your side.
So the reason you didn't get any sleep last night was because you were up thinking about all this?
I didn't want you to go in there and get ambushed. You don't deserve that.
Thank you. I think I'll take your advice. Chapman noted all the uniformed security.
Pretty tight around here.
Well, this area is on every terrorist's wish list. They were walking up the steps leading into the building when a uniformed guard strolled by with his black lab bomb detection canine. The dog sniffed around Stone's and Chapman's ankles and then proceeded on. At least that's one sure thing in an uncertain world, remarked Stone.
Right. What did Garchik say? The dogs can detect 19,000 types of explosive material.
And also that there's not even a machine sophisticated enough to measure how powerful a dog's nose is. Stone froze. Chapman looked at him. She was holding open the door for him.
You okay?
Stone didn't answer. He turned and ran in the other direction. Chapman called after him.
What the hell are you doing?
She let go of the door and ran after him. The police frowned on sudden movement at this location, and people running away were even more frowned on. However, Stone was across the street with Chapman right on his heels before any of the uniforms could react. She caught up to him and grabbed his arm.
I didn't figure you to chicken out on your hearing. Better to just get it over with.
It's not the hearing, Mary.
What then?
It's the dogs.
What about them?
Stone started to sprint. She ran after him.
Where are we going?
To where it all began.
We already did that.
It'll be different this time. Trust me. Chapter 83. Stone closed his eyes and sent his mind back to that night. For the second time in 24 hours, he assembled the pieces in his head, but this time the images were even more vivid. He realized this would be his last chance. First up, Friedman on the bench, dozing clearly and then chatting with her fake lover on the phone. Then, Alfredo Padilla in his jogging suit and iPod, walking into the park from the northeast. Next, there was Faout Turkakul, lurking on the northwest side of the park, examining a statue and actually waiting to meet with Friedman. Finally, Stone recalled his exact steps in the park, hearing the motorcade coming, starting to walk through the park, looking at the other people there. The British security agent in the cami jacket and seemingly walking in quicksand. He was behind Stone when the gunfire started. Now Stone opened his eyes and stared north, toward the Hay Adams Hotel, and then beyond it, up floor after floor, until they reached the location of the shooters. U.S. Government Building. Didn't know how they got in, but they did. Hay Adams was the red herring. They wanted Stone to stumble on things that appeared to be the truth, yet weren't. But they hadn't wanted him to find the U.S. Government Building connection. He'd unconsciously gone right instead of the left they had expected. That was why an attempt had been made to kill him and Chapman soon afterwards. Which also meant they were always watching. Now Stone closed his eyes again, and envisioned the first bullet hitting several feet to his left. Then more rounds pounding the dirt, pings and zings everywhere. He dropped to his belly. The Brit behind him had done the same. Friedman and Turkakul had already gone from the park. Padilla began the slow zigzag run for his life and ended up in the tree hole. Boom! Stone opened his eyes again and looked over at Chapman, who'd been standing there staring at him the whole time, her arms folded over her chest.
Can they arrest you for not showing up for the hearing?
Probably, said Stone, in a clearly uninterested tone. All the shots were on the western side of the park, he said.
Right, you mentioned that all the white tents were on the left side, but didn't explain what you meant by it.
That's because I didn't know what it meant. But why? Why were all the shots on that side? In response, Chapman pointed to the government building.
Just the location of the shooter. It was a clear field of fire from there. They could see over the trees.
They could see over the trees on the right side, too. They could fire through the tree canopy, for that matter. Why did they need a clear field of fire? They obviously weren't aiming at anyone. Chapman started to say something, and then stopped. But that's not the most important question, he said.
Okay, what is the most important question?
What was the test? She looked confused.
What test?
I think I know what Tom Gross was going to ask Steve Garchik. Garchik said, bombers like to test their equipment to make sure it works. I think Lafayette Park was the test, but what was tested? We originally thought the bomb was meant for another time, another event, but it was accidentally triggered. Then we thought it might not have been a test run, but those two hypotheses are incompatible. It's either one or the other, not both. Chapman started to say something again, but once more stopped. A test run? Like Garchik said, the bomb part always works. It's the connections that fail. But would you risk detonating in Lafayette Park just to test your connections?
No. They went to way too much trouble.
That's right. Way too much trouble.
So what then? You mentioned it was about the dogs. I'm assuming you meant the bomb sniffers.
I did. Where's your laptop? Chapman pulled open her bag and slid it out. They walked over to a bench and sat down. "Bring up the video from the night of the bombing," he instructed. She did so. "Run the feed that happened before the gunfire started." Chapman pushed some keys and brought that image up. "Hold it right there." She hit the pause button. Stone rose and pointed to the northeast corner of the park. Padilla entered the park at that spot. Chapman glanced down at the screen and then at where he was pointing.
"That's right."
"Why that spot?"
"Why not that spot?"
"There are lots of places to enter the park. Remember, Carmen Escalante said that her uncle was going to eat at a favorite restaurant on 16th Street. That's on the west side of the White House, not the east. If he were walking from 16th Street, he would have reached the west side of the park first, not the east. So why did he come in on the east side?"
"Maybe he went somewhere else. We never followed up on the restaurant where he actually ate, or maybe he did eat there and then went somewhere else for a drink that was on the east side of the park."
"Or maybe," Stone said, as he pointed at the screen, "or maybe he had to enter the park on the east side because of that." Chapman looked where his finger was.
"Because that's where the police were stationed, you mean?"
"No, because that's where the bomb dog was stationed. Run the video." Chapman hit the play button. Padilla walked within a foot of the dog. In fact, it seemed as though he went out of his way to walk near the dog.
"But why would that matter? The dog didn't do anything."
"You're a Brit. You ever read the Sherlock Holmes story entitled Silver Blaze?"
"Sorry, never got around to those."
Well, in that story, Holmes was able to make much of the fact of the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime.
"Why, what did the dog do?"
Absolutely nothing. And as Holmes pointed out, that was the curious incident.
"You're only making me more confused."
The test, Mary, was to walk past that dog and not have it react, to have it do nothing, in fact. It took a moment, but the look on Chapman's face turned to astonishment.
"Are you saying that the bomb was on Padilla and not in the root ball?"
"Yes. A pound or two of Semtex would have caused the damage that occurred. He could have easily had that on his person somewhere."
"But the leather bits from the basketball?"
"There was never any basketball. He had the leather bits already in his pocket. The tree farm, George Sykes, the hoop, John Kravitz, all were misdirection." He added, "Carefully researched misdirection. They knew about Kravitz's past, probably the reason they picked him and that tree farm." He looked to the office building where the shots had come from. "And that explains why the gunfire was only on the left or west side. They couldn't chance hitting Padilla. If the dog were on the right side, Padilla would have walked past it and then made his way to the east side of the park, because that's where the hole was, which was the other critical piece."
"Are you saying he threw himself in that hole and then blew himself up?"
The only plausible reason for him to run and throw himself in the hole in the first place was because it seemed that he was running for his life. The hole was in essence his foxhole. The gunfire was the catalyst. He would have no other reason to do it. That was why they needed to have the gunfire, to give him a reason to run and jump in that hole. Otherwise, if he simply detonated above ground, we would all know the source of the explosive. Diving in the tree hole made us all look at the maple as being the source, and then we traced it back and discovered all the evidence that was planted for us to find."
"But hang on, Garchik said that dogs could never be fooled. How could Padilla get past the dog with a bomb on his person?"
Garchik already told us. That was probably the other thing Gross wanted to ask him. What did Garchik tell us about smells?
"That you couldn't cover them up from a dog."
And he also said that smells were molecular. That's the reason nothing can contain them. That's why dogs can sniff out things locked in steel containers, covered in smelly fish, and wrapped in miles of plastic.
"Right.
And what did we learn about nanobots?"
"That they're nasty buggers."
She paused, her jaw slowly descending.
"And that they're molecular too."
Exactly. They're molecular too.
"Are you saying that they use the nanobots to create a new type of explosive?" The 19,000th and first, if you will?
No, the ATF apparently found the usual type of explosive debris. Nothing revolutionary at all, which makes the whole thing even more brilliant. They use the nanobots to molecularly change the smell that traditional explosive materials give off. They would still make the thing go boom, but they wouldn't smell like anything the dogs have been trained to ferret out. That's how Padilla got past the dog. That was the test. Get past the dog's nose with a bomb strapped right to your person. And they did it.
But why would he do it? He's not Russian. He's from Mexico.
Mary, where was all the evidence we found pointing to the Russians?
The gun and the funny language being spoken, and...
She stopped.
It was all fabricated to make it look like the Russians were involved.
Yes.
But he blew himself up. Why? What reason would he have? You said it yourself. They penetrated the most guarded space on Earth for no reason.
No. They did it for a reason. A very good one. Let's go.
Where?
To see Carmen Escalante. And let's get there before they kill her, too. Chapter 84. No one answered the knocks at Carmen Escalante's home. Chapman backed away from the front door and eyed the windows.
Do you think she's gone for good, or someone's taken her?
Stone peered through the window on the left side of the door. The place still looks lived in. She might have just gone somewhere.
So Padilla blew himself up. Why?
That's why I'm here. To ask Carmen if she might know why.
So you think she's in on it?
Stone didn't answer right away. Principally because he didn't know how to answer. I don't think so, but there's no guarantee.
But if she's not in on it, she won't be able to help us.
Not necessarily. Stone moved around to the rear of the house, and Chapman followed.
What do you mean?
Now we know, or at least strongly suspect, Padilla was the bomber. We can ask her questions we couldn't before. If she's involved, we'll know pretty quickly. Then we can take her into custody and question her officially. If she's not involved, she may be able to tell us something helpful. Something her uncle mentioned. Something she overheard. Visitors he might have had here. Stone tried the back door, but it was locked. Chapman put her face to the rear window and looked inside.
Nothing. But she could be lying dead and out of sight. Do we break in?
Stone already had 2 slender instruments out of his pocket. It's a deadbolt. It'll take a little time. Chapman put her elbow through the glass, reached through the broken pane, and turned the lock.
My way's quicker.
Stone slowly put away his lockpick tools. You break and enter a lot in your line of work?
Only when I'm bored.
They passed through the door and into the small kitchen.
Food in the fridge and dirty plates in the sink,
said Chapman as she looked around. Stone looked at the dried food. Breakfast, probably from today. Guns out, they moved into the hall and quickly searched the main level.
Okay, no bodies on this floor. Let's try upstairs.
A 2-minute search there turned up nothing. Chapman flicked through the clothes in the young woman's closet.
Some nice things in here. Maybe she got paid off. That story about donations might have been bullshit.
Stone pointed to the set of braces in the corner. How can she be out without those? Chapman examined them.
These are her old ones. Remember, she said she was getting a new pair?
Stone looked around the room. Okay, Padilla was involved. We have the Latinos in Pennsylvania involved.
And they're dead, too. Whoever their employer is, he's not too loyal.
Or he simply demands the ultimate sacrifice from his people. They went back downstairs.
Do we wait for her to come back?
Stone shook his head. I've got a feeling this place is being watched, so they know we're interested in her again.
Which means we might have just signed her death warrant, you mean?
If we could only find out where she's gone. They went out the back door and walked around to the front. Stone looked up and down the street.
It seems this might be a neighborhood where some nice old lady might be peering out her window to see what's going on.
Good idea. You take this side of the street, and I'll take the other." At the fourth house Chapman tried, a tiny black woman in her 70s with white hair answered the door.
"Saw you poking around. About to call the police, but then it struck me you might be the police. Not too many folks look like you wandering around here."
Chapman showed her badge and called Stone over.
"This is my partner. We're trying to find out where Carmen Escalante is. She's the woman with the braces whose uncle—"
The woman cut her off.
"I watch the news. I've seen Carmen around. But she's not home now."
"Any idea where she might be?" asked Stone.
"Left around 9 this morning. They come for her in the big black truck."
Stone and Chapman exchanged glances.
"Who came for her?" "Government folks. You know, in suits and such, with sunglasses. She's got some memorial service to go to today."
She paused and eyed them suspiciously.
"Don't you two watch the news?"
Stone said, "Do you know where the memorial service is being held?"
"You don't know that. Maybe you ain't the police."
"We are the police," insisted Stone. "Do you know where the memorial service is being held?" he asked again, in a more urgent tone.
"Why don't you just call into headquarters or some such and find out?"
She closed the door in their faces. Stone pulled out his phone as they hustled back to the car.
"Oliver, what is going on?"
"We talked about how the bomb going off would cause events to be moved elsewhere, away from the park."
"Right, but that got us nowhere."
"That's because it's not an event that was scheduled that they're going to hit." Chapman sucked in a breath and said,
"They created the event that they're going to hit. The bombing led to the memorial service."
"With the U.S. President and the President of Mexico in attendance." As Chapman drove, Stone called everyone he could think of. "No one's answering."
"Caller ID. They know it's you and aren't picking up. Should we just call the police?"
"And tell them what? I'm Oliver Stone. I used to work for the government before I got sacked for screwing up. There's a bomb at the memorial service. Go get it. They'll hang up on me before I even finish." They stopped at a traffic light, and Chapman glanced to her left.
"Look."
They were next to a bar. Through the window there was visible a TV hanging from the ceiling. It was turned to a news channel, and on the screen was the memorial service being broadcast live. Stone read the scroll line at the bottom. "It's Arlington National Cemetery."
"Point the way."
"Wait a minute," Stone snapped. He was staring at the TV screen as the camera panned the area. "That's Alex," he exclaimed. Chapman turned to look. Sure enough, there was Alex Ford at the ceremony, obviously on protection duty for the president.
"Hold on. Even if you get through to him, you don't know where the bomb is located."
"I think I do know." Chapman punched the gas while Stone fingered in the number, praying that his friend would answer. Chapter 85. Alex Ford stoically surveyed the surroundings even as he felt the buzzing in his pocket. He ignored it. No calls or emails on protection duty. They set the ringer to vibrate when around the president, and the texting function had been taken away from their phones altogether. He should have just turned his phone off. He eyed the guests coming through the magnetometer. But before they got there, they had to pass through a series of checkpoints and bag searches. His gaze swiveled to the bomb detection dogs that were examining every person coming to the event. After the explosion in Lafayette Park, the dogs were everywhere and constituted their best line of defense. His phone buzzed again. He ignored it again. If his boss saw him on the phone when he was supposed to have eyes on possible threats, it would not be a pleasant day for him. In fact, it would probably be his last day on protection detail. He eyed the president as he took his seat in the front row. The Mexican president sat down to his left. There were 2 chairs in between the leaders. Alex watched as Carmen Escalante was escorted down the aisle, her new braces making virtually no noise when they plunked against the soft earth. Alice Gross dressed all in black, with a veil covering her face, walked behind Escalante. Gross's 4 children were sitting in the row immediately behind the U.S. president. The 2 presidents rose as Escalante and Gross came down the row. Each man spoke a few words of condolence to the women, and then everyone took their seats. Alex said a small curse as the phone buzzed yet again. He could tell by the tone that this time an email had been posted to his account. He looked around, spotting each member of the protection detail. They were just like him. Impassive features, shades, earbuds, rigid, hands in front, staring, sweeping, trying to ferret out even the possibility of a threat before it could turn into something else, like a bullet or a bomb. His phone buzzed again. He cursed again, a bit more audibly. He looked around. He could manage it if he took his time. He edged his hand in his pants pocket, slid the phone slowly upward until just the screen appeared. He thumbed his email icon. Great, he muttered, when he saw 2 new ones, delivered less than a minute apart. Then he saw whom the messages were from. Oliver Stone. He glanced up to make sure no one was watching him. He looked down again, pushed a couple of buttons. He edged the phone out a little more. He was able to see the screen. The messages popped up. They were each the same. By the time he finished reading one of them, the blood had drained from his face and he felt queasy. His fingers hit 2 keys, O and K. He hit the send key and let the phone fall back in his pocket. He took a long breath as his gaze slid back to the president, the man he was sworn to protect. He had taken an oath, just like all Secret Service agents, that he would sacrifice his life for this man. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead and slid down his face. If his friend was wrong, if he acted and it turned out to be a mistake, his career was probably over. Not because Alex had tried to protect the president, but because he had acted on the intelligence provided by a now disgraced field agent. Yet sometimes, Alex concluded, you just had to trust your friends, and he did trust Oliver Stone like he did no one else. He spoke into his radio, relaying word for word what he had just learned, leaving out only the source. Then he added the warning that Stone had provided in his text. It's probably that it will be a remote detonation. Any sudden moves on our part, and the bomb goes off. We need a distraction or some cover to do this. His supervisor's voice came through his earbud. Ford, are you damn sure about this? Alex's gut clenched as he replied. Even if I were half sure, we can't take a risk, sir, can we? He heard the man let out a long, tortured breath. He was no doubt doing what Alex had just done. Namely, contemplate what this might do to his career if it turned out to be wrong. God help us all, Ford. Yes, sir. 1 minute later, the plan was sent across the secure line to every agent. Alex checked his watch. 60 seconds. He did his best to look calm and professional. Whoever was behind this could easily see where all the agents were. Any hint of something wrong and the bomb could go off. Since this had all been at Alex's initiation, he had been given the honor of performing the ultimate task. He steeled himself. A routine protection detail had just turned into something else. Something all agents had to prepare for, and hoped with all their hearts they would never have to face. Alex counted down the seconds, his gaze moving across the rows of guests, but always flitting back to the president. At the 30-second mark in the 1-minute countdown, he started to move. He made his way down the side of the seating areas, as though he were simply doing a perimeter patrol. To his left, a pair of agents walked down the other aisle. The plan had been put together on the fly, of course, and they all had to hope it was good enough. Alex eyed the large crypt immediately behind the temporary stage set up for the ceremony. He took another quick breath, trying to keep the adrenaline from ruining his motor skills. 20-second mark. Alex picked up his pace. He was nearing the row where the president was sitting, but his eyes weren't on the man. They were on someone else. At the 10-second mark, it happened. With a yell, a woman who'd been walking down the aisle to her seat clutched her chest and fell to the ground. A crush of people immediately surrounded her. The spot of her collapse had been carefully planned. She was, in fact, a Secret Service agent, held in reserve who had been hustled into duty just so she could collapse on cue, right next to the president's row. The crowd of people gathered around her allowed the inner core protection detail to build a wall around the president, which was normal procedure and would arouse no suspicion. They could do nothing if the bomber decided to detonate at this point, but they didn't have much choice. There was one gap in this wall, and Alex ducked through it by prearrangement. Several agents glanced at him, their jaws locked in both concentration and concern, but Alex's focus was only on his target. Carmen Escalante looked frightened. That was a bit reassuring to Alex. If she wasn't the bomber, they might all survive. If she were the bomber, she would surely detonate in the next 2 seconds.
Ow! Ow!
Carmen screamed as he ripped the braces from her arms, but her screams were drowned by the agents yelling out instructions to each other while securing the president and the crowd reacting to this latest development. Like a rugby player exiting a scrum, Alex emerged from the wall of agents, the braces partly hidden under his jacket. He walked at first, and then when fairly clear of the president's immediate area, he broke into a run. He pushed his way past people in his path, cleared the stage area, pulled the braces from underneath his jacket, wound up, and threw them as hard as he could. His target was the area behind the large crypt, which was the best shield they had. Without looking behind him, he knew his colleagues were carrying the president as fast as possible in the opposite direction, running over people if necessary. Unfortunately, the braces never reached the area behind the crypt. The concussive force of the bomb detonating in midair was enough to collapse the stage. Smoke, dirt, and flames hurtled outward from the bomb seat, engulfing the first few rows of seats, which by that time had been emptied. People screamed and ran as debris rained down. The president was already in his limo, and the motorcade had screeched off down the asphalt road out of the cemetery. Mission accomplished. That life had not ended. Not today. Not on their watch. Miraculously, no one in the crowd was seriously injured. Mostly bumps and bruises, a few broken limbs, smoke inhalation, and a few minor burns. The Secret Service agents confirmed all this and then turned their attention to one of their own. The agents converged on the man lying near the destroyed stage. Their focus shifted to the bloodied head, the piece of granite sticking into it. "Ambulance over here now!" one of them screamed. Alex Ford had done his duty. He had saved the life of the President of the United States, at perhaps the cost of his own. Chapter 86. Oliver Stone sat in the waiting room of the hospital, the other members of the Camel Club and Mary Chapman surrounding him. No one spoke. They all stared off, contemplating the possible loss of another friend. Annabelle's eyes were a dull red, her face puffy, and a tissue clutched in her hand. Caleb and Reuben, his arm and leg bandaged, sat huddled together, heads bowed. Harry Finn leaned against the wall next to the door. He hadn't known Alex Ford as well as the others, but he had known him well enough to be deeply distressed by what had happened to the man. Alex was in intensive care after emergency surgery. The doctor said the head trauma had been severe. His skull, fractured by the chunk of crypt, blasted off by the explosion. The hemorrhaging had nearly killed him. As it was, he was now in a coma, and not one of the doctors could tell them if he would ever come out of it. Stone went to each of his friends, speaking in a low voice, offering words of comfort. When he got to Annabelle, she rose and went outside. Stone started to follow her. Chapman snagged him by the arm.
"Maybe she needs some time alone."
"Right now, that's the last thing she needs," he answered, as he pulled the door open and left the waiting room. He caught up to Annabelle as she reached a window and looked out at the setting sun.
I really can't believe this, Oliver,
she said in a trembling voice.
Wake me up and tell me this is not real.
But he's still with us. He's tough. We just have to keep believing that he will come out of this. She sat down in a chair. Stone stood next to her. When she started to cry, he handed her a wad of tissues he'd grabbed before following her. When the sobs subsided, she looked up at him.
The doctors didn't seem very optimistic.
Doctors never do. Their job is to dampen hopes, not heighten expectations. Then if the patient comes out of it, they look more competent than they actually are. But they don't know Alex like we do.
He's a hero, as brave as anyone I've ever met.
Yes, agreed Stone.
So you emailed him, told him about the bomb?
Stone nodded, and with each motion of his head, his guilt deepened. I emailed him. I made him confront the problem. I'm the reason he's lying in that coma. He sat down next to her. I wasn't very forthcoming with Alex during this whole thing. He thought back to when he and Chapman were leaving Friedman's office that night. Alex had approached, obviously wanted to talk. And I basically blew him off, he thought, and now he's lying in a coma. While putting on a brave front to Annabelle, Stone had had a private chat with the doctors. They were not hopeful of recovery. Is there brain damage? Stone had asked. Too early to tell, replied one of them. We're just trying to keep him alive.
Oliver.
He turned to see Annabelle staring at him.
What were you thinking just now?
That I failed my friend. That he deserved better than me.
If you hadn't gotten that message to him, the bomb would have gone off. So many people would have died, probably including Alex.
The logical part of my mind realizes that. He touched his chest. But not this part. He paused. Milton, and now Alex. It has to stop, Annabelle. It has to.
We all knew what we were getting into.
No, I don't think anyone really knew. But it doesn't matter.
I want to find who did this, Oliver. I want them to pay for what they did.
They will, Annabelle. That I swear to you. She glanced sharply at him.
You're going after them?
It'll either be me or them who walks away. I owe Alex that. I at least owe him that. Stone looked off down the hallway. He seemed to sense it before it even happened. Annabelle noted this.
What is it?
They're coming.
Who's coming?
He helped her to her feet and hugged her. I promise you that I will find who did this. I promise you.
You can't do it alone, Oliver.
This time, I have to. When he stepped back from her, there were tears in his eyes. They slid down his narrow cheeks. Annabelle looked stunned by this. She had never seen Oliver Stone cry before.
Oliver.
He kissed her on the forehead, turned and walked away, just as the men in suits rounded the corner and headed toward him. Chapter 87. 2 minutes later, Stone and Chapman were in a government sedan, heading downtown. From the car, they were escorted to a small conference room at the FBI's WFO. Stone was not surprised to see the FBI director there, or Agent Ashburn, or even Agent Garchick and the director of ATF. But he was surprised to see Riley Weaver walk in and sit down next to the FBI chief. I've already given my report to Agent Ashburn, Stone said. I'm aware that you and Agent Ford are friends, began the director, who had clearly picked up on Stone's uncooperative tone. One of my best friends, actually, replied Stone. Ashburn interjected.
We just need to understand this better, Agent Stone.
I'm no longer an agent. He glanced at Riley Weaver. My commission was taken away. The FBI director cleared his throat. Yes, well, that can be addressed later. Right now, we need to focus on where we stand. Stone made no move to speak, He simply stared at Weaver until the man looked so uncomfortable that he eyed the door as though he wanted to flee. Finally, Chapman said,
"I'll give it a go. If I miss something, I'm sure Agent Stone will fill it in."
Over the next 20 minutes, she told them everything that had happened, from Stone's realization of the source of the bomb, to their visit to Escalante's home, to Stone's frantic messages to Alex Ford. "Nifty piece of investigation and deduction, Stone," said the FBI director, as Ashburn nodded in agreement. The director added, "If you hadn't acted as you did, the nation would be mourning its president. You saved his life. You have Alex Ford to thank for that, not me." "We all realize that," said Weaver curtly. Stone eyed him. "Good. I'm glad we're all on the same page there." When the explanation turned to the nanobots being used to change the molecular makeup of the bomb's traditional sense, both the ATF director and Agent Garchik looked like they might be sick. "If that's true, it changes everything," Garchik said. "Everything." He looked at his director, who was glumly nodding in agreement. "We could always count on the dogs," said Garchik. "Always." Weaver looked at the FBI director. "And we're sure this is the case?"
"Carmen Escalante passed by 2 bomb detection canines at the ceremony today,"
said Ashburn.
"Neither animal made a sound."
"And we checked the video feed on Padilla entering the park. Same thing. Walked within a foot of the dog and nothing," added the ATF director. "Whatever they did with this nano stuff, it worked." The FBI director cleared his throat again. "That will have to be dealt with, certainly. But right now, we need to find out who is behind this." Chapman said,
"You've interviewed Carmen Escalante." "Interrogated her, more like it,"
replied Ashburn.
"Unless she's a great actress, she was a total dupe. She knew nothing of the bomb in her braces."
"Perfect place for it, actually," said the director. "Going through the magnetometer, they of course caused it to go off, but they're metal. And we didn't have her put them through the X-ray for obvious reasons."
"Probably lead-lined anyway,"
said Ashburn.
"to hide the bomb." "But Padilla was part of the bombing,"
said Chapman.
"Even if Escalante is innocent, I can't believe the guy would show up at the park wearing a bomb, pass by the canine to see if it detected said bomb, and then jump in the hole when the gun started going off. He had to know he was going to die." "We've done a lot more digging on him,"
said Ashburn.
"The accident on the bus that led to the deaths of Carmen's parents and her leg injuries? The bus was actually sabotaged. Now we suspect that Carmen's father used to work for one of the Mexican drug cartels. He might have wanted out. They didn't like that, so they messed with the brakes on a bus, willing to kill 100 people to get one."
"That explains the Latinos in Pennsylvania," said the FBI director. "This wasn't the Russians, which we were led to believe it was. It was probably the Mexican drug cartels. Or more likely Carlos Montoya wanting to get back on top." Ashburn said,
"So Montoya gets the U.S. and Mexican presidents in one shot."
She looked at the director.
"And you too, sir."
The director nodded. "Makes sense. We thought Montoya was out of business, or even dead. But maybe he fooled us all and was looking to make a move to get back on top and have us blame the Russians. In the power vacuum that had inevitably come, the Mexican cartels would be back on top. And if Montoya is indeed behind this, that would mean he would be back on top too."
"So the whole piece with Food Turkakol was a sham?"
asked Ashburn.
"He wasn't a traitor?"
Chapman answered.
"Probably not. It's likely he was sacrificed."
"And the tree farm? John Kravitz and George Sykes?" said the FBI director.
"All innocent and all sacrificed too, to reinforce the Russian angle, but Judy Donahue was in on it, paid off and then killed."
Garchik said, "But this technology, with the nanobots, are you saying drug cartels have the wherewithal to do this?" Ashburn said,
"I talked to my counterpart at DEA. He gave me a down-and-dirty lesson on the current state of the drug business. Even though the Mexicans have been muscled out by the Russians, they still have billions of dollars in cash flow, and some of the best scientists in the business to do their drug lab work. And the experts they didn't have, they could easily have hired or forced them to work on this. This is not just about bombs. Like my friend at the DEA said, if they can change the scent of bombs, they can change the scent of drugs. They can walk shit right through all our defenses. It's a whole other paradigm at that point, a game changer. The Border Patrol, DEA, and the rest of us will be defenseless.
And why didn't we know this before? Asked Riley Weaver, speaking for the first time. I mean about Escalante's father being in the cartel. Ashburn said,
Padilla wasn't a person of interest. Well, at least not for very long. We all figured him for the victim, not the perp, so we had no reason to dig deeper. And even this latest report coming out of Mexico is speculative, no hard proof. We can't legally demonstrate Montoya is behind this, at least not yet.
Chapman said,
So they killed Carmen's parents. Where does Padilla come in? Did he work for the cartel too?
Ashburn responded,
Doubtful. At least from the little we know. That was another reason we didn't dig deep on Padilla. Our preliminary inquiries turned up nothing.
The director said, he might have fled here to get Carmen away from them. The cartel might have discovered them here, though. Ashburn added,
And maybe blackmailed Padilla to work with them. Threatened to kill Carmen if he didn't. He might not have even known he was carrying a bomb that night. Maybe he was just told when the gun started up to run and jump in the hole. The cleverest part for me is they used the deaths of Padilla and Tom Gross to their own ends, knowing that there would be a memorial service for the victims. Right,
said Chapman.
They created the event they wanted to attack.
She glanced at Stone.
He already figured that one out, too.
Riley Weaver slapped his hand on the table. Okay, that's very interesting. But we still don't know how the bomb was detonated, or who their source was in this country. Okay, so maybe it wasn't the Russians. Maybe it is Montoya and the Mexicans. But they had to have a link here. There is no way they got all this done without a traitor in the ranks. If it wasn't Turkical, who was it? Finally, Stone stirred. He looked at Weaver. The traitor is pretty obvious at this point, don't you think? Director? He stared so hard at Weaver that the man finally turned red. You better not be accusing me of... Stone broke in. I take the simple answer when it presents itself. Meaning what? Asked the FBI director quietly. Meaning it's the only person left standing. The others in the room looked at him curiously. Chapman spoke up.
Okay, you lot. The man means Marissa Friedman.
The room became silent as each person stared at Chapman and then at Stone. The FBI director and Ashburn looked to be in shock. Riley Weaver appeared markedly pale. When Stone glanced at him, he turned sharply away. That's preposterous, he sputtered. Chapman said,
Remember the government building used for the sniper's nest? When Stone and I discovered that, we were very nearly killed. There were a number of red herrings they wanted us to find out to point the finger at the Russians, but the connection to the government building was not one of them. That was the one thing they didn't want us to connect to all of this. Why? Because it had to be someone who knew about the building. It had to be someone who could gain access to that building. It had to be someone on the inside.
Stone pointed at Weaver. On your side, someone like Friedman. Weaver started to say something, but then just sat there, glaring at Stone.
And Friedman was at the park that night. She could have detonated the bomb using her cell phone after she left. She was on the east side of the park, away from the shooters. And she could have been the one to phone Turkical and lure him out to be shot along the GW Parkway, while she was pretending to work with us to nail him and whoever he was working with. If you recall, it was Friedman who made the initial discoveries about Turkical, which led to all of you suspecting him of being a mole and a traitor.
And, said Stone, looking at Weaver again, she was dismissed by the intelligence service because of her complicity in Turkical's death, which gave her the perfect opportunity to retire from the field with no questions asked. She played all of us perfectly. You have no proof of that, growled Weaver. Ashburn spoke up.
Director Weaver, have you tried to get in touch with Marissa Friedman lately?
All gazes swiveled to the NIC chief. He said defensively, "I had no reason to try and reach her." "I would suggest that you now do have a reason," said the FBI director firmly. Weaver slowly pulled out his phone and drilled in a number with his thick index finger. 5, 10, 20 seconds went by. He left a message for her to call him. He put away his phone. "Okay, she didn't answer the phone. That proves nothing." "But if I'm right," said Stone, "what do you think she's doing right now?"
"Running like hell,"
said Chapman. "If you're right. And it's a big if," replied Weaver. The FBI director said to Ashburn, "We need to find Friedman. Right now."
"Yes, sir."
Ashburn picked up her phone and left the room. Weaver shook his head and looked at the FBI director. "We cannot simply accept this man's word for it. Friedman was one of the best field agents I've ever worked with." "I think she's actually the best," said Stone. "The only problem is she's not working for us anymore." "Well, if you are right, then she's probably long gone," said Weaver. "She would have her exit strategy down to the last detail." Stone turned to him. "She would, except for one little thing." The man looked contemptuously at him. "Really? And what's that?" "The presidents are still alive, which means she failed. I doubt her employer is too happy about that, but it also gives us a shot at getting to her." Chapter 88. Several hours later, they had a lead on Friedman. They were all still at the WFO when Ashburn came back into the conference room, waving a piece of paper.
"Visual ID on Friedman getting on a train bound from Miami from Union Station in Washington. We checked the passenger manifest. She's traveling under an alias, obviously. No Friedman on the list. Guess that confirms her complicity."
They all looked at Weaver, who sat sullen-faced in a corner of the room. Ashburn said,
"I take it she never called you back, sir?"
Weaver didn't even bother to answer. Ashburn said,
"Miami makes sense. She's presumably working for a Mexican cartel. She gets to Miami and hops on a private plane headed west to Mexico. And her taking the train was a smart move. She probably thought we'd expect her to use wings to get away fast."
Stone looked at Ashburn. "Visual ID? Did someone actually see her?"
"We have surveillance cameras set up at all the airports and train stations. We programmed her features into the loop and got a hit at Union Station."
"Did you look at the video?" he asked. "To check, to make sure it was her."
"I did. It wasn't a clear shot, and she was obviously in disguise, but the computer can pick up on factors the human eye can't. And the match came back. We're going to hold the train at the next stop, go through it passenger by passenger, and take her."
They all hurried out of the room. Weaver was the last to leave. He turned to Stone. "I guess I owe you an apology." "You don't owe me anything. It's complicated. I've been in the dark almost as long as everyone else." "You saved the president's life." He added, "Fair winds and following seas, I believe, are in your future permanently." Stone said nothing. He simply watched the man turn and go. Chapman was eyeing him closely.
"What was all that about?"
"Ancient history."
"You keep saying that."
"I keep saying it because it's true."
"Okay. You're not buying the train theory, are you?"
Stone recalled the things Marissa Friedman had said to him. They were all lies, of course, but that was how spies survived. "She said she wanted to go to a desert island," he said quietly. Chapman perked up.
"Really? When did she say that?"
"When I went to her office to tell her I was sorry for destroying her career. She said she wanted me to go with her, that we were so much alike." Chapman put a hand on his shoulder.
"For what it's worth, I don't think you two could be more different. She's a cold-blooded, ruthless bitch just interested in the money. And you, well, you're obviously not that."
She looked down, perhaps embarrassed at her words. "A desert island," he said.
"Right, where she really wanted to go."
"She's a spy. She lies for a living." Chapman looked at him with renewed interest.
So not a desert island, then?
Facial recognition software, said Stone abruptly.
I've heard the stuff is really very accurate.
It's a machine doing it, so it's only as good as what's fed into the machine. Which makes me wonder something.
What's that?
I wonder what database they use to compare the picture to.
You mean someone as obviously as smart as Friedman would have thought of that? She would have known they'd use that measure against her.
And if she got into the right database and fed slightly different parameters into them, that would register a hit on someone else that she made sure was at the train station on the way to Miami.
And the police stop the train and search it but don't find Friedman, so that person isn't even questioned. Home free.
Home free, said Stone.
So where is Friedman?
What's the opposite of a desert island?
The opposite.
Chapman thought for a moment.
A place with lots of people. A big city.
Yes, and she didn't go south. She didn't go to Mexico.
Why?
She failed. Why would she go running to the likes of Carlos Montoya if she didn't get the job done? He just put a bullet in her head. Chapman sat back.
That's right, he would.
So her double headed south to lead us on a fruitless chase.
Opposite of south is north, but why would she go to a big city at all?
Best place to hide. Yes, you have lots of cops and cameras, but she's too smart to get tripped up by that. She'll lose herself among millions of people. She'll wait to see how it falls out. Once she gets a read on that, her options grow.
So how do we catch her? We can't go running off to every big city that's north of here to look for the woman. Or maybe she's already out of the country, maybe Canada.
I don't think so. She runs too fast. She'll make a mistake, even with a prearranged exit strategy. And remember, her exit plan was predicated on a successful ending to her mission. Now, she'll take her time now.
And if she's on the train to Miami and the feds bust her?
Then more power to them. But I really don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, but where do we start looking?
We need information.
What sort?
Stone thought about what Friedman had said, about the CIA keeping all the profits from her lucrative lobbying practice, that she could have retired in style if it had truly been her business. She didn't do this for free, which means we have to follow the money, he added cryptically, and the muscle.
Muscle?
If she has someone like Carlos Montoya after her now, she'll have a wall of pros around her, for protection. So, to get to her, we have to go through them. Chapman smiled.
Now that's more my cup of tea.
Chapter 89. Annabelle sat down across from Stone at his cottage.
They let me see him,
she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Alex? She nodded as she traced her forehead with one of her fingers.
Piece of granite hit him right about here. An inch to the left it would have missed him, and he wouldn't be lying in that hospital bed in a coma.
Is his condition the same?
A bit worse, actually.
She stifled a sob.
His vitals aren't as good today.
Stone reached across his desk and gripped her hand. All we can do is hope and pray, Annabelle. That's all.
He's such a good guy, Oliver, solid as a rock. Always there, even when I acted like a bitch to him.
We all have regrets, probably me more than anyone when it comes to Alex. He took his hand away and sat back in his chair.
We have to get her, Oliver.
Her eyes were no longer moist. She was staring earnestly at her friend. I know, and we will. She pulled some pieces of paper from her bag.
After you called me with your questions about the money trail, I spoke with my contact in Bermuda.
Was he helpful?
You know the amount of illegal monies that are funneled around the Caribbean banks on a daily basis? Literally, hundreds of billions.
Needle in a haystack, then, said Stone doubtfully.
It would have been, except for one thing.
She looked at one of the papers.
$500 million was wired into an account 1 month ago at a bank in the Caymans. It just sat there. A little over 1 week ago, it was released. 1 hour after that, another $500 million was wired to the same account. It sat there for the full week. Then it was released. But it didn't go forward into another account. It went backwards.
Return to sender?
Exactly. It was rescinded.
What day exactly?
The day Alex nearly died.
When they knew Friedman had failed?
That's right.
So, she got half the money when certain goals were met, probably the explosion in Lafayette, the death of Tom Gross, and cleaning up the loose ends like Sykes, Donahue, and the Latinos.
What about Turkoglu?
He's a special case. At first, I just thought that she had seized an opportunity that had presented itself, but now I'm not so sure.
I'm not getting what you mean.
I'm not sure I do either. We'll just have to see how that plays out. Any way to see where the money went? She shook her head.
The cops have put pressure on Swiss banks to open up their records, and they've complied. That's pushed a lot of the illegal transactions to the Caribbean. And the islanders have not been as compliant as the Swiss. We'll need some more expertise to get those answers.
I think I might have a way to find some.
But Friedman has $500 million at her disposal. That will fund an excellent escape plan.
Yes, it will. But she has some problems.
Her employer.
She tries to run now, it puts up signals they can intercept. She may think if she bides her time, they'll lose their focus on her and move on to other matters.
But she may also be able to finger one or more of the cartels with the assassination attempts. They aren't going to let that hang out there. Now she's become a potential witness against them.
She's a very smart woman, and she's undoubtedly thought the very same thing. All the more reason for her to take it slow, and that's only one side of the equation.
Meaning the cops coming after her on the other end.
Yes, I'm sure by now Friedman knows we're onto her. As Annabelle gathered her things in preparation to leave, she said,
If Alex doesn't make it, how are we going to get on without him, Oliver?
She looked like she was going to start crying again. Stone put his arms around her, held her tightly. He let Annabelle Conroy, possibly the most gifted con artist of her generation, but a woman with a huge heart and a rock-solid understanding of loyalty, sob quietly into his shoulder. When she was done, Stone said quietly, We can never get on without him, Annabelle. All we can do is just survive each day as it comes. I think you and I have a better understanding of that than most people. She nodded dumbly and then left. Stone watched her car drive off, and then went back inside his cottage. Stone made a call to someone he'd only recently met, but with whom he'd formed a permanent alliance. Joe Knox said hello on the other end of the phone. Joe, it's Oliver Stone. The man's response was classic Joe Knox. I was wondering how long it was going to take before you called me in on this. I'll be at your place in an hour. Chapter 90. Joe Knox was a burly man who, at age 50, still had the build of the college linebacker he had once been. He and Stone had spent some time in a max security prison together, without having had the benefit of a trial, much less a conviction. Knox had been assigned to hunt Stone down by what turned out to be a rogue superior at CIA. But having survived the prison ordeal largely by trusting each other, Knox and Stone had developed a strong friendship. I followed it all, Knox told Stone, as they sat across from each other in Stone's caretaker's cottage. Either in the papers or else scuttlebutt, official or otherwise, at the agency. Alex Ford had helped Knox's daughter find her father when he'd been kidnapped and slapped in that prison, and Knox had never forgotten that. The expression on the man's face clearly revealed his desire to bring in the people who'd put Alex near death. Let's not waste time then, replied Stone. Which Mexican cartel has recently moved large amounts of money in the Caribbean bank chains, and then rescinded a $500 million payment? It's not good, Oliver. Carlos Montoya? Knox nodded his head. When the Russians came in, they sliced up his mother and his wife and his 3 kids, and left them in a ditch, so no love lost there. He's based on the outskirts of Mexico City, and even though his business has shrunk by about 90%, he still has muscle and reach all over the world. That's actually good for our purposes. Friedman will have to exercise maximum caution, which will slow her escape down. Knox thought about this. She also has another problem. She needs protection. Obviously, but she won't get it from the Latinos. None of them will side with her against a man like Montoya, and American muscle will probably stay away from her. They don't like to get mixed up in presidential assassination attempts. The penalties are too stiff, and the feds coming after you are too many. She could go to the Eastern Europeans. The Russians don't give a damn who they take on. Or else the Far East Asians, maybe. Which means we have to find out if, say, a half dozen of them or more have slipped into the country in the last few days. Think you can find that out? Even on a bad day, said Knox. He paused, studying his hands. So, what's the prognosis on Alex? Not great, admitted Stone. He's a first-class agent, and man. Yes, said Stone. He is. Saved our butts. Which means we have to finish this the right way. For him. Knox rose. I'll have something for you within 6 hours. After his friend left, Stone walked out of his cottage and strolled along the paths between the graves. He reached a bench under a sprawling oak and sat down. He had already lost one close friend. Any moment now, it could become two. He eyed one of the old tombstones. In a cemetery not too far from here, Milton Farb lay under the earth. Soon, Alex Ford might be occupying a similar position. It would either be Friedman or him. Both would not survive this, not after what the lady had done. Either he would walk away from this, or she would. There was no other way it could be. Chapter 91. They had searched the woman's office and found nothing. That wasn't surprising, since she had officially been fired and had moved out of the space. But when they went through her home in Falls Church, they found nothing there either, and she clearly hadn't moved out from there. But it was clear she'd left in a hurry, her timetable no doubt disrupted by the fast-acting Secret Service after being tipped off by Stone. Stone and Chapman looked around one more time through the 3-level end-unit townhome that had been built in the early 1980s and where Marissa Friedman had lived since the year 2000. Ashburn gave me an inventory of what they took from here, and it was pretty minimal, said Stone to Chapman, as the latter sat down in a chair and surveyed the room. But there isn't one personal photo, no scrapbooks, old yearbooks, nothing to show she had a family. She scrubbed herself clean.
She's a spy. It obviously comes with the territory.
Even spies have lives, Stone said firmly. Much of their history might be invented, but they usually have some personal items around.
What do we know about her background?
She was born in San Francisco, only child. Parents both deceased.
How?
House fire.
You don't think?
She was only 4, so no, I don't think she killed them. Her parents had been wealthy, but the estate taxes took a real bite out of the money, and apparently the relatives who took her in weren't that generous. They couldn't deny she had brains, though. She went to Stanford undergrad, Harvard Law School, then recruited by the CIA. She's been one of their top field agents for a long time. The lobbying firm facade was a brilliant one. It let her go places all over the world collecting intel, and no one gave it a second thought.
Apparently none of your blokes gave it a second thought that she had been turned either. Weaver looked ready to piss in his pants.
Stone looked around the modest confines of the town home. Not exactly a mansion.
So this is all about money, isn't it? I knew I hated the witch the minute I first saw her.
This is all about a lot of money, said Stone. $1 billion can make just about anyone do just about anything and worry about rationalizing it later.
I can't believe you're defending her.
Look, the only thing I'm wondering is when I find her, can I keep myself from killing her?
Do you mean that?
Stone turned away from her. There's nothing here that can help us.
So where do you really think she is?
Every airport surveillance video has been reviewed. Every TSA agent questioned. Every piece of paper one needs to travel by air in this country examined. Which leaves car, bus, or train. She doesn't have a car registered to her. A rental car is too problematic for a number of reasons. Bus the same. Besides, I just don't see a near-billionaire traveling by Greyhound.
Private jet?
Checked. Nothing. There are holes in that arena, certainly. And we can't be absolutely sure she didn't take private wings, but that's the best we can do.
So a train somewhere north to a big city. You really think that's it? But if you think she sent a lookalike by train to Miami is right, it seems like she'd want to stay far away from the train station.
Friedman thinks 8 moves ahead. She would have run through the analysis you just laid out, figured what we might think, and done the opposite.
Right instead of left.
Which means getting her will not be easy, and bringing her in will be even harder. His phone buzzed. He answered it. Joe Knox was on the other end. Stone listened for several minutes. Thanks, Joe. Now, if you can put markers on credit cards, cell phones. What? Right. I knew you'd already thought of that. And this is all between you and me, okay? Right. Thanks. He looked at Chapman. She's even better than I thought.
What do you mean?
I thought she would have hired muscle from either Eastern Europe or Asia.
Okay, so what did she do?
She hired a team from each one, 6 and 6.
Why would she hire 2 teams?
2 walls between us and her. And if one team for some reason turns on her or gets paid off by Carlos Montoya?
She has another team to fall back on.
And if I'm reading her right, she'll keep each team independent and perhaps ignorant of the other.
Outer and inner wall. Classic defensive position.
We pierce one with casualties, we have another line to get through. Then maybe we don't get through at all.
And where are these guys right now?
The big city to the north.
New York?
Which means that's where I'm headed.
Where we're headed?
Look,
Right. You don't have a chance in hell of not taking me with you.
This isn't your fight.
Look, that bitch tried to kill me too, so you're not the only one wondering whether you can keep yourself from pulling the trigger.
Chapter 92. 6 hours later, a fellow named Ming, who was part of Friedman's Asian protection team, came to the surface. He was known as a highly paid mercenary who sidelined as a hired killer. No case could ever be built against him, mainly because witnesses kept disappearing. Probably against orders, Ming had used his credit card to buy some lunch at a deli in the South Bronx. That was still a big area, but they had managed to whittle it down some. They could trace no rental cars to anyone on the watch list Friedman might have hired. Cabs in the Bronx were not as plentiful as those in Manhattan, and there was no record of Ming being in New York before, which probably precluded him from trying to figure out how to use the subway. So based on all that Joe Knox assumed, he was probably on foot when he went for his meal. On the phone, he told Stone, "Let's figure in a 6-block radius with the deli as the center point. It's a lot of ground to cover, but not nearly as much as we had to check before." "That's good work, Joe. So who do you have on your hunting team?" "Harry Finn, Mary Chapman from MI6 and me." "And me." "No, Joe, not you. Alex Ford saved my life. I owe him this." "I thought you were going to retire." "I will, right after this." "How are we getting up there?" "Private wheels. For all I know, Friedman has a way to put markers in the electronic system too, so rentals are out." "We can take my Rover. When do you want to leave?" "You really sure about this?" "Don't ask again. But what about the rest of the Camel Club?" "Reuben is shot up. I don't want Annabelle going anywhere near this. And Caleb, well, enough said." They headed out at 4 a.m. Knox drove. Stone rode shotgun. Finn and Chapman were in the rear seats. Stone had explained the plan to them the previous night. Except for Knox, they were all disguised, just in case Friedman had scouts out doing what they were doing. Friedman might have gotten a look at Finn when he was tailing Turkical, and Stone was not willing to take any chances. They each had a photo of Ming, and Knox also had one of Friedman, although it was doubtful the woman would look anything remotely like she had before. 6-block radius, Stone repeated to them. as they reached the Big Apple, which was fully awake by now as millions set off to work. Knox was going to roam in his wheels after he dropped the other three off in different locations around the South Bronx. The area they were in wasn't exactly Park Avenue, but they were all armed and well capable of taking care of themselves. Stone walked his route inward toward the deli. He had no need to look at Ming's photo again. He'd memorized each of the man's distinctive features, the most prominent of which were a pair of blank eyes. Stone knew if he weren't a hired killer, Ming would have simply become a sociopath and done the same thing for free. But even sociopaths made mistakes. Ming's error had been using his credit card for a pastrami sandwich, a can of Sapporo, and an order of fries. While there were many gentrified areas of flourishing neighborhoods and retail strips, the South Bronx also contained over half of the borough's public housing projects. And despite the presence of the new billion-dollar Yankee Stadium, about 50% of the population lived below the poverty line. Crime was a problem, and there were parts of the area one should avoid. Stone and Company were in precisely one of those areas. However, Stone was less worried about domestic criminals than about a team of imported killers. His gaze kept moving, but as the sun rose high overhead and sweat began to trickle down his neck, he understood quite clearly that it would take a minor miracle to find them. He was only hours away from getting one. Chapman reported the sighting. She gave the address where she was.
He's headed west, just crossing the street.
The others moved in, while Chapman relayed updates via texts. She texted one last time and then called Stone.
He just went into what looks like a machine shop on... Hang on. East 149th Street is what the sign says.
What's the cross street? Stone asked, and Chapman told him. He said, Now get some cover. They might be watching the street. She crossed over and entered an alley. She looked back at the 4-story brick building.
It looks abandoned,
she said into her cell phone. Stay put and keep watch, said Stone. I'll be there in 10 minutes. In 9 minutes, Stone joined her in the alley. I've got Knox and Finn approaching from the other side, he told her. He glanced at the building. Seen anything else?
Figure at a window on the 3rd floor didn't look like Ming, but I couldn't be sure.
Stone studied the area and wondered why Friedman would have chosen this spot to hide. Certainly parts of the South Bronx offered lots of space that no one else was using. Still, it was an odd choice, thought Stone. But he was coming to realize that Marissa Friedman was far more complex than he had originally believed, and he had thought she was quite talented to begin with. He gazed southeast toward the East River, where more than a few bodies had been dumped over the years. To the west was the Harlem River. Beyond that, Upper Manhattan, and beyond that, the Hudson River, where Interstate 95 connected the city with New Jersey to the south and New England to the north.
What's the plan?
We sit on the place and observe.
How long?
As long as it takes for us to figure out what they've got, who's there, and how we get to them at minimal risk to ourselves.
How about we call in NYPD and/or the FBI?
Stone glanced back at her. When you insisted on coming, I took it for granted that you were going to follow my lead.
I will, to a limit. We need to do everything possible to ensure that Friedman gets back alive to stand a trial.
You said you were going to have a hard time not pulling the trigger.
I only said that to make you feel better. I'll have no problem with it. She's not worth screwing my life over. But the question is, can you stop yourself from pulling it?
If I have to, yes.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means I seriously doubt the woman will walk out with her hands up, so she can be tried, convicted, and executed for treason. If she tries to harm anyone of my team, I'll do my best to kill her. I'm assuming you feel the same way.
How much weapons training does she have?
I checked her file. She's got plenty, and all top of the grade performance-wise. Close quarters and long range.
And here I was thinking she was just a pretty face.
Stone snagged her shoulder. This is serious stuff, Chapman. No time for anything but your best game face, so cut out the wisecracks. She pulled herself free from his grip.
I'll let my performance speak for itself. How about that?
Stone looked away and took up surveillance on the building again. A few minutes later, he received a call from Finn. In position. No activity back here. 2 entry points. 1 center and 1 east of center. Appears to be locked, and would assume watched. They might have a portable surveillance system in place, too. At least I would if I were them and had picked an area like this to hole up in. I agree with that, Harry, said Stone. Is Knox there? Affirmative. What do you want us to do? Let's sit on the place and see what we can see. When we hit it, I want it to be as clean as possible. Any chance on getting the interior plan for this building? Already downloaded it onto my phone. How so fast? Asked the surprised Stone. Got a buddy in the city planning office. We served together in the Navy. Give me the layout. Finn did so. Lot of problem areas, noted Stone. Agreed. Once we gain entry, that'll be the hard part. Unobserved, I mean. Keep watching. Report back every 30. Stone ended the call and turned his gaze back to the old brick structure. Chapman stirred behind him.
What if someone notices us in this alley?
Then we move.
I've never been to New York before. It's not as glamorous as I heard.
That's Manhattan, to the west over there. That's the land of the rich and famous. The Bronx is a different experience. Some cool places and some not-so-cool places.
So I take it you've been here before?
Stone nodded.
Business or pleasure?
I've never traveled for pleasure.
So what did you do when you were up here last?
Stone didn't even attempt to answer her query. And from her look, it was clear Chapman didn't really expect one. Yet in his mind's eye it was decades ago, and Stone pulled the trigger on his custom sniper rifle, ending the life of another enemy of the United States, as he walked across the street with his mistress toward the luxury hotel where they were going to have sex. His downfall had been ordering the execution of 2 CIA personnel in Poland. Stone had put his shot through the right eyeball at the stroke of 11 p.m., from a distance of 900 yards, on elevated ground, with a breeze from the north that had given him a few anxious moments. The mistress hadn't even known what happened until her dead lover hit the pavement. The NYPD and local FBI, tipped off to what was going down, had never attempted to solve the case. That's just how it was done back then. Hell, thought Stone. Maybe that was how it was still done. He refocused on the brick building, even as his index finger curved around an imaginary trigger. Chapter 93. 6 hours later, Stone and Chapman had moved to an empty building across the street. Filthy mattresses and dirty syringes signaled this for a prick palace for addicts, although it didn't look like anyone had been there in a while. They entered through a rear door and settled themselves in for however long this would take. Stone opened his rucksack and handed Chapman a bottle of water, an apple, and a hunk of hard bread.
You know how to show a girl a good time, I'll give you that,
was her only comment as she started in on her meal. A bit later, Stone's attention was engaged when the front door of the building opposite them opened, and Ming and another man came out, walked down the street, and turned left. He immediately relayed this to Finn. You want me to follow them? Finn asked. No. At this hour of the night, they're probably going for something to eat. They've been in there all day. You think you can get a peek inside one of the windows? If our intel is right, there should be 10 others in there plus Friedman. But I'd like to get a more accurate head count. The place is mostly dark, but I've got a Gen 4 NV scope with me. Be careful, Harry. These guys know what they're doing. Roger that. 20 minutes later, Finn reported back. Got 2 sentries on the first floor southwest corner, assuming cocked and locked, though no visible weapons. The others must be on the upper floors. That's the best I can do with the scope. Knox got on the phone. Hey, Oliver, what would you say if I could get my hands on a TI? A thermal imager? How? I know people here. Hell, I should have brought one with me. How fast can you get it? 1 hour. Do it. Within 1 hour, 2 things happened. Knox returned with his thermal imager, and Ming and his colleague came back and went inside the building. They were carrying large bags of what looked to be fast food. 2 minutes later, Knox buzzed Stone. Knox said, "Okay, I just hit the building as best I could. This device is rated for penetration of most construction materials, so brick, rebar, and concrete block are no problem." "How many are you seeing?" "I've got 6 images, all with SBAs," said Knox, referring to soft body armor. "It blocks the thermal signals so it stands out pretty prominently." Stone looked perplexed. "Just 6? You sure?" "Wait a sec. Okay, now I see it. 3rd floor, I've got a thermal with no SBA. Gender?" "From the silhouette, looks to be female." "Friedman?" "Probably, but I've never met the lady. No way to do a positive ID from the TI anyway." "Thanks, Joe. You and Harry sit tight." He looked at Chapman.
Okay, we have the players lined up, site locked down. Do we go in shooting or do we call in official reinforcements?
"Some reason you keep harping on that theme?"
I could say I was concerned we'll all get shot. Well, I am concerned about that, but I'm more worried that some of us will be tempted to do things that we might officially regret later. Well, I'm worried that one of us will be tempted.
She looked at him expectantly. "You can leave right now. No one's stopping you."
It wasn't an ultimatum on my part, merely a passive comment.
"I don't get you sometimes."
Just sometimes I'm disappointed.
"How many weapons do you have?"
My Walther and a Glock, 4 extra clips. You?
"Enough."
A shotgun, MP5 or Tech 9 would be nice in close quarters combat.
"Let's hope the other guys don't think that way."
You know they'll be loaded.
"Maybe, maybe not. You can't exactly walk through the city with an arsenal without getting some attention from the NYPD.
Maybe they've stashed it there earlier.
Maybe they did.
We can still call in backup.
We don't even know if Friedman is in there for certain."
But at least 6 bad guys are, in a building they're not supposed to be in.
"Well, for all we know, they lease the space and have every right to be there. And in case you've forgotten, we're not supposed to be here either. Joe and Harry are doing me a favor, and I'm unofficial. You're the only one with the badge, and it has the Queen on it. It would take about 6 months to explain it all to the boys in blue, and we'd probably stay in lockup that whole time."
Well, the Queen has revoked my authority, but I see your dilemma. So what do we do now?
"I expect they believe a zig is coming."
So we zag?
"We zag." Stone picked up his phone. "Get ready," he told Knox. "We go in 1 hour." The zag did not exactly go according to plan. In fact, it did not come close to going according to plan. The first indication was that neither the front nor rear doors were locked. Finn and Knox collapsed the rear entry, and Stone and Chapman the front entrance at 2 a.m. precisely. The guards stationed there were asleep. Guns pointed at their heads woke them, but they took their time about it. By the time Stone's team hit the top floors, the 4 other men were up and stretching. The second indication of their plan being unsuccessful was that none of the men even had their guns in their hands. The last clue was that the woman on the 3rd floor wasn't Friedman. She was older by about 20 years and appeared to be drunk. At least they couldn't wake her. She snored on. Thoroughly frustrated, Stone let his anger get the better of him. He grabbed Ming by the neck and slammed him up against the wall. "Care to tell me where Friedman is?" Ming's smile was both deliberate and superior. He replied coolly, "She anticipated your visit." Stone slowly released the man. Ming looked around at the other 3, their guns pointed at him and his team. The woman snored loudly in the corner on an old cot. "She anticipated me? Me specifically?" Ming nodded. "John Carr," he said. He pointed at Stone. "That is you. She gave us your picture. Even though you are disguised, the eyes give you away." Stone glanced at Finn, then Knox, and finally Chapman, before bringing his gaze back to Ming. "Why all this?" asked Stone. "She pays us big to come here, stay in an old building, walk around, be seen. No fighting. Easiest gig I've ever been on." Stone swore under his breath. He'd been played again. Ming interpreted his look and his smile deepened. "She tells me you are smart, that you will not believe she has gone on the train to Miami." He paused and added, "A desert island?" "Opposite," said Stone. "Right," replied Ming. "When we go on a job, it is usually with more cover. This job, I buy lunch with my own credit card, because she tells me to." Another red flag that I missed, thought Stone, because I wanted her so badly. She used every instinct I had against myself. "To what purpose?" said Stone. "A distraction." Stone thought, 2 teams, Asian and Russian. I thought they were for the inner and outer walls, the fallback contingency, but they weren't. Ming was the distraction. So during the distraction, what was the other team doing? Stone's heart began to sink. So obvious now, so obvious. He steadied himself and asked, "Where did she take them?" Chapman blurted out.
Who?
Stone never took his eyes off Ming. "Where did she take my friends?" Ming clapped his hands together. "You are good. She said you would probably figure it out." "Where?" Stone edged closer to the man and leveled his pistol against Ming's forehead. "Tell me. Now." Ming's smile was still there, but behind it was a small trace of concern. "Do you have the guts to pull that trigger? In front of all these people?" Stone slowly pulled the hammer back on his weapon. "You'll find out in 3 seconds." When 2 seconds had passed, his finger began to descend on the trigger. "When I touch it, there's no going back. You're dead." Ming blurted out, "She says to where it all began for you, and the 666, and that is where it will end. That all she says. She says you will know what it means." Chapman exclaimed,
Oliver, do you know what he's talking about?
Stone slowly removed the muzzle from Ming's forehead. "Yes, unfortunately I do. Murder Mountain," he thought, "to where it all began, for me, and now, where it all will end." Chapter 94. With Agent Ashburn at his heel, Stone strode down the hall at WFO like a plane gathering power to lift off the ground. He didn't stop to knock on the door. He slammed it open and walked in. The FBI director looked up at him, stunned. Across the conference table from him was seated Riley Weaver. The director said, "What the hell is going on?" Stone didn't even look at him. His gaze went immediately to Weaver. "What did you tell her?" "What?" snapped Weaver. "We're in the middle of a meeting, in case you hadn't noticed, Stone." Stone came around the table with such a threatening look that Weaver half rose out of his seat, his hands curled into fists, his body hunched into a defensive stance in case Stone attacked. The director barked, "Ashburn, what the hell is going on? Why did you let him in?" Stone shouted, "What did you tell Friedman about me, Weaver?" "I haven't talked to the woman. I warned you before. If you start accusing me of crap, I mean before I told you she was behind it all," barked Stone. "You talked to her then, didn't you?" Weaver slowly sat back down in his chair. The FBI director stared over at him. Ashburn gazed at him from the doorway. Weaver looked at each of them before turning back to Stone. "She was one of my field agents. I had every right to talk to her. What did you tell her about me? That I figured it out? That I was the one who warned the Secret Service? That I was the reason the plan didn't work?" "So what if I did?" blustered Weaver. "I didn't know she was a traitor then, and frankly, I still don't know that she is. For all I know, someone kidnapped her or even killed her." Chapman walked into the room.
They didn't, and she is a traitor. She set us up, diverted us while she had 2 of Stone's friends kidnapped.
"What?"
What?
exclaimed the FBI director and Ashburn in unison. "How do you know that?" asked Weaver curiously. "We searched the train to Miami. She wasn't on it." "But something tells me you already knew that." He glanced at the FBI director. "Holding out on us, Stone?" "I'm no longer working for the government, in case you didn't get the memo." "That's bullshit." "What's bullshit is you talking to Friedman and not telling any of us. In fact, I bet you kept her in the loop the whole time. I wondered how they always knew what we were going to do before we even did it. Now I know. It was you, wasn't it?" "I don't owe you or anyone else an explanation for my actions." "I'll tell that to my friends when I find their bodies," snapped Stone. Ashburn said,
Do you have any idea where she's holding them?
Stone calmed and finally looked away from Weaver. "No," he lied. "I don't." "So why'd you come here?" asked Weaver. "You want our help?" "No. I just wanted to know who I had to thank for fingering me to Friedman." "Damn it! I didn't do it intentionally," roared Weaver. But Stone had already left the room. They could hear his footsteps marching rapidly down the hall. Ashburn looked at Chapman.
What is going on? He told you. His friends have gone missing and Friedman has them.
"You're sure?" asked the director.
Heard it from the horse's mouth.
Ashburn glanced down the hall.
What is he going to do? What do you think he's going to do?
Replied Chapman.
He can't do this alone.
The director added, "We have resources that he doesn't."
That may be all well and good, but he's John Carr, and quite frankly, he's got resources you lot don't have either, and there's no one on earth who has more motivation to get this woman than he does. And you're telling us he doesn't know where they are being held?
Asked Ashburn.
If he does, he hasn't bothered to tell me. Where did you find this information out? In the South Bronx,
said Chapman.
The South Bronx?
Yelled Ashburn.
How the hell did you get a line on the South Bronx? You'll have to ask Sherlock Holmes that question. I'm just good old Watson.
Agent Chapman, began the director.
Sir, if I knew something helpful, I would tell you.
Why don't I believe that? He paused, studying her. I think I can plainly see where your loyalties lie.
My loyalties, sir, lie about 3,000 miles from here, to a dear old lady, an ambitious PM, and an old man with dandruff and a brilliant mind.
Are you sure? Asked the director.
I've always been sure of that.
She turned to leave. Where are you going? Demanded Weaver.
Holmes needs his Watson.
Agent Chapman, this is not your fight, said the director.
Perhaps not, but it would be awfully bad form to stop now.
I can have you detained, said the director.
Yes, you can, but I don't think you will.
Chapman turned and hurried after Stone. Chapter 95. So why Annabelle and Caleb? Said Harry Finn, as they all drove in Knox's Range Rover west of Washington, D.C., on Route 29. The night was dark, though dawn was only a couple hours away. The ambient light was limited, and the mood in the vehicle matched the outside. Black. Stone, who was again riding shotgun, said grimly, "Because they helped me run a scam on her, and I guess she didn't like it. And," he thought, "I let her decoy me with a tactic a rookie should have seen through, and I fell for it like the damn fool I am." But there was something else nagging at Stone. Mere revenge didn't seem enough motivation for someone as intelligent and ambitious as Marissa Friedman. There had to be something more. He just didn't know what that was. And if he was afraid of anything, it was the unknown. They'd quickly confirmed that both Annabelle and Caleb were missing, and that no one had seen them for at least 24 hours. Stone had taken a few minutes to visit Alex Ford in the ICU. His condition hadn't changed, but it hadn't gotten worse either, which Stone took as a rare bit of good news. As he stared down at his friend, lying on the hospital bed, with thick bandages wound round his head, Stone had gripped his hand and squeezed it. "Alex, if you can hear me, it's going to be okay." I promise that everything will be okay." He paused, drawing a long breath that seemed to take forever to leave his body. "You're a hero, Alex. The president is okay. No one was hurt. You're a hero." Stone looked down at his hand. He thought he had felt the other man squeeze it, but when he looked back up at the unconscious agent, he knew that was just wishful thinking. Stone let go and walked to the doorway. Something made him look back. As he stared at his friend lying in the bed and fighting for his life, he felt a measure of guilt so powerful his knees started to buckle. "He's lying there because of me," he thought, "and now Caleb and Annabelle are probably dead, again because of me." Stone had made one other stop, at a rare bookstore in Old Town Alexandria. The owner had been helped by Stone and Caleb, and in return had allowed Stone to keep certain items there in secret underneath the old building. Those items were now in the back of the Rover.
"Murder Mountain,"
said Chapman.
"You mentioned it but didn't really explain it."
Knox answered when it didn't appear Stone was going to. "Old CIA training facility. Shut down before my time. Hell of a place from what I've heard. The way the agency used to do things during the Cold War. I thought they demolished it." "No, they haven't," said Stone. Knox eyed him curiously. "Have you been back recently?" "Yes, pretty recently."
"Why?"
asked Chapman. "Business," Stone replied tersely. "What's the layout?" asked Finn, as he hunched forward in his rear seat. In answer, Stone pulled out a laminated piece of paper and handed it back to him. Finn clicked on the overhead light, and he and Chapman studied it. There were annotations on the page in Stone's handwriting.
"This place looks bloody awful. A laboratory with a torture cage. A holding tank where you square off with an opponent in the dark to see who can kill the other."
Stone glanced back at her. It was not for the faint-hearted. His look was searching. She quickly got it.
"I'm not faint-hearted."
"Good to know," he replied. She eyed the cargo hold of the Rover.
"That's a fine set of vintage equipment you've got back there."
"Yes, it is." "How are we going to do this?" asked Knox, as he turned off Route 29 and onto Highway 211. They entered the tiny town of Washington, Virginia, the seat of Rappahannock County, at the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Washington, Virginia, was world famous for one reason. It was the home of the Inn at Little Washington, a prestigious restaurant that had been serving world-class cuisine for over a quarter century. As they left the town and rose higher into the mountains, Stone broke his silence. "There are a couple of entry points. One is obvious, the other is not."
"How well do you think she knows this place?"
"Like Knox. It was before her time. She never would have trained there. But I can't answer your question. She obviously knew of its existence. She may have explored it thoroughly. In fact, from what I know of her now, she probably has gone over every inch of it." "So she'll know about the secondary entrance," said Knox. "We have to assume she will. But," he thought, "she won't know about the third way in and out, because I'm the only one who does." Stone had discovered it in his 4th month at Murder Mountain, when he just needed to get outside the place for a few moments alone, just to catch his breath, collect his wits, just get out of what had become a hellhole, worse than any prison ever could have been. That was the principal reason Stone had been able to weather the max prison he and Knox had ended up in. Because, he thought, I endured something far worse. A year at Murder Mountain. Chapman said,
"What I don't get is why she would have set up shop at this place, kidnapped Caleb and Annabelle, and then basically dared you to come get her. She'll never be able to escape now."
Stone looked grim. "I don't think she intends on escaping. She's conceded that she's going to go down for this, but she's choosing an exit on her own terms." "Meaning she's willing to die," said Knox. "And take us with her," replied Stone. "Dangerous opponent," said Finn. "Someone who doesn't care if she dies, like a suicide bomber." "She better be thinking the same thing about me," muttered Stone. The other three glanced at each other, but said nothing. Chapman finally broke the silence.
So front or hidden entrance? We have to get in some way.
She'll have 6 guys with her, all Russian, all hard as nails. They'll kill anybody she tells them to.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question.
It's a big place, and they'll have to have at least 1 man guarding Caleb and Annabelle. Friedman will be back in a protected space. That leaves 5 men for perimeter duty. That can't deploy them all at the entrances. They have to hold at least 3 back for interior protection. That leaves 1 at each entrance. That's thin.
What do you think they expect us to do?
Hit both entrances, and whichever team gets through, so be it. If we did that, we'd split up, making it 2 against 1. If we hit 1 entrance together, it's 4 against 1. I like those odds better, said Knox. So do I, said Stone. But we're not going to do it that way.
Why?
Said Chapman. You'll see why. Chapter 96. Stone was alone. He slipped among bulky rocks and narrow crevices as he made his way toward the secondary entrance into Murder Mountain. As a raw recruit to the CIA's fabled 666 Division, Stone had spent a full year of his life here, learning new ways to hunt, new ways to kill, and new ways to be something both more or less than human. He had become a magnificently skilled predator with all ordinary emotions, such as compassion and empathy, burned out of him. Murder Mountain had turned out the best killers to ever walk the planet, and John Carr was universally acknowledged as the best of the best. The training became so intense that Stone and some of his fellow trainees had looked for and discovered a way out of the facility. They had done so not to run to the rural town about 20 miles distant to get drunk or bed a few farmers' daughters, but simply to sit under the stars, look at the moon, feel the breeze, see the green of the trees, feel the earth under their feet. Stone had just wanted assurance that there was still a world going on outside Murder Mountain. Assignment to 666 was technically voluntary, but in all the important ways, it was not. Stone still remembered clearly the day the man from the CIA visited him in his military barracks. Stone and his company had just returned from Vietnam. Stone had performed so heroically in one firefight that there was talk of his being awarded the Medal of Honor, but that had not happened, largely because of a jealous superior officer who fudged the paperwork. If Stone had been awarded the medal, his life might have turned out differently. Medal of Honor winners were rare. The Army might have sent him on a publicity tour, even though by then the war was waning nearly as fast as the country's interest in waging it. So the man in the suit had come. He had made a proposal. Come join another agency, another unit dedicated to fighting your country's enemies. That was how he had phrased it. Your country's enemies. Stone had been told little else. He looked to his commander for advice, but it was clear that the decision had already been made. Stone, barely 20 years old and covered in medals and commendations for his exemplary service in Vietnam, was mustered out of the Army with breathtaking speed, and soon found himself here at Murder Mountain. The light was poor along this trail, but he had no trouble traversing it. It was all mental memory at this point. When he came back to this place not all that long ago, it had been the same way. He had remembered it all, as if he had never been away. As if the memory of it had been lurking in a set of brain cells, sequestered from the rest and not degraded in any way. Like a cancerous tumor lying dormant until it started its fatal spread. Then, nothing else was safe. Every part of him was vulnerable. That could sum up his life in 666 quite adequately. He slipped a pair of old NVGs over his eyes when the light became too poor to make anything out. The crevices grew smaller. It was a good thing he had remained lean for all these years, or he never would have fit. Although he recalled Big Reuben Rhodes had managed to squeeze himself through the rocks when he came here with Stone to save a man's life, to save President Brennan's life. All the men in 666 had been lean, nothing but gristle and muscle. They could run all day, shoot all night without missing. They could change plans on the fly, ferret out targets no matter how deeply they had dug in. Stone could not deny that it had been exhilarating, challenging, and even memorable. "But I never wanted to come back here," he said to himself. He paused, looked ahead. The entrance he was searching for was up ahead. It was built into the back of a kitchen cabinet on a swivel pin. Stone had always assumed that another group of trainees before his time had done that. Stone and his teammates had merely discovered it one night and followed it out. They weren't the only class of 666 recruits who wanted a bit of freedom, it seemed. Or maybe the people who ran Murder Mountain had done it, sensing that the recruits needed to believe they had a bit of control over their lives, that they could take a few moments' rest from a hellish experience. Maybe they were afraid we'd all go mad and kill them, Stone thought. He slipped his gun from its holster and another object from his belt. The entrance was straight ahead. He assumed Friedman had given strict orders. Do not kill, at least him. Bring him to me. Then she would kill him, probably after making him watch the deaths of Caleb and Annabelle. He reached the outside of the entrance. Readying his gun, he held out the other object, a telescoping rod. He flipped it out to its full 6-foot length. He nudged the wall in front of him that represented the back of the cabinet on the pin swivel. It had been painted to resemble black rock, but it was only wood, rotted wood now. He pushed harder with the rod. The wood gave way. The pin swivel did its job, and the wall swung inward. Something shot out of the opening and hit the rock Stone was standing next to. This he'd expected. A dart. Paralyze, not kill. He pulled the pin on the lump of metal he'd taken from a compartment on his vest and tossed it into the opening at the same time he slid behind a large outcrop of rock. There was a small pulse of energy, followed by a dense cloud of smoke. Stone slid on his gas mask and counted. He stopped counting when he heard the man behind the wall hit the floor. He moved through the opening and looked down. The Russian was large, with a shaved head, a small goatee, and a dart pistol in his hand. It was probably not in the man's nature to seek to stun instead of kill. He'd not been very good with the dart gun. Stone used 2 pairs of plastic cuffs to immobilize the man's hands and feet. Clear of the gas, he removed his mask and moved forward into Murder Mountain. At the front entrance to the facility, Finn, Chapman, and Knox stood facing a metal door revealed in the rock face of the mountain where they'd pulled aside a curtain of kudzu that covered it. Stone had told them where the door was located and had given them a key that he said would open the portal. But there wasn't even a keyhole to try the key in. He also told them that he was the only one who could make it through the hidden entrance, because there was no way for someone to follow him closely enough not to get lost. He told them he would rendezvous with them at the front door. "He snooked," moaned Knox, who was holding the useless key. "I can't believe I fell for it. Like he'd have a damn key to this place after all these years." "He's going it alone," said Finn.
"The hell he is,"
snapped Chapman. She reached inside her jacket and pulled out a slender metal object with a magnetized edge. "What is that?" asked Knox.
"Well, love, at MI6 we call this a doorbell."
She attached it to the metal door where it met the door jamb. She motioned them to step back. She drew a remote from her pocket, slid open the protective hard plastic covering, and pressed a button.
"Don't look at the laser."
They all looked away as a burst of red light erupted from the device she'd placed on the door. It cut neatly through the locking bar, and the door swung free on its hinges. "Pretty cool technology," said Knox.
"One-time power pack, good for most secure doors, metal or otherwise."
"I see Mr. Q is still alive and well in British intelligence."
"Actually, it was a woman who invented this little toy." but you can just call her Ms. Q.
Guns out, they approached the door. With Chapman and Knox covering him, Finn slowly pulled the door all the way open. He aimed his gun into the darkness, and then nodded at the others. They pulled on protective goggles, as did Finn. A second later, Finn hit the opening with a pulse of blinding white light. There was a shout of pain from inside, and then the light vanished. Before the men could move, Chapman was through the opening. They hustled after her, in time to see her nimbly disarm the man and then smash her foot into his face, sending him rocketing backward against an interior wall. The man, partially blinded by the light, ricocheted off the wall and came at Chapman, big arms swinging like pistons. Finn moved to step between the attacker and Chapman, but the MI6 agent had already launched off the ground. With her left foot, she hit the man with a crushing blow to his right knee. They all heard the bone in his leg snap. He crumpled downward at the same time she delivered a kick to his chin, flipping him heels over ass. When he tried to rise, his gut pushing in and out with painful breaths, Chapman laid him down for good, with an elbow strike to the base of his neck. She rose and placed the muzzle of her Walther against the unconscious man's temple. "Wait a minute," snapped Knox.
What?
"You just gonna shoot him, in cold blood?" asked Knox.
Do we want to leave witnesses?
"Witnesses to what?"
To whatever's going to happen here tonight. Like me killing Stone for him playing us for fools.
"We're not killing anyone, unless they're in a position to kill us," Knox said firmly. Chapman deftly cuffed the unconscious man.
Suit yourself.
Finn said, "Where'd you learn moves like that?"
Maybe you blokes think otherwise, but MI6 is not a bloody girls' school. Now let's get going.
She turned on a flashlight and headed down the corridor. Finn and Knox looked at each other, and then quickly followed the woman. Chapter 97. Though the entire facility itself was quite large, with barracks, kitchens, an infirmary, a library, offices, classrooms, and other specific use spaces, the most intensive training areas of Murder Mountain were set up in the form of a pair of large cylinders, divided into parallel sections and separated by a main hall. Once you entered the first section, you had to continue on until the last section in that cylinder. The entry doors locked behind you and did not allow passage back. And one couldn't simply block the door open, because if one did, the next door would not open. It was a way to keep reluctant recruits focused and on mission, and always moving forward. Stone's plan was simple. He was going to take the section on the right and follow it through. If he didn't find his quarry there, he would exit the cylinder, walk back down the main hall, and enter the other cylinder. Stone made his way slowly down the hall to the first floor. One man was down, and there were 5 more to go, plus Friedman, whom Stone considered probably the most skilled of the bunch. He felt no guilt about tricking his friends. If anyone was going to die trying to rescue Caleb and Annabelle, it was going to be him. This ultimately was his fight, not theirs. He'd lost enough friends. He was determined not to lose any more tonight. He ran off the order of the training sections in his head, shooting range first, where he had fired off hundreds of thousands of rounds in the year that he had been there. They threw every imaginable distraction at you while you were aiming at the targets. It had been good training because out in the real world, a perfect field of fire with accompanying idyllic conditions was impossible to find. After the shooting range was a room outfitted like the famed Hogan's Alley at the FBI Academy. Here Stone and his teammates had practiced what they'd learned in the classroom. After that room was the lab. It was there where the psychological testing took place. It was really glorified torture to determine what your breaking point was. Stone had seen hard-as-steel men weep in that room as the technicians played numbing games with their minds, which would never be as strong as their physical side, no matter how much they trained. There were proven exercises that would enlarge and strengthen muscle. The mind, on the other hand, was not so easily quantifiable. And the recruits all carried hidden mental pieces with them here that would jump out at unexpected times and cause them to falter, to fail, to scream and rage. Stone had felt all those emotions. No place on earth had ever humbled him like the lab at Murder Mountain. After the lab was a series of rooms that served as holding cells. Stone never knew what persons might have been held here, and he didn't want to know. If Caleb and Annabelle were not down this way, he would exit this cylinder, go back out into the main hall, and start through the other cylinder, where there were only 2 sections. The first was a tank full of foul liquid. One would fall into this muck if one did not know where to step on a catwalk that constituted the top of the tank. After the tank came a maze that Stone thankfully had the answer for, or at least he thought he did. He now wondered if Friedman had built some surprise for him. Of course she has, he thought. She's enjoying this. I ruined her plans. She has $500 million she can't spend. She's going to take it all out on me. At least she's going to try. But again, something tugged at the back of Stone's mind, telling him there had to be more to it than that. He listened as the flap of wings evidenced that birds had gotten into Murder Mountain. That had happened when the place was operational. Stone had even made a pet of one bird that built a nest near where he slept. It was the only tie to the outside world he'd had. The place had been built in the 1960s, and the design reflected the era. There were even ashtrays built into metal consoles. Everywhere he looked, he saw something hopelessly out of date. But when it was new, Murder Mountain was a state-of-the-art facility. The government funds to build it, Stone had been told once, had been buried in a huge spending bill that included subsidies for hog farmers and the textile industries. What was a little governmental assassination with your ham and polyester, he thought. He cautiously entered the firing range. It was here that he had killed the first man he'd shot in 30 years. He had done it to save himself and Reuben Rhodes. His gaze traveled to the very spot where the man had fallen and died. The fluorescent overhead lights were too weak to allow Stone to see if the man's blood was still there. At least his body wasn't. The place had been cleaned up after his last visit here. He wondered why they just hadn't imploded it, burying it under tons of steel and rock. Maybe they were holding on to it in case they needed to use it again. That was a chilling thought. The lights were on, though, however feebly, which meant Friedman had figured out how to use the old generator system to create a bit of power. He crept forward, past the tattered targets, ducking under the sagging wires on pulleys that allowed the paper targets to be moved back and forth. He stopped thinking about anything else other than what would be waiting for him. The bare scrape of a shoe on the dusty floor caused him to drop low behind a wooden counter where he had once stood daily to fire his allotted rounds. The sound had come from his left, 10 yards at most. He wondered if they were all using darts until the moment of truth came. It didn't really matter. If he allowed himself to be knocked unconscious by a tranquilizer round, he was as good as dead anyway. Crouching down, he circled backwards, his gun covering both front and rear flanks in alternating swivels. This tactic must have confused his opponent, who probably thought Stone was moving forward and not backward with every creak of boards. When the man emerged from his hiding place to fire at a target that wasn't where it was supposed to be, Stone placed one round in the man's arm, disabling him. As he clutched for his wounded limb, Stone fired the kill shot into his neck, neatly bypassing his body armor. The man dropped on the spot, his carotid severed. Stone studied the door, did the math in his head. It was probable that the man he'd just killed was a ruse to flush him. Sacrifice one to accomplish the mission. The landing at Normandy in 1944 had followed this same strategy, only the number of lives sacrificed had been in the thousands. On the other side of that door were probably at least 2 shooters waiting to take him. So he waited. He counted off the seconds in his head. patience. He had spent years learning that trait. There were few men who could outweight him. 10 minutes passed, and the only part of stone that moved was his chest, with each shallow breath. The only problem was that Friedman, and thus her men, knew that one could not go back in these sections. One had to go forward. How long were they willing to wait? How long was Stone willing to wait? We're all going to find out, he thought. Chapter 98. Wait a minute. How'd you know to bring that laser thing? Knox asked Chapman, as they crouched in the darkness.
Like your Boy Scouts, it's the mission of MI6 to always be prepared.
Meaning you didn't believe Stone?
The key? Of course I didn't believe him. Reading his psychological profile was fairly easy. He wasn't going to endanger us, too.
He let us go to New York with him, Finn pointed out. I guess he believed the South Bronx was safer than this place, pointed out Knox.
Murder Mountain, made for interesting reading.
Both men looked at her.
I researched it, of course,
she said.
Didn't you?
Knox cleared his throat. How did you know what to research? Stone didn't mention the place until we were on the way here.
The place where it all began? Remember, that's what Ming said back in New York, so I did some digging, got my folks back in the UK doing the same. I knew that Stone started out his career in 666. What I didn't know was that it began with a year's worth of training right here. Got a file emailed to me 2 hours before we left. Like I said, interesting reading.
Finn looked down at the laminated plan of the place Stone had given him. Looks like multiple spots to be ambushed. That cuts both ways, said Knox, and Chapman nodded in agreement. She pointed at the plan and said,
We have 2 choices, go through each side together or split up.
Knox said, From what he said, you have to start at the other end. The doors don't open this way.
We can always shoot them open.
And give away our position, shot back Knox.
I didn't say it was preferable, just an option.
Finn said, I vote for getting out of the open. If we need to go through these section things, let's split up. I'll go to the left, and you 2 go to the right. Chapman shook her head.
No, you 2 go right, I'll go left.
The men looked at her again.
What? A woman can't go it alone? She needs a precious man to hold her poor, fragile hand.
It's not that, said Knox uncomfortably.
Good to hear it. I'll take the one on the left. Now here's some little tidbits you need to know about the section on the right, to traverse it safely.
She filled them in on particulars she'd gained from her research.
Got it?
She said, looking at them. You've given this a lot of thought, said Knox.
Why wouldn't I? It's my job.
Good luck, said Finn.
Cheers.
She left the 2 men standing there, staring at her, until she disappeared into the darkness. Stone was still waiting in the firing range. He considered his options. It didn't take long, since there weren't many. He could stay here until he starved to death, or he could go through the door. Or he got up, grabbed the wire that the targets rode on, and pulled it free. He wound one end of it around the door handle and over the existing pulleys. Then he crouched down behind the counter and wound the remainder of the wire around his hand. He counted to 5 and aimed his pistol at the door opening. He slowly pulled on the wire. The door handle lifted. He tugged harder. The door started to open. As soon as it was open halfway, a barrage of bullets poured through, clanging off metal surfaces in the firing range room. Okay, he thought. Probably against orders, the Russians are done playing around with stun darts. He tugged on the door some more until it opened all the way, then tied off the wire onto a hook to keep the door open. He sidled along the counter and slid down the pair of NVGs he had brought. They were older and had a major drawback if the other side had night vision equipment too. He edged closer to the opening, but kept something solid between him and the doorway at the same time. Then he did something unusual, at least to the untrained eye. He took off his goggles, but still kept them powered. He placed them on top of the counter facing the doorway. Then he scuttled away, aimed his gun, and waited for what he was pretty certain was coming. The shots came. He counted 4 of them. Stone couldn't see the rounds, but he was sure they had passed an inch above the red dot that was revealed by his goggles to someone looking at them with NV eyewear 2. That was the drawback to the old generation goggles. While on infrared power, they painted a red dot basically on your forehead, allowing a sniper to draw a fatal bead. But by firing, the Russians had revealed their position to Stone by their muzzle flashes through the open doorway. He fired rapidly, once, twice, and then a 3rd and 4th time, aiming at spots 2 inches above the twin flashes. Stone could tell by the weapon's discharge that they were pistols. If they were firing from classic shooting positions, Stone's target selection would coincide with their heads, bypassing their body armor. He heard 2 distinct thumps as the bodies hit the floor. He got up, snared his NVGs, and kept moving. 3 Russians down, 3 to go, plus Friedman. Chapter 99. Finn and Knox made their way carefully across the catwalk that was suspended over a tank of foul-smelling liquid. They knew this for 2 reasons. 1, because they could smell it, even if they couldn't see it. And 2, it was on the plan Stone had given them. But it was Chapman who'd told them the secret of passing safely over it. Stone hadn't done so, because he had never intended for them to get inside this place. They had to keep their weight in the center of the middle walkway. If they made a misstep and touched the sides, only bad things would happen. They had nearly reached the end of the catwalk when they heard it. A groan. Both men looked around, guns pointed at obvious threat points. Another groan. Finn whispered to Knox, "Sounds like it's underneath us." "Thinking the same thing," replied Knox. "I recognized it." "The groan?" Finn nodded. "Keep a lookout." He dropped to his knees and put his face against the floor of the catwalk, and that was only inches from the top of the tank. "Caleb," he said softly. Another groan. "Caleb," he said in a louder voice as Knox gazed anxiously around. Another groan, and then, "Harry?" The voice was weak, the mind obviously muddled. Drugged was Finn's first reaction. He looked up at Knox. "Remember what Chapman told us?" Knox nodded his head and glanced around. "Got an idea." Keeping to the center of the walk, he headed back the way he had come. He couldn't go back out of the door they had come in. It had locked behind them, and it was thick and made of stainless steel. But there was an old packing crate set against the wall. He slipped his gun in its holster, hefted the box, which weighed about 50 pounds, and carried it back over to where Finn was, again, keeping to the center of the catwalk. Each man climbed up on the railing of the catwalk. This was difficult for Knox, with the weight of the crate, but he managed it. He looked at Finn and told him his plan. "You ready?" Finn nodded. Knox counted to 3 and then dropped the box on the side of the catwalk. The floor immediately tilted down on that side while the other side tilted up, revealing a blackened strip of empty space on each side. The crate fell through the opening on the right side, and they heard a splash. The foul smell got even fouler. Finn, still holding onto the railing, dropped down until his foot was squarely in the empty space. As the floor tilted back up and into place, he jammed his foot against it, holding it open. Knox reached into the rucksack he carried on his back and slid out a length of rope. He tied one end to the railing and let the other drop through the opening. Knox switched places with Finn and held the floor open with his foot. Finn grabbed the rope and lowered himself through. He landed in knee-deep muck. "Caleb." "Harry?" the voice said groggily. "Are you alone?" "Yes. At least I think I am. Finn switched on his flashlight and quickly found Caleb trussed up and sitting in the muck, which was up to his chest. Finn cut him loose and helped him through the opening and up to the catwalk. "You okay?" Finn asked, as the three men proceeded on into the next room. Caleb slowly nodded. "Just a little woozy. They gave me a shot, made me fuzzy, and the stench down there. I don't think my sense of smell will ever be the same." His face paled as his mind cleared. "Annabelle, is she all right?" "We're still looking for her. Any idea where she might be?" Caleb shook his head. "I just want to get out of this place. All of us." "That's the plan," said Knox. "Where's Oliver?" asked Caleb. "In here somewhere," replied Finn. Stone passed into the next section. It had a mock street, building facades, a rotting 1960s-era sedan and mannequins filling in for real people. The mannequins all had bullet holes in their heads. He cleared this space and kept going. The next room was the last one on this section, the lab. Stone cautiously pushed open the door and went inside. No lights here. Using his NV goggles, he checked the room methodically. He kept one hand on his goggles, ready to rip them off if he saw any hint of others using similar equipment, since the red dot would give away his position, and probably his life as well. As he looked around, he noticed something odd. There were long tables set up against one wall of the lab. These tables were new. Various pieces of sophisticated-looking equipment were set up on these surfaces. Glistening metal contraptions with power cords trailing off to the floor, and test tubes in racks lining the walls. Elaborate microscopes and other equipment were centered on another table. On the floor in one corner was a metal cylinder, about 6 feet in length. It had a digital readout screen and a square of glass in the center. None of this was here the last time Stone had visited Murder Mountain. He had no idea what it represented, or who had placed it here, and right now he didn't have time to explore the issue. Next, his gaze went to the cage that normally hung from the ceiling, but now was on the floor. The cage had fallen, due entirely to Stone's marksmanship, when he'd last been here, and an enemy who had been trying to kill him had died when the 2-ton cage had fallen on him. But Stone had another recollection of that cage. When he'd been training here all those years ago, he and 3 men had been placed in the cage together. A flame had been ignited under the cage, and every 10 seconds was increased, so that it grew nearer and nearer the metal. The goal was for the men to get out before the heat became unbearable. Added to the problem was that Stone and his colleagues had seen the other team that had come before them. They had failed the test, and 2 men had suffered crippling burns. While the other men in his group had started to panic as the metal grew too hot to touch, Stone had focused all his energies. Why 4 men in the cage at the same time? Why not 3, or 5, or 6? 4 men. 4 sides to the cage. He'd barked out his orders. Each man was to take off his shirt, wrap it around his hands, and simultaneously apply pressure against his side of the cage. They did so. The cage door had sprung open. His leadership actions had earned Stone the praise of his instructors. At the same time, he had wanted to kill them. But this recollection stayed with Stone for only a moment. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Annabelle? She was inside the cage, gagged and tied up. He moved forward, checking the room again for threats, but seeing none. The cage door wasn't locked. Stone swung it open. Annabelle's eyes were closed, and for one terrible moment, Stone wasn't sure if she was alive or not. But you didn't gag and tie up a dead person. Annabelle had a pulse, and with Stone's touch against her cheek, she slowly came around. He untied her, took off the gag, and helped her out of the cage.
God, Is it good to see you?
She said drunkenly. They drugged you?
I think so, but it's wearing off.
Can you walk?
I'll crawl if it means we can get out of here.
He smiled as her feistiness returned.
Are you alone?
Yes.
Any sign of Caleb?
Not yet. Have you seen Marissa Friedman? Annabelle shook her head. Let's keep moving, said Stone.
Oliver!
Cried out Annabelle as the buzz of fluorescent lights came on. Stone ripped off his goggles, turned, but it was too late. The Russian was at the door, leading out of the lab. His gun was aimed right at Stone's head. Stone pushed Annabelle to the floor and pulled his weapon. The shot rang out, catching the surprised Russian in the forehead, tattooing his skin with a small black dot. He dropped. The lights went out. Stone looked down at his weapon. His unfired weapon. Where the hell had that shot come from? He grabbed Annabelle's arm and pulled her along beside him. They hopped over the dead man and through the door. 4 dead Russians, 2 to go, plus Friedman. Chapter 100. Stone and Annabelle reached the end of the cylinder, the holding cells. If Caleb wasn't in one of them, Stone would have to start over from the other side, and he would have to bring Annabelle with him. The first thing he saw brought astonishment and then relief. Knox and Finn and Caleb were waiting for them. Weak light allowed everyone to see the other. "How did you get in here?" Stone asked, as they huddled in one corner and Annabelle hugged Caleb, despite his foul clothes and smell. "Chapman's doing," said Knox, as he filled Stone in on what had happened to them so far. "She told us how to get through the maze, too. Said she researched it." Stone looked behind him. "So she went to the left?" "That's right. Any idea where she is?" "Somewhere behind me. And she just saved my life." "We got one Russian at the front entrance. At least Chapman got him. So there's only one left."
"And now there are none,"
said a voice. Chapman stepped into the light.
"Guy tried to jump me as I came through to start my first section. He either wasn't very good, or I'm better than I think I am."
When she finished speaking, Stone looked around, a curious expression on his features. Finn said to Chapman, "Any sign of Friedman?"
"No."
"I say we get the hell out of here as fast as we can," said Knox. "We've got what we came for. Friedman can keep." He looked at Stone, who seemed frozen to the spot. "Oliver, are you okay?" "Russians." "What?" said Finn. "Russians," Stone said again. "Right, and we killed them all." "Not very good Russians," said Stone. "You would have thought they would have been better." They all looked at him. He stared back. "We went through them very easily. Too easily. They weren't very good. And I think that was intentional." "Why would Friedman hire not very good security?" "Because she didn't need the A-team. The B-team was good enough."
"Good enough for what?"
asked Chapman. "To draw us here. To get us to this spot, in fact. They were expendable. She didn't care if they died or not." "No, I take that back. She wanted them to die." Knox said, "But if we kill them, that means they didn't kill us. How does that get her anywhere?" "She's trying to redeem herself to Carlos Montoya. She failed the first time around, but now she's going again with her backup plan." "Backup plan?" exclaimed Knox. Stone nodded. "You always have a backup plan, and I walked right into it."
"Into what, exactly?"
asked Chapman. "They're going to find us all here with a pack of Russians." Stone paused. "And there's a laboratory back there loaded with new equipment. And I think I know what that new equipment is supposed to represent." Chapman was the first to see what he was getting at.
"Not nanobots."
He nodded. "Yes, nanobots."
"But the Russians aren't behind it. I think we clearly established that."
"But when they find us here with all these dead Russians, and a lab full of nanobot research that was probably shipped in from Montoya's facilities. What do you think the world will think? Caleb said nervously, "What exactly do you mean by when they find us here?" Finn answered, "We were set up. We were meant to get in here, plow through the Russians and get to this point."
Why?
Asked Annabelle. The explosion sounded above them. It was so powerful it shook the floor. Bits of concrete and a plate of steel fell nearby, making them all jump.
What the hell was that?
Yelled Chapman. "That," said Stone, "was the front door being sealed off." He grabbed Annabelle's hand. "Come on." They all followed his lead as he guided them back to the main hall, and then back the way he had come in. "Should we at least see if we can get out the front way?" called out Knox. His answer came in the form of another explosion that dropped part of the mountain 20 feet behind them, effectively cutting off any access to the front entrance. They all ran harder. The mountain was trembling now, as one precision explosion after another detonated.
The whole mountain is going to come down on us,
screamed Annabelle. "No, it won't," said Stone as they raced along. "Just enough to kill us. But she has to allow them to be able to get in and find the pieces of evidence she wants to be found."
That bitch!
Screamed Chapman, as another bomb detonated in front of them, causing Stone to veer off to the left with the others right behind. "Oliver, what about the way you came in?" called out Finn. "She might not know about that." "She does know about it, but we've got no choice," Stone replied. A section of wall toppled over, nearly crushing Caleb. However, Finn and Knox pulled him to safety with a second to spare. But Caleb moaned and clutched his shoulder where a chunk of rock had struck. Finn pulled open his shirt and shone a light on him. "Collarbone's cracked, but you're okay. Collarbone's the failsafe. It breaks so another more important part doesn't." "Makes me feel so much better," groaned Caleb. When Stone reached the kitchen area, he stopped and stared helplessly at what was in front of him. Friedman had been ahead of him on this, too. She'd collapsed the entrance to the back of the kitchen with a thick wall of debris that had cascaded down from a charge, no doubt having been placed in a perfect spot to accomplish this. And even if they dug through that, Stone knew they would just confront another, even thicker wall of rubble. Friedman would have seen to that. She did her homework, he thought. He briefly wondered how long ago she had had Murder Mountain ready to go. And was she somewhere nearby, detonating these charges? Was she somehow watching them, knowing exactly when to set off each one? And then he had no more time to wonder, as everyone looked at him.
"What now?"
said Chapman breathlessly, her face, like all the others, caked with grime from the dust and smoke. Stone looked upward as another charge detonated, though not nearby. But more of the facility collapsed, and the mountain gave another shudder. Then the lights went completely out, plunging them into darkness. Stone, Finn, and Knox immediately powered up their NV goggles. Stone took Annabelle's hand, Knox took Caleb, and Finn clamped his hand around Chapman's wrist. "Follow me," said Stone. There was one more way out of here, and as far as Stone knew, he was the only person who had ever discovered it. This was their last chance. He was very conscious of the fact that he had no idea where the next charge Friedman had placed would detonate. She had no reason to allow them to leave here alive, where they could tell people the truth. Each step they took could truly be their... Annabelle screamed. Chapter 101. Joe Knox disappeared under a pile of rubble as a charge detonating 50 feet away collapsed the section of wall next to him. The others instantly began digging the man out. Stone was on his knees, pitching chunks of debris off his friend. His fingers and arms bloodied, the sweat stinging his eyes. He frantically worked in the dark to free Knox. Finally, his fingers touched flesh. In 2 more minutes, they had uncovered the man completely. Knox was breathing, but unconscious. Stone started to lift him up, but Finn said, "Let me do that." He hoisted the 200-pound Knox over his shoulder. "The only other way is up, Harry," said Stone. Finn nodded, a grim look on his face. "Just lead the way." Stone took the length of rope from Knox's knapsack that the man had used to help rescue Caleb from the tank of sludge. Each person looped the rope around their middle and then passed it on. "Let's move," said Stone. He prayed that Friedman had not figured out the third exit from Murder Mountain, as he had done all those years ago. He led the group across the main hall and down to the other end. Stopping in front of what looked like a sheer wall of metal, he ran his fingers up and down its surface. It was cold to the touch, still strong, seemingly impenetrable. Rivets ran up one side of the panel and down the other. Another explosion shook the building. Dirt and dust tumbled down on them from the weakening ceiling. He pressed on one spot and the wall gave way. He slid the metal out of the way, and a set of crude rock stairs was revealed. They went through the opening and headed up. Stone wondered how long it would take for the authorities to realize what was happening. Some local would report the explosions. They would be relayed to the sheriff's department, or whatever police was up here. They would send someone, probably a single officer, and that person would have no idea what they were faced with. Calls would be made. At some point, after a lengthy interval, the CIA would hear of it. They would send a team up here, helter-skelter. But what would they find? They would find exactly what Friedman wanted them to find. Dead Russian muscle, possibly tied to the drug cartels, and a nanobot research facility where long ago the CIA had trained its assassins. That would hit the national and global news pipelines like a nuclear warhead. "And they will find us," thought Stone. "They'll find us dead." But how would she accomplish that last part? The explosions might seal them in here, but they would conceivably survive until rescuers arrived. They had some food, some water. There might be supplies here they could use. She would have thought of that. There has to be something else. They kept moving. When Finn grew tired, Stone hefted Knox over his shoulder and carried him for as long as he could. Then Finn swapped back. But as the route took them upwards, it became harder and harder to manage. Yet they kept going. Chunks of rock now dropped from above with each detonation, since they were in parts of the facility that had never been built out, where the mountain had been left untouched. Annabelle gasped.
"Where are we headed?"
Stone pointed up. "Not much farther."
"Is it on top of the mountain?"
"Close to it."
"Is there a way down?"
Stone didn't answer right away. Actually, he didn't have an answer. He had used this exit before, finding it mostly by accident one night when he couldn't sleep. But he'd never gone down the mountain. He just looked at the stars, had a few moments of peace before heading back and taking up his training once more. So he didn't know if there was a way down the mountain. But there had to be. He would find one. He glanced back at Finn, who was carrying Knox. He looked at Caleb, clutching his injured shoulder. He looked at exhausted Annabelle. He felt his own legs tremble from extreme exertion. "We'll find one, Annabelle," he said, "and being outside the mountain is better than being inside it." They traveled upward another 100 feet. Every time they came to a cross tunnel, Stone had to stop and think about which one was the right one. Twice, he made the wrong decision. On the third time, he went on ahead, alone, until he was sure of the way, and then came back and got the others. Finn said in a low voice to him, "Knox is not doing well." Stone knelt down beside the injured man and shone his light on his face. It was gray, sweaty, but cool to the touch. Stone gently lifted one of the man's eyelids and hit it with the light. He let the eyelid fall back into place and rose. Knox didn't have much time left to live. "Let's go," Chapman said.
"Is it my imagination, or is it getting harder to breathe? I didn't think the mountains in Virginia were that high."
"They're not," said Stone. He took a long breath, and it caught halfway in his chest as the amount of oxygen drawn in petered out. Now Stone had his answer. Friedman was going to suffocate them. Down below, he heard machinery operating. Fans, he said, taking the air out. He took another whiff, and his features involuntarily seized up. Finn looked at him. And she's adding something to the air that's still left in here, something we don't need in our lungs. Besides, all the smoke and shit from the detonations. Hurry, said Stone. This way. Another 50 feet of rocky paths like large steps made of stone. They were uneven, overly wide in some places, problematically narrow in others. Stone looked at Finn. He knew his friend had uncommon strength and the nearly infinite endurance of the Navy SEAL he had once been, but he was operating on about half the level of oxygen one needed, and the situation was getting worse. Annabelle had her arm around Caleb's hand, helping him up the path, but Caleb was growing tired quickly. He didn't have near the strength or stamina of the others. Finally he stopped and sat down, his breaths coming in desperate wheezes. Just go. Leave me. Can't? Stone turned, put his arm under Caleb's good shoulder, and hauled him to his feet. No one gets left behind, he said. We either all stay here, or we all keep going. They struggled on. Annabelle was the first to see it.
Light!
They rushed forward, encouraged by perhaps the end of their journey. It was a natural cleft in the mountaintop that decades ago Stone had enlarged and then covered with materials he had smuggled up from the facility below. But the cracks of light did not lie. The dawn had broken outside. It was hard for Stone to believe that hours had passed while they'd been inside the mountain. They reached the seam of light. Stone pushed through plywood and dislodged metal plates that he had placed there years ago. The seam became a foot-wide opening. Finn put Knox down and helped. 12 inches became a yard. Far below, they heard a single explosion, but they were now free of the mountain. But Stone cautioned, "Be ready. I'll go first." They all tensed. Finn picked Knox up and pulled his weapon. Chapman had her Walther in one hand and what looked like a throwing knife in the other. Annabelle held on to Caleb, who was nearly dead on his feet after the long ascent. Stone took a step forward and then stumbled, nearly toppling his knees. He looked down. Shit! He hadn't tripped over the uneven terrain. A wire had been stretched between the rock sides of the opening. He looked to his right. Wedged into a crevice was the last explosive. It had a counter. It was at 5 seconds. "Get back!" screamed Stone, as he lunged forward toward the bomb. Right at the same instant, Chapman darted forward too. Annabelle yelled. Caleb moaned. Finn staggered backward under the weight of Joe Knox. Stone glanced at the MI6 agent. She wasn't looking at him. She was staring dead at the bomb, her jaw tensed, her arms raised above her. She gained purchase with the rock floor and launched herself past him. Stone shouted, "No, Mary!" The counter hit 1. Chapter 102. Another memorial service. At Arlington Cemetery. A trio of caskets was lined up, side by side, representing 3 veterans of America's military. Harry Finn, Joseph Knox, and John Carr. Security was double heavy, considering what had happened last time. There were 4 circles of perimeter patrols. Bomb detection canines were everywhere. Because of what they now knew about nanobots, every bag was hand-searched, every person patted down, every cell phone, iPhone, and electronic device of any kind confiscated. The rules had definitely changed. Nothing would be the same ever again. The president was there to give the eulogy. Important members of Congress and the military were also in attendance. The FBI director, Riley Weaver, and agents Ashburn and Garchik were all there. Sir James McElroy was also in attendance, because his PM was also present. Not being in the American military and satisfying other specific criteria, Mary Chapman did not have a casket here. But the PM was scheduled to say a few heartfelt words about her sacrifice to help Britain's greatest ally. Annabelle Conroy and Caleb Shaw were not here either, for the same reason as Chapman. They didn't satisfy the criteria for burial at the Exalted Cemetery. But the president would mention what they had done as well. The PM spoke first. Then came a stream of important dignitaries to the podium, including Riley Weaver. He didn't explain what Murder Mountain was, because he didn't have to. The press had been kept completely out of the loop on that. Officially, the deaths of Knox, Finn, and Carr had come about by a confrontation with a team of Russian drug dealers who had fashioned a laboratory at an abandoned government facility with the aid of an American intelligence officer turned traitor. The bombing and gunfire in Lafayette Park and the subsequent murders in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and in D.C. had emanated from the same group. Speaking last, the president swore that he would do everything in his power to see that justice was done and the perpetrators of these vile acts held accountable. Tension between the Americans and Russians was understandably at an all-time high. From nearly a half-mile away, atop a knoll at Arlington Cemetery, the woman watched these proceedings while she pretended to be gazing at the faded tombstone of a long-dead general. By virtue of a PA system that broadcast across the cemetery, she could hear every word of the speeches. Most held no interest for her, but the one by the president did capture her attention. When he mentioned the American intelligence operative turned traitor, she had to smile. She knew that the proceedings here were being carried live on all the major networks and cable stations. She also knew that Carlos Montoya was watching, because she had communicated with him and told him to. The plan had worked. Even if the president of the U.S. and his counterpart in Mexico had survived, the Russians were being blamed. Her mission, against all odds, had been successful. Her cell phone chirped. She looked at the message that had just come across the screen. Buen trabajo. Good work indeed. And then the rest of the message came through. It lifted her spirits even more. The remainder of the money was being sent to her account. Carlos Montoya wished her well. She typed her reply, Hasta luego. But she didn't really mean it. She was done. This was it. How could she ever top this anyway? Marissa Friedman swiped at her new hairdo, cut exceedingly short and dyed dark brown. She had used time-tested techniques to change her facial features to the extent that not even her closest friends would know who she was. She could freely walk these grounds without worry of being recognized. She turned away from the ceremony. If she had any regrets, it was that John Carr had not taken her up on her offer. Yet she couldn't have expected that he would. Once he found out she had been behind it all, and he was the sort that would, she would have had to kill him anyway. Yet they could have had a little time together. For someone like Friedman, alone most of her life, that would have been enough. $1 billion in her bank account, and the rest of her life to do as she pleased. She sighed contentedly. It wasn't every day that one pulled off one of the most intricate and earth-shattering operations of all time. Her new papers were in order. A ride on private wings awaited her at Dulles Airport. She had purchased an island through a strawman transaction, and now she intended to do absolutely nothing for the next year except lie on the beach, read, sip a cool drink, and decide what would be next. She passed a number of bomb detection canines. None registered on her. She hid her smile as she passed the wall of security on her way out of the cemetery. Nanobots. Montoya had spent 4 years and nearly $2 billion on engineering the transformation of smells at the molecular level, using this microscopic army of programmable soldiers. Now drugs and anything else that could be detected by scent could flow freely around the globe, but mostly into the United States. Drugs, guns, bombs, nuclear material. This really did change everything. The possibilities for the criminal element were limitless. That was one reason Friedman had purchased her island so far away. She didn't want to hear the screams from her homeland. Screw them. She reached her car, a rental. She surveyed the landscape once more. She looked down as the dog came up to her, No leash, not even a collar. A stray. She bent down to pet it, but it backed away from her.
It's okay, sweetie. I'm not going to hurt you.
The dog drew nearer, as though to check her intent. But when she put her hand out, it backed away once more, sat on its haunches, and commenced howling. A bit unnerved, Friedman put her key in the car door. Her head whipped around when the men converged on her. There were 10 of them, half in suits, half in military uniform. All had weapons out. All were pointed at her.
What's going on?
She demanded. She slipped her sunglasses up to her forehead.
What is going on?
One of the suits said, "Step away from the vehicle and place both hands on your head, fingers interlocked. Now." Friedman did as he instructed.
Is this your dog? If so, it's made a very big mistake. You can search me. I have no bombs or drugs or anything like...
Marissa Friedman stopped speaking when she saw him come around the back of the SUV parked next to her car. Oliver Stone slipped his sunglasses into the pocket of his windbreaker. Behind him, Mary Chapman kept her aviators on. Something made Friedman look to her left. There was Finn, and next to him was Joe Knox in a wheelchair, a bandage wrapped around his head, and his right arm in a sling. When Friedman looked back at Stone, she flinched yet again. Caleb Shaw, also wearing a shoulder harness, and Annabelle Conroy, looking perfectly fine, stood just behind their friend. Friedman took her gaze off Stone long enough to look at the dog that sat just feet from her. She smiled.
What a cute dog.
That dog was your undoing, said Stone.
How?
Stone made a show of sniffing his wrist. It's always a mistake to reveal anything true about yourself that can later be used against you.
I don't understand.
The Thai perfume, with a visceral impact on men, 2 hearts beating as one, very rare, but not impossible to get if you have the United States government behind you. He looked down at the dog, and a very distinctive smell. One sniff is all this little guy needed to track you down in a place as big as Arlington.
How did you know I'd even be here?
How could you not be here? Replied Stone.
Would you have come if the positions had been reversed?
No.
Why?
I never gloated over killing anyone. She stopped, smiling.
I wasn't gloating. I prefer to think of it as paying my respects to a worthy opponent.
We also just intercepted Montoya's email to you and your reply back. Hasta luego? Nice touch. $1 billion is a nice payday. And best of all, it provided a direct link from you to him. His days are quite numbered now, too. She looked around at all the armed men.
Doesn't look like I'll be able to spend that $1 billion.
She paused.
I have to commend you on figuring out the nanobots and the sense. I really thought I had that one well covered.
You did. It was more luck than reasoning.
I doubt that. No one is that lucky. When Montoya saw the president walk away from the bombing, he was not a happy man.
Hence your comeback plan? She nodded.
You always have a plan B because plan A doesn't always work.
Most people would have simply cut and run by then.
I only had half the $1 billion. I wanted it all. And I wanted to see the plan through. If I could. The best ones do, you know. Point of pride.
You almost did.
Doesn't really matter now. Can I ask you how you managed it? I really thought I had all bases covered at Murder Mountain.
You did, said Stone, particularly with the third exit. Can I ask how you managed that?
Like I said, I studied you in the classroom.
Okay, enough of this crap, came a loud voice, and Riley Weaver made an appearance, with the FBI director and Agent Ashburn right behind. How in the hell did you get so totally screwed up, Friedman? Barked Weaver, pointing a stubby finger at her. She didn't even bother responding to him. She kept her gaze on Stone and smiled.
A man like you goes his own way. I found 2 other 666ers who knew of the exit through the kitchen. So I knew you'd have found another way, one that only you would know.
Why? Asked Stone.
Because you didn't trust anyone other than yourself. Not even your fellow assassins, not really.
What made you think that?
Because I never trusted anyone either, other than myself.
How'd you find it? She looked at the men holding the guns.
Do you mind if I lower my arms? I'm getting a little stiff. You can see that I'm not armed, and even if I were, I'm a bit outgunned.
Just keep your hands where we can see them, said one of the agents. Holding her hands in front of her, she turned back to Stone and continued.
Once I knew I'd use Murder Mountain, I went over every inch of the place. The front door was to the west, the back door was to the east. One couldn't go down, so I went up. And there it was, much like how you left it. Now I answered your question, how about mine?
Stone looked at Chapman. Friedman swiveled her gaze to the woman. The MI6 agent shrugged.
Seen a bomb like that twice before in Northern Ireland. Once it was the blue wire, once it was the red wire. My favourite colour was blue, so that's the one I snipped. Cut it pretty bloody close, though. Second to spare. Not much else we could do, but we're here. That's what counts.
Once we got safely away, we detonated the bomb, explained Stone, just in case you had someone in the area watching. After that, it was a phone call, and the rest was arranged. We were all carted away in body bags. The rest of the plan you saw today. Figured it was the only way we'd have a shot at getting to you, making you believe your plan worked. President Brennan worked it all out with the Russian government.
Neatly done.
Stone drew closer to her. Was it really just about the money?
Partly. But it was also about the thrill, to see if I could pull it off. It was quite the challenge. Even you have to admit that. When Montoya came to me, tried to recruit me, at first I pushed back, but then I thought, why the hell not? I think even you would have been tempted.
She reached out to touch his arm, but he drew back. She looked disappointed, but said,
I know that's what motivated you. The thrill. All those years at 666, you certainly didn't do it for the money.
No, I didn't.
Why then? And don't lie and say you were merely serving your country.
Riley Weaver snapped. I said enough of this. He strode forward. You're going to prison, but just for a short while. Then you're going to be executed for treason.
Riley, you really are so tiresome,
said Friedman as she shook her head.
You take the fun out of everything.
The former Marine looked apoplectic. Fun? You call what you did fun? You are a psycho. She turned back to Stone.
Why? Why did you do it?
I had a woman I loved. I had a daughter I cherished. I wanted to go home to them. Friedman didn't say anything for a long moment.
Well, I didn't have any of that.
Okay, said Weaver. Cuff her and read the lady her rights. Let's do this by the book. No mistakes. She's not missing out on her date with a lethal injection. In fact, I think I'll hit the trigger myself. She looked at him disdainfully.
I'm not going to prison, and I'm certainly not being executed by you.
Weaver smiled maliciously. Well, lady, I'd sure as hell like to know how you're going to avoid it.
I already did.
She staggered a bit as she said this. She reached out and steadied herself by placing a hand against the door of her rental. Stone was the first to realize what had happened. He rushed forward and seized her left hand. He saw the pinprick of blood on the inside of her left for the man. Stone moved closer to the bed and looked down at his friend. Alex still couldn't speak, and the doctors had warned that the extent of his injuries was as yet unknown because part of his brain had been impacted. "He may fully recover, he may only partially recover," the surgeon had told them.
"But he'll live,"
said Annabelle. "Yes," said the doctor. "He's going to live." Stone put a hand gently on Alex's shoulder. "It's good to have you back, Alex," he said in a faltering tone. Alex blinked back at him, his mouth remaining a thin, unmoving line. Annabelle bent her face closer to his.
"We'll be with you every step of the way, Alex, every step."
He squeezed her hand. Late that night, Stone sat at his desk at his cottage. He had a lot to think about, but really didn't want to dwell on any of it. He had a standing offer to return to work for the government in any capacity he wanted. He'd told the FBI director he'd get back to him on that, without saying when. Carmen Escalante had been put into WITSEC, just in case Carlos Montoya decided to take out his anger on her. Stone doubted she had much to worry about. The world now knew the truth about Montoya being behind Lafayette Park and all the rest. Stone assumed the man would not be alive that much longer. Either someone in his organization would seize the opportunity and take over his cartel, the Russians would murder him for trying to pin all these crimes on them, or else the Americans would take him out. In the end, Stone didn't care who killed him. And the nanobots that could change smells? Well, it would give the ATF and the rest of the crime-fighting world many a sleepless night. Finally, despite not wanting to do so, his thoughts turned to Marissa Friedman. A desert island she'd bought for them. "We're more alike than you'll ever be willing to admit, John Carr." She was wrong about that. They were not alike at all. Or are we, he thought. As he gazed at his desktop, his mind reeling with the implications of these sudden doubts, he saw the little red dot skitter across the old scarred wood like a gnat ablaze. It continued to skip across the wood until it reached him. He looked down and watched it climb to his chest, scurry across his face, and then stop, he presumed, in the middle of his forehead. He said calmly into the darkness, "I was actually expecting you earlier." Chapman appeared in front of him, her Walther with attached laser sight pointed at him.
"Sorry, I'm usually punctual. When did you figure it out?"
"I know that MI6 does not have the luxury of their best agent loitering abroad for no good reason. You should have been reassigned to kill an American citizen?
Don't you love how the bloody world works these days?
How about the president?
Doing that ever since I joined up.
Will I see you again?
The future is promised to no one.
She turned and walked to the door, and then looked back.
Take care of yourself, Oliver Stone. Oh, one more thing. You can put your gun away. You won't need it now. At least not with me. But don't turn your back on Riley Weaver. That would be a mistake. Cheers.
A moment later, Mary Chapman was gone. Stone slowly put his gun back in the desk drawer and closed it. As soon as he'd seen the dot on his desk, he'd aimed his gun toward the knee hole. He was glad he hadn't had to fire. Chances were very good they each would have killed the other. He was not tired, though the hour was very late. He didn't need as much sleep as he used to. Age, he supposed, did that to you. He waited a bit, and then got up and walked. He walked so far that he reached the spot where it all began. Not Murder Mountain. That's where it all began for John Carr. He looked around the confines of Lafayette Park. This is where it all began for Oliver Stone. And for many reasons, he knew this was also where he belonged. He looked across at the White House, where the president was no doubt sleeping soundly, even after narrowly avoiding an assassination attempt. Stone paced the grounds of the park, nodding to security personnel who knew him well. He wondered if Alex Ford would ever be standing out here again on protection duty. He would now be a revered legend at the service, a hero to his president and his country. Stone would have preferred simply having his friend whole again. His thoughts next turned to Chapman, who would finally be returning to her little island. Maybe he would make a trip across the pond to see her. Just maybe. He sat down at the same bench where Marissa Friedman had perched that night when an explosion rocked Lafayette. That had started everything in motion. Now it was calm once more. Stone looked over at the maple tree, freshly planted in its new home. It looked like it had always belonged there. Just like some people. Just like me. Oliver Stone sat back, drew a long breath, and continued to admire the view. This has been an Hachette audio production of Hell's Corner, written by David Baldacci, read by Ron McClarty with Orla Cassidy, executive producer Michelle McGonigal, produced and directed by Kevin Thompson, engineered by Richard Romaniello, edited by Nikki Banks, mixed and mastered by Paul Goodrich, Merlin Music, New York City. Hell's Corner is also available in print from Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2010 by Columbus Rose Limited. Audio production copyright 2010 by Hachette Audio, all rights reserved, except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Let me start. I love the Camel Club. I love all your books, and I don't want to sound like a sycophant, but it's the truth. And the Camel Club is my favorite because I love Oliver Stone, and you see the whole book through, unlike some of the other books.
Right.
The way the narration's set up, it's almost as though it's all going on in his head. It's the story that he takes you through the whole adventure, and I love these guys that he put around him, and I love that he didn't go to Russia or Mexico, and I love that he stayed in this area. It's an exciting book, and so many twists and turns, and I read it in 3 days, and I just have to say that I was so surprised when, I don't want to say what happened, but certain things happen and certain twists happen in there, and and you led to believe, and I bought into it completely, that wasn't the case, and it's just extraordinary.
It's fun when you're building a story like that. It's almost like you're constructing a paper floor and people are walking over it, but they don't realize it's not very stable, and they think that it's true and firm and leading them where they're supposed to go, but all of a sudden, towards the end of the book, the paper floor crumbles and they fall down to the real story where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And as a writer, I get to see all of that. I know in my mind that point is going to come, and you're hoping that you can bring your A game and nail that twist and give it the justice it deserves. And you hope that the reader will be as surprised as you were when you thought of it, because you're kind of standing in the shower one day and thinking, now how can I really do a 180 here, and where can I take this action? And then when it clicks in your head, you thought, that one is really, really going to hit it out of the park.
Oh, yeah.
In this book, the plot was intricate, and the plot was, I think, as important as the characters. But like you said, Ron, you see it all through the point of view of Oliver. He's your touchstone in this book. And as you're moving forward through the narrative, he's the guy who's going to carry the story. You're going to see everything through his eyes. You're going to sort of live and die through the story with Oliver Stone. And he's my safe guy. He's the guy that I want to be looking over the shoulder of.
Oh, yeah. And when it starts out in the park, and he sees the clues, but you're as confused as he is, because there are these 4 other people in the park, and what are they doing in the park? And the British Prime Minister's across the street, and that's like the epicenter of the whole mystery. And as the mystery unfolds itself, and you find out that was, I don't want to say a bogus clue, but it was something that takes you in this end run that the whole book is about. Yeah. It's really just extraordinary. And the people that you think were guilty, they weren't guilty, and the people that you think were completely innocent turned out to be. It's just mind-boggling. It really is.
This is probably the closest I'll ever get to writing a play. Lafayette Park was my stage set for the opening act, and you had the actors hitting their paces and hitting their cues and moving where I'm supposed to be moving, and that whole scene and what happened there in the brief few minutes drives the rest of the novel. But my job as a storyteller was to sell you that scene exactly as you thought it would be, and then sort of pull the rug out from under you later on in the book. But it's not where you think, oh my God, how could that be? It didn't make any sense. Then it's sort of the aha moment, thinking, oh my God, everything I looked at, if I'd looked at it in a different way, I might have seen what was actually happening, but I'd never looked at it that way. I looked at it the way sort of the writer intended me to look at, and it was kind of this sort of cool subterfuge.
It really is. It really is just astounding. And the things that get Oliver Stone in trouble, I find, they're amazing how they're revealed to him. Like, I'm thinking about when he goes to see Agent Gross's wife, right, who's been murdered, and they're hysterical that he's even going to talk to her. Yeah. And it just and when it became clear to him, it would have been clear to me in about 5 days that this was like a false venue for the big event that was going to happen, right, with the visiting dignitaries at the memorial service. And I wouldn't have gotten that. It just hit me like a ton of bricks when he figured it out. And he figured it out in that clear, smart, kind of one-dimensional way, like when he says, this is what I'm thinking about right now. Nothing else is getting in the way. And I just found it amazing. Yeah. Just amazing.
And that's, I think what people love about Oliver Stone is the guy has some mileage. He has some experience. He's not a 20-something right out of college who wants to be a spy. He's seen it all. And, this recent stuff that the Washington Post did this big expose on Top Secret America. We have zillions of intelligent people out there, a lot of them private contractors, a lot of them doing duplicative work, but so many eyeballs on America everywhere. I don't think there's anybody walking around that doesn't have a set of eyeballs on them, and people sort of finding out who they are. And this sort of gives you the whole gamut of that in Hell's Corner, where you have no idea who's on your side and who's not, who's your adversary and who's not. And oftentimes, the people you think should be your allies and working with you have a totally different agenda and are coming out of another playing field you have no idea even exists. And
right.
that is about as realistic as it can possibly be.
And the different intelligence bodies that just not only resent each other, won't work with each other.
Yeah, totally non-cooperative.
It's crazy. It's just crazy. I don't know. There were so many. I love Brennan too. I love Brennan because especially in the open. I don't have to give anything away, but in the opening discussion when they pick up Stone and bring him to you can just tell this guy doesn't want to be in the room with Stone, right, because Stone has been responsible for him losing one of his great friends, but on the other hand, one of his great friends is trying to kill him. It's just wonderful stuff. It's just the greatest stuff.
Well, I like it that, this world is not simple, and the books that sort of try to make it simple, sort of black and white, good and evil, those books really don't interest me, those types of stories, because I know it's so far from what it really is. And actually, the complexities make a far better read anyway. And the differing agendas and how people can rationalize anything. And you have one agency working for a goal that, you might look at from the outside and say, oh my God, that's just crazy. But if you understand their agenda, you can understand the goal they're trying to achieve. But the complexity is what drives me. I hate black and white. I love gray. The world is full of gray, and that's where Oliver Stone lives. He understands that world very well.
And the characters have a lot of that gray too. I mean, you could have not. I won't say anything that happened. But Mary Chapman at the very end of the book. I mean, you could have knocked me over with a stick when she showed up with her little agenda. You go, oh no, don't, please don't. It was fantastic.
Well, friends closer, enemies closer, and sometimes friends are enemies.
Oh, yeah.
You and I have talked about this before, when you read Last Man Standing, which is a book I wrote about 8 years ago, and I was riding on an airplane. I don't ordinarily listen, I'll confess to you, I don't ordinarily listen to the audiobooks just because I wrote them, I know what the story is, and, there aren't going to be a lot of surprises. But when I was riding on that plane, and the character of Big F, my drug dealer guy, who was like, the size of an NFL left tackle. And the voice you did for him, I jumped out of my plane seat and really thought I was going to be arrested, because I even shouted out. I don't know what I shouted out, but it was like, oh my God, that voice came out of your toes. And from that moment on, it was like, I want Ron.
Oh my God!
I want Ron because
you sent me a note,
yes,
and I have to say that over my desk I have that note framed in New York. And when you come to dinner at our house, you will come down and you will see it in my little office downstairs.
That'll be fantastic. I look forward to that, because I tell you, out on book tour I get a lot more questions about the audiobooks. Can you tell me about the guy who reads your audiobooks? Can you tell me about the guy who does the Camel Club? Because he gets it, and I tell them. I tell them the story. I said, look, I never really listened to the audiobooks before, but when I listened to Last Man Standing, and ever since then, because you bring an entertainment experience to the reader that as a writer I can't achieve, because you add another dimension. You add a performance dimension to this that the words alone can't achieve. And I know you take the words, and the words are what they are, but then you build on them and deliver an emotion that has me sitting in my garage in my car, not turning the engine off because I want to listen to the last chapter.
Do you know how good you're making me feel right now? This is bad for me. My wife tells me I'm not supposed to feel this good, but I do. I mean, it's just, the book says it all. The books are fantastic and wonderful. I love all of your books, but I especially love the Camel Club. I have to admit it. Like I said, because of Oliver Stone, I think, and because of seeing that whole world through his eyes, and it's just spectacular.
Well, you got a character who's a clear underdog, who a lot of bad things have happened. I mean, he's given everything for his country, and his country didn't return that favor to him. And been on the outside a long time, could hold a grudge against everyone, never wanted to do anything productive again if he didn't, he could have just checked out of society. But the guy picked himself up and is trying to do good. And you have to admire that. And I like it that he's not, 20-something and buff and, blonde hair, and he's running around in a pair of swim trunks. He's not. He's Oliver Stone. He's got mileage. He's got some age on him. But that's not a bad thing.
No,
and, I was talking with somebody I know who works in the intelligence field, and before 9/11, there was quite the purge of the intelligence ranks. A lot of people retired. After 9/11, they had to have a huge ramp up, and you'd be surprised how many 20-somethings are down, in Langley and doing a lot of this intelligence work. Who, they don't know a lot about how that world really works beyond their computer screens and all the other stuff. Stone's a guy who's been in the trenches, who he can walk the walk and talk the talk, and he knows that the only person he can really trust is himself.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I love the Camel Club. What can I say? I mean, I think this is probably my favorite one of all of them.
That's very nice.
Only because, for one thing, no member of the Camel Club got killed. This is very. All right. I'm worried about Alex Ford, but I assume he's going to be all right.
I know. Alex took a hit. Ruben took a hit. Yeah.
But I want to tell you, when I was doing the last one and Milton died in that shootout, I mean, I was sick to my stomach. I had to take a little break. But this is, there was so many plots, so many turns, who the readers are going to get so much excitement out of reading this book, and want to go on to it, put it down and want to see where it's going to take them, because it is just so wonderful, and you're such a great writer.
Well, I really appreciate that. And I gave the books to my wife to read early on, because she's a great critic. She doesn't tell me what's right with the book. She knows I don't need to hear that. But she tells me what there are issues and problems with the book, and I do need to hear those things. But when she finished the manuscript, she looked at me and she said, "This book really made me upset." And I said, "Why is that?" She goes, "Because of all your books, this one I couldn't control the pace. The pace controlled me. And I could not really
that's great.
put it down. But I'll make a deal with you. As long as you keep reading the Camel Clubs, I'll keep writing them."
Right. You got it. And yes, keep me in. Keep me in.
Sounds good.
Hey, this is Kevin Thompson with Ron McClarty, reader of David Baldacci's Camel Club audiobook series. So, Ron, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing, kid?
I'm good. So, tell me, how did you become the reader of this series?
Well, I auditioned for one of and I do a lot of his books, and I think he's just wonderful, but I auditioned for one in particular, and there was a character in it, a sort of violent and yet likable African-American guy. And I think I really nailed it. I understood him. I think I knew guys like that. And after I did it, I got a little note from David how much he enjoyed the character, and then since then we've been like a team.
How did the note come to you? Was it handwritten?
Yeah, handwritten. He just mailed it to me. Yeah, I've got it over my desk.
You're kidding. It's amazing.
No, not kidding.
So what's it like being the voice of Oliver Stone, this great hero?
Well, it's like, all of his voices all of the characters have real distinctive, different voices. I think that's one of the real challenges of audiobooks, is to bring a little bit of nuance to all of the characters, and yet, your voice is still the driving thing. So what you really want to set up something where the audience can enter into that world of suspended belief and envision you as each one of these particular characters. I think that's the way it has to work. When I listen to them, that's the way it works for me.
Do you ever find yourself after a recording session, you leave and you keep doing the voice as you go about your day, like to the deli or the subway station? Or the taxi?
After I finish a recording session and in a booth about 8 hours, I don't like to talk for the rest of the day. I really don't have anything to say. My brain is completely empty.
Now, which of the characters in the club is the toughest for you to do?
I don't find any of them particularly difficult. They're all really interesting, and they all have their distinct characters. The rough characters have that dark and deeper kind of voice, and then there's the hero from the Library of Congress, Caleb, who was very like librarians, very particular about what he says and how he says them. And I just I love it all. I don't find them really difficult characters.
Do you have a favorite? Which is your favorite to do? Stone?
My favorite character, I guess, has to be Oliver Stone. Because he speaks the most, and he's thoughtful. And a lot of the other characters blurt out their feelings, which is nice to have them on the film. But his training has got him to a place where he thinks before he speaks. I don't do that. I just speak. I don't think before I speak.
Now, you read a lot of audiobooks. What is it about David's books that keep you coming back again and again, agreeing to read them over and over?
Well, they're absolute terrific adventures, and there's a certain reality to them that a lot of the other adventure books, quite frankly, don't have. I like suspense, and I like red herrings, and I like action, and the books have everything in it, and I think it's just terrific. I just think he really knows how to put together a story that keeps you on the end of your seat.
And you seem to like dialects. I mean, having worked with you a bunch of times now, you seem to like dialects and different kinds of voices and characters in foreign countries and stuff like that.
I do, but I'm never really sure if I'm successful at the dialects.
Do you travel as much in real life as you do in the audiobooks?
I don't travel as much as I would like to.
But wouldn't that be great?
It would be.
What's it like working with David Baldacci?
Well, he's just a great down to earth, real human being. And well, you were here when he came and visited right when we kicked off the recording. Just a great guy, and he's such a family man, and he's got beautiful
great kids,
children, and a lovely wife, and you like to see. You like to see people like that. A lot of times I meet some of the authors, and they're not like that.
Yeah.
They look at you like, why are you reading my book?
Yeah.
But this is a completely different experience. He's absolutely wonderful and accessible and just a lovely guy.
Yeah. Now, what is it? You've just read the 5th book in the Camel Club series. Any unexpected challenges in this book? Anything new and different? New characters that were tough to do?
Well, I think they all kind of get better. This one though had so many twists and turns that until the final couple of chapters, you really didn't know where it was heading, and I love that. I like that about a book. I don't like it spelled out for me. I don't want to know. There's some writers, right out of after the first chapter, what's going to happen and where it's going. What I liked about this one in particular was that you really weren't sure what was going to happen until the very end.
That's a great reason, I think, to listen to the audiobook. Are there any other reasons you can think of?
To listen to me.
Well, I mean, not
to listen to me interpret the book. I think that the audiobooks are great. And I know that what I've found in my travels, especially when I've gone to Australia and some of the other bigger countries, is that the larger the country, or the larger the commute, the longer the commute, people listen to these in the car. And they find them